Lord of the Mysteries 2, Audiobook, Part 25.
Chapter 601, Strange Patient. Late at night, amidst another round of cheers for a magic trick, Lumion downed the candied wine in his hand and exited the bar with a smirk. He could already picture Aurora, if she were around, scoffing, "You're so lame. You're actually using the governor of the sea's authority and power to pull off a magic trick. Deceiving those drunkards with the real thing. Is this your prank? You're sure having a blast." Lumion responded silently, being able to utilize superpowers and the governor of the sea's authority for such matters, rather than in battle, should be what you desire, right? Isn't this the joy and future you yearn for? In the corridor, illuminated by kerosene wall lamps, Lumion stepped on the creaking floor, making his way back to the first-class suite in the silent, empty surroundings. Snores and moans occasionally penetrated the walls on both sides. Near the stairs, a room stood open, reflecting the dim yellow light of the fire. As Lumion passed by, he turned his head and observed the sacred emblem of life, representing Earth Mother, engraved on the wall deep in the room. It portrayed a simple infant amidst wheat ears, flowers, spring water, and other symbols. In front of the sacred emblem of life stood a man in a brown clergyman's robe. He was less than 30 years old, with clean eyebrows and a light brown beard. Holding a thick book, he preached to the men and women seated in different parts of the room. Lumion knew this was a prayer room, akin to a small, mobile cathedral with a dedicated clergyman in charge. Common in countries that believed in only one deity, be it on long-distance ships or steam locomotives, they considered the need for believers to quietly pray and listen to teachings. Lumion, who could already understand Highlander, memorized the words, "Life's precious embrace, the harvest's grace." Retracting his gaze, he entered the corridor, ascending the stairs step by step. Simultaneously, Lugano, having just finished attending to Ludwig's supper, heard a knock on the door. "Who is it?" Lugano was surprised and intrigued. This couldn't be his employer. He possessed the key and would simply open the door. Moreover, it was nearly 11 p.m. Who would visit at such an hour? Could it be that a woman overheard my boasting on the deck, believed me, and came to share a pleasant night? As Lugano started to indulge in fantasies, he heard a feeble male voice. "I'm here to see Dr. Lugano." Seeking a doctor. Lugano couldn't help but frown, but he still opened the door. Outside stood a man wrapped in a thick tweed coat, a stark contrast to Lugano's linen shirt and thin pants. Lugano scrutinized the visitor. "I'm Lugano. What's the matter?" The man's face was pale, his eyes dark, revealing little vitality. Though young, in his early 20s, he exuded a lifeless aura. The man took a deep breath and weakly said, "You can call me Enio. I heard that you helped several people on the deck discover the true cause of their illness and quickly improve their condition. I want you to treat me. I have the money to pay for the consultation." Observing the fellow's sickly appearance, Lugano sighed and replied, "Come in. Keep your voice down. As you know, I'm the private doctor of a prominent figure. He doesn't appreciate strangers disturbing him." Once Enio settled on the sofa, Lugano, out of habit, inquired about his condition to conceal his subsequent mystical diagnosis. "What's wrong with your body?" Enio paused for a moment before saying, "Since half a month ago, I've become sensitive to the cold and weak. No appetite. Runny nose, repeated coughing, and my condition is worsening." Lugano nodded, raising his right hand and tapping his forehead, as if contemplating the significance of the patient's narrative. In reality, he seized the opportunity to activate his spirit vision, preparing to discern the other party's illness from the color, brightness, and thickness of his ether body. With a swift glance, Lugano nearly jumped out of his skin. "Is the patient sitting in front of me still alive?" In Lugano's eyes, the once white glow shrouding Enio's ether body, signifying overall balance, had turned a somber grayish black. It was a dire indication of his severe illness, teetering on the edge of death. Yet, it wasn't this revelation that left Lugano shocked and bewildered. What truly sent shivers down his spine was the orange glow, symbolizing the health of excretion, detoxification, and other vital organs, had dimmed into complete darkness. No vestige of brightness remained, signaling the complete cessation of their functions. Likewise, the yellow hue representing the digestive system, the green indicating the heart and regulatory system, and the blue denoting the throat and part of the nervous system had all dulled and lost their radiance. Enio's remaining hues were red on his limbs and purple on the surface of his head. Wah, what does this diagnosis imply? This meant that Enio was a person with a silent heart, a dormant stomach, and internal organs that had relinquished their functions. Yet, he could still think, move, and speak. Son of a bitch, where did this monstrosity come from? Lugano, facing such an unprecedented patient, inwardly cursed, his frame trembling slightly. He dreaded the moment when the other might unexpectedly utter, "Doctor, I'm cold. Let me borrow your skin. Doctor, I'm hungry. Let me borrow your stomach and intestines." Noticing Lugano's silence, Enio anxiously inquired, "Doctor, what illness am I suffering from?" "Illness?" Lugano muttered to himself urgently, "Snap out of it. Your heart has ceased beating. The absence of flowing blood naturally brings about a chilling sensation. Those with non-agitating stomachs certainly won't have much of an appetite." As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lugano pondered for a moment and declared, "Your condition is grave. I require further analysis and observation to draw conclusions. Can you visit me tomorrow morning? Before that, I need to draw some of your blood for research." "No problem." Despite Enio's lack of confidence in Lugano, he extended his right hand with the mindset that attempting something was better than nothing. Armed with the necessary tools, Lugano extracted some blood from Enio's body using a needle, rubber hose, and a glass blood collection bottle. Despite their darkened hue, he noted a basic vitality still present. Subsequently, he listened to Enio's heartbeat and detected faint, but existing, beats. Curious. Lugano seized the opportunity of the consultation and prescription to subtly cast a faint light upon his palm, providing Enio with a simple treatment. Enio's spirits lifted, and a semblance of strength returned. "Thank you, doctor. Your massage and medicine are effective. I appreciate it." Enio left the suite with a cheerful expression. None of the previous doctors he had consulted had made the slightest improvement in his condition. This time, he intended to set sail to the south, take a steam locomotive to the Church of Earth Mother's headquarters for treatment. Baffled, Lugano observed as Enio left. Soon after, his employer returned. He quickly recounted the encounter to Lumion, concluding with, "I've secured his blood. Can you find someone to divine the truth?" "Divination?" Lumion chuckled as he received the blood-filled bottle and knocked on Ludwig's child's room. "Take a sip and see what knowledge you can glean." Lumion handed the bottle to Ludwig, ensuring no avenue of exploitation slipped by. Ludwig's expression remained stoic, as if sipping bedtime milk. He drank down the liquid in the bottle without flinching. Lugano was bewildered, his eyes reflecting surprise and confusion. After tasting the blood, Ludwig spoke at an adequate pace: "Absent stomach, absent small and large intestine, absent lungs, absent liver and pancreas. It's akin to a deceased person relying on mystic forces to persist. He won't last a week." Lugano was taken aback that Ludwig not only imbibed human blood but also made somber judgments with a straight face. He was also shocked to learn that Enio truly lacked those organs. Initially, he believed it was just a loss of corresponding function. According to Ludwig, wasn't Enio essentially a dead man? What had he stumbled upon? "What should we do?" Lugano turned to Lumion. Lumion couldn't help but chuckle softly. "What can we do? Locate the captain, the ship's security supervisor, or the priest in the prayer room, and report this matter. They'll handle it." Lugano nodded and tentatively asked, "But won't this expose me as a beyonder?" "Tell them you're Louis Barry's servant," Lumion advised calmly. "All right." Lugano was fine with being a servant. After a moment's thought, he asked in puzzlement, "Did you hear any strange sounds at night?" I occasionally hear a baby crying. Baby? Lumion asked, shaking his head. I didn't hear it. Lugano pondered aloud, is there a baby crying on this floor? Then, he looked at Lumion. Shall I go find the captain now? Lumion's eyes flickered as he smiled and said, tomorrow morning. All right, Lugano agreed without hesitation. He preferred waiting for dawn and sunlight before addressing such a peculiar issue. Reporting it at night made him sense an impending, unexpected event. The sun provided a reassuring sense of security. Lumion didn't question or provide further advice. He entered his room, freshened up, and went to bed. However, sleep eluded him. Instead, he half closed his eyes, anticipating something. After an indeterminate period, Lumion heard a faint creak. The door to one of the rooms opened softly. Lumion swiftly sat up, silently approaching the door, cracking it open. He saw a figure leisurely walk out of Lugano's servant's room. It was Lugano, clad in a linen shirt. His eyes were open but oddly vacant and unfocused, his face devoid of expression. As if sleepwalking, Lugano made his way to the suite's door. Chapter 602, Surgery. Lugano's eyes remained open as he swung open the door to the suite, his gaze vacant. He stepped into the deserted corridor, where only the sound of crashing waves reverberated. In this moment, everyone, save for the sailor on night duty, succumbed to slumber. Lugano moved forward, the kerosene wall lamps around him casting an ethereal glow that mingled with the encroaching darkness. He reached the end of the floor and halted in front of a vivid vermilion wooden door. Creak! The door groaned open, and the darkness within seemed to swallow every trace of light. Lugano traversed the obscurity with a blank expression, entering the room. Behind him, the vermilion door was pulled shut by an imperceptible force. It was a suite. The living and dining areas lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of any candlelit glow. The faint crimson moonlight filtered through the curtains, offering minimal visibility. At the dining table stood two shadowy figures. One of them appeared aged, with mostly gray hair and dark, deep blue eyes that seemed to absorb the night. Despite the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, the elder's skin remained well-maintained, adorned in a loose, dark black robe. Beside him stood Enio, the brown-haired, brown-eyed patient who had intruded upon Lugano that night, his pale face devoid of life. His vacant gaze fixated on the unadorned table. Lugano, as if sleepwalking, stood next to Enio, unusually quiet. The elder in the loose black robe turned his head, fixing his gaze on Enio. The patient ambled towards the dining table, climbed on it, and lay completely motionless. The blonde elder brandished a sharp scalpel, unfastening Enio's tweed coat, cashmere sweater, and cotton shirt. He pressed the razor-sharp blade against Enio's chest, producing a ripping sound as he sliced through layers of flesh, creating a long wound. As Enio's chest and abdominal cavity lay exposed to the crimson moonlight, a void greeted the eye. No stomach, no lungs, no small or large intestines, liver, or kidneys. Only a weakly beating bright red heart, accompanied by a few blood vessels extending from it. With a swift motion, the old man in the dark black robe manipulated the scalpel, his other hand flickering with a faint light as he pressed down. In a sequence too rapid for the eye to follow, he withdrew the still beating heart in his left hand. Enio's chest and abdomen, now empty, displayed only a few non-bleeding blood vessels. The old man closed the incision with a tight squeeze, sealing it with a flickering light. Enio's stomach returned to its original state, devoid of any scars. Throughout this extraordinary procedure, the special patient's eyes remained open, as if untouched by the surgical ordeal. In that moment, he rolled off the dining table, ambled to the door, and exited the room. The old man opened his suitcase, revealing glass jars containing pale amber liquid, each cradling various organs: spleen, lungs, liver, kidneys, stomach, and intestines. Placing these items on the dining table in a peculiar order, surrounding the still gently beating scarlet heart, the old man in the loose black robe took a step back. He recited an ancient, malevolent, yet strangely intimate language. As the unknown murmur resonated, the internal organs ascended slowly, upheld by an invisible force. Their final positions varied, resembling the internal organs of a standing human. The heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys emitted a faint glow simultaneously, outlining a form on the dining table. It lacked a head, limbs, or bones, merely a corporeal essence that grew more defined. A baby's cry echoed, faint yet tangible. However, the body distorted, squirmed, and disintegrated in the end. The old man in the loose black robe sighed with regret. Strangely, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were noticeably reduced, and much of his white hair had reverted to light gold. In an instant, he appeared 7 or 8 years younger. Sensing his good condition, the elder turned his attention to Lugano. Lugano, seemingly summoned, approached the dining table and lay down, awaiting with open eyes. The elder unbuttoned Lugano's linen shirt, took up the scalpel, and gestured as if deciding where to make the incision. Suddenly, a loud bang reverberated. The vermilion door swung open, crashing into the wall. Crimson flames surged, illuminating the room, climbing the walls and ceiling, transforming the place into a fiery inferno. Lumion, adorned in black hair, green eyes, a golden straw hat, a cotton shirt, a black vest, and dark pants, materialized at the door and entered the suite. He calmly addressed the old man in the loose black robe. "Don't you know he's my servant?" The elder's eyes narrowed as he readied the scalpel to descend towards Lugano's neck. However, his right hand refused to budge, seemingly restrained by an invisible force pushing it upward. In the midst of the rising crimson flames, Lumion paused, displaying no urgency to act. He spoke with intrigue. "That surgery was quite fascinating, extracting internal organs while leaving the person alive, albeit gradually dying. And you used those organs for a ritual, rejuvenating yourself. Meanwhile, you nearly brought forth a peculiar life form." Surprise flickered in the elder's dark blue eyes. "How do you know? Haven't you just arrived in pursuit of your servant? And no one entered before you?" Lumion emitted a soft chuckle. "You don't need to know. I still have a few hours of governor of the sea authority. Isn't it easy to see something in these waters?" Sensing Lumion's confidence, certainty, ease, and absence of hostility, the elder fell silent briefly before expressing, "Life is the most precious, so life becomes the finest sacrifice and ingredient." He refrained from divulging details about the surgery or ritual, choosing instead to expound on his philosophy and the truth he sought. Praising and blaspheming life simultaneously? Lumion arched his eyebrows, finding it vaguely reminiscent of Lady Moon, Madam Night, and the bestowed of the Great Mother. Carefully assessing the black-robed elder behind the dining table, Lumion, upon confirming his gender, temporarily set aside his sudden anxiety. Gazing down at the motionless Lugano on the dining table, Lumion casually inquired, "How did you control my servant?" The elder fixed Lumion with a penetrating gaze, as if probing the depths of his intentions. He pondered, weighing the decision to preach the truth or engage in a confrontation to eradicate the issue. After a brief silence, he spoke in a resonant voice, "He's a blessed of the Great Mother." He heard the cries of the Son of God. Great Mother? Lumion's scalp tingled at the term. Had it not been for the sea governor's authority, Lumion would have launched a full-scale attack without allowing the elder a moment to react or explain. Regardless, even if he eliminated the elder, spirit channeling remained a viable option. Moreover, the elder could be fed to Ludwig. Though taken aback by the elder's possible reference to Lugano as a blessed of Earth Mother, Lumion swiftly dismissed the apparent meaning. He was certain that Lugano was human and harbored no unusual bloodlines. Following Lugano's injury at Salo Motel, Jenna collected his splattered blood and conducted magic mirror divination according to Lumion's subsequent instructions. In an instant, Lumion deciphered the elder's true meaning. The Beyonders of the Planter pathway are all blessed of the Great Mother? Where does Earth Mother stand? Planter is the main pathway of the Church of Earth Mother. Could it be? The Great Mother reigns over multiple pathways, akin to the Celestial Worthy and Mr. Fool? Planter and Sower? The names bear a striking connection. As Lumien's thoughts raced, his focus intensified on the existence of the Son of God. Corda's empty infant cradle and the honorific title of Lady Moon nurturing a deity flooded his mind. Damn it, why is it that the Great Mother seems entwined with children, sons of God, and babies? Does that entity have a penchant for offspring? Lumien smirked superficially. It seems your Son of God hasn't truly been born. The old man in the loose black robe suddenly became fervent. He's already born in the spirit world, but he's yet to step into the real world. Don't you see? Just revealing his form made me a few years younger. If he were truly born, I'd instantly regain my youth. Who knows what malevolent creation you've unleashed? Lumien criticized and said, you plan to shape the Son of God's body with just this fragment of life? The elder was taken aback. This is a ritual bestowed by the Great Mother's revelation. It's undeniably effective. Lumien smiled. That Enio is unmistakably an ordinary person. The ritual's effects won't bode well. If it were a Beyonder with a robust life force, the outcome might be entirely different. The elder instinctively concurred, indeed. That's why I intended to examine your servant's internal organs. At this juncture, the elder halted, casting a wary glance at Lumien. With a beaming smile, Lumien proposed, have you ever thought of sacrificing your own internal organs? If you don't offer yourself as a sacrifice, how can you showcase your devotion to the Great Mother and your reverence for the Son of God? Don't fret, the Son of God will revive you and bestow youth upon you. As he concluded his words, a dark green light condensed in Lumien's right hand. Chapter 603, Organs Again. The dark green light morphed into a beam, slamming into the old man's chest and sinking into the loose black robe, akin to sunlight, unstoppable. Already appearing 7 to 8 years younger, the old man's expression twisted, and every inch of exposed skin displayed signs of melting. His aura rapidly waned. Simultaneously, a burst of vigorous life force erupted from his body. Under the melting skin, flesh and blood writhed, resisting the mutation. The black-robed old man's eyes darkened, and he abruptly faded away. In an instant, a hazy face emerged from the armchair at the dining table, blending with the brown wood, about to gain clarity. At that moment, a cascade of flames descended from the crimson flame-covered ceiling, soaking the armchair and swiftly setting it ablaze. Before the brown face could fully materialize, it succumbed to the raging flames, forced to retreat. Lumien lost sight and sense of the black-robed elder subsequently. While surveying the surroundings, Lugano, lying on the dining table, suddenly sat up and jumped down. He stared at Lumien with vacant eyes, like a wandering zombie. Lumien chuckled, raising his right hand and pointing at Lugano. With this gesture, specks of brilliance shimmered in his eyes, as if the cosmos had descended. Lugano found himself in an empty night sky, surrounded by twinkling stars. He stood rooted to the ground in a daze. Without any subsequent actions, he resembled a machine that had lost its energy and controller. Having settled his servant, Lumien surveyed his surroundings once more. Yet, his eyes brimmed with flowing and burning crimson flames, and the black-robed elder's figure remained elusive. Lumien's expression remained stoic as he splayed the 5 fingers on his right hand, clenching them into a fist. His body suddenly grew heavy, and the flames surrounding him surged towards him like a river converging into the sea, drawn by an invisible force. Bottles, organs from various body parts, and lightweight items in the room soared towards Lumien. On the wooden coat rack near the door, the transparent figure of the black-robed elder protruded, pulled away by an unseen force. He fought with all his might, but he couldn't resist the pull towards Lumien. It was akin to a piece of wood caught in a flood or a thin leaf fluttering in a fierce wind. Lumien's left hand was already raised, and the crimson, nearly white flame in his palm rapidly turned white under the intense suction force, forming a minuscule ball. Layers of compressed white-hot fireballs were unleashed, and the weighty and fearsome suction force dissipated. Pa! The black-robed elder finally landed on the floor, his vision completely engulfed by the blazing white fireball. Rumble! The blazing white fireball collided with the Beyonder conducting the sinister surgery and strange ritual. The explosion's sound echoed into the distance but was muffled by the darkness shrouding the room, preventing it from permeating. In the midst of such a violent explosion, no one on the ship heard or sensed anything awry. Rumble! The black-robed elder's body was shredded by the devastating explosion. Countless corpse fragments were instantly charred or consumed by bright flames, scattering across every corner of the living room and dining room. With spirit channeling at his disposal and Ludwig providing support, Lumion reveled in the authority of the Governor of the Sea and the nearly demigod-level power it bestowed. He cared not for what the enemy might transform into. Incredible. Is this what it's like to be a demigod? Even if it's just an illusion. Sadly, it won't last beyond 6 in the morning. Lumion sighed, directing his gaze at the burning corpse fragments. A quick inspection revealed that the black-robed elder's flesh had rapidly charred or turned to ashes. It was as if frost had met magma from a volcanic eruption. In a matter of seconds, only the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, intestines, and stomach remained in the room, along with a grayish-white half-charred brain. Even with his feet, Lumion could tell that something was awry. Except for the brain, the remnants of the enemy were all internal organs. The malevolent surgery he had just completed involved extracting someone's internal organs to let them live as if nothing happened. At the same time, the peculiar ritual he performed utilized the complete set of internal organs to attempt to reconstruct the so-called child of God's body. All internal organs, it was hard for Lumion not to draw a connection. Could it be that this fellow's internal organs were extracted before, and he survived by piecing together others' internal organs, becoming a Beyonder? What's this called? Human alchemy? If it's true, who took his internal organs? Lumion pondered silently. The stars in his eyes swiftly dissipated, and Lugano returned to the real world. From a distance of 4 to 5 meters, Lumion raised his right hand and smoothly swung it. Smack! Lugano felt the impact of an invisible force against his face. With a sudden jolt, his eyes gradually cleared of their blank stare. The first sight that greeted Lugano was the crimson flames falling around him, extinguishing before causing any havoc. Then, he noticed charred body parts, scattered internal organs, glass jars filled with light amber liquid, and organs soaked in them. Am I still dreaming? Is this a nightmare? Just as this thought crossed Lugano's mind, the image of his employer, Louis Barry, with black hair and green eyes, appeared before him. Son of a bitch, this dream took an unexpected turn. Lugano shuddered and involuntarily inquired, what happened? Lumion pondered for a moment and asked, what dream did you just experience? What dream? Lugano confirmed his wakefulness and recollected, I dreamed of my childhood. My mother stood at the door, urging me to come home for dinner. She even sang a nursery rhyme from my hometown. She's been gone for almost 10 years. I miss her dearly. I kept walking towards the door, but I couldn't reach her. At that moment, Lugano realized that this wasn't their suite. He exclaimed in shock, what happened? With a smile, Lumion responded, you slept until midnight and suddenly sleepwalked all the way here. An old man had plans to operate on you, remove your kidneys, and slowly turn you into a patient like Ennio. The more Lugano listened, the more fear gripped him. Earlier, he had wondered how someone like Ennio, who had lost most of his internal organs, could still be alive, albeit turning weak, only to realize that he was so close to turning into a similar figure. Hiss! Lugano gasped and asked with trepidation, where's that old man? That's all that remains. Lumion gestured at the internal organs and the grayish-white, half-charred brain on the ground. Without giving Lugano a chance to sigh, Lumion instructed, bring Ludwig here. It was also almost time for his midnight snack. Lugano hastily left the suite, grateful for choosing to follow Lumion to the southern continent. Otherwise, he would be at the mercy of such situations elsewhere. Lugano believed this matter had nothing to do with Lumion. He had brought it upon himself. If it were Trier, he he might have encountered a similar patient who had lost internal organs. Lumion watched him leave, raised his right hand, and stroked his chin. Simply hearing the infant's cries from the failed ritual can influence beyonders of the plantar pathway to sleep and act in a sleepwalking state, receiving corresponding orders. Isn't this too exaggerated? It's an absolute suppression on the plantar pathway. I could understand a similar phenomenon if that ritual had succeeded, and the child of God was truly born. Yet, it's already this powerful despite being a failed product? Even with the limitation of its range, it's still terrifying. Is there a key reason I don't know? Moreover, can only beyonders of the plantar or psoas pathways hear the child of God's cries? Can the apothecary pathway, which can interchange with the plantar pathway, also hear it? Amidst Lumion's thoughts, Lugano led Ludwig into the suite. Faced with this gruesome scene, Ludwig pressed his hand to his mouth and yawned. Where's the food? Lumion didn't make any immediate requests. Instead, he turned to Lugano. Guard the door. With the prior experience of the blood-drinking incident, Lugano could vaguely guess what was about to happen. He didn't dare face it directly. Upon hearing Lumion's instructions, he heaved a sigh of relief and jogged to the corridor, closing the vermilion door behind him. Only then did Lumion gesture towards the scattered internal organs on the ground. Do you need me to roast it for you? Ludwig shot a quick glance at Lumion. Don't you find it irksome? These are all human organs. Lumion emitted a soft chuckle. In my eyes, this is already on par with a monster's insides. He then wore a self-deprecating expression. Moreover, isn't directly consuming Beyonder characteristics to advance a Beyonder equivalent to eating someone? Ludwig remained silent, taking a few steps to the side. He squatted down, picked up the old man's heart, stuffed it into his mouth, and began to chew. Crimson blood slowly trickled from the corner of his mouth. Lumion pulled up a chair and sat down, patiently waiting for Ludwig to finish his meal and digest. After 7 to 8 minutes, Ludwig retrieved a white handkerchief from his coat pocket and wiped his mouth. These internal organs belong to different people. Some are beyonders, some are ordinary folks, some old, some teenagers. There are traces of human refinement. The aura of life is rather mixed and impure. They will be controlled and influenced by the refiner. Having been refined, the person doesn't know that he's been through this. He has complete memories of the past. This is something that can't be achieved by refining an ordinary body. He followed Enio on board, hoping to extract the remaining organs and complete the ritual before Enio reached his destination. Ludwig recounted the knowledge and memories he had absorbed in a straightforward tone. Chapter 604, School of God's Descent. Under the glow of the crimson moon, Ludwig, clad in a two-piece pajama set and a small coat, recounted the memories and knowledge he had absorbed from the black-robed elder's half-charred brain and internal organs. He did so methodically, like an emotionless time-reporting machine. Only the brain belongs to him. His name is Prinpino. Due to his advanced age and weakened body, he delved into mysticism. Unwittingly, he drew the attention of the Great Mother and acquired a wealth of secret knowledge, evolving into a Beyonder. Upon hearing this, Lumion muttered with a mix of mockery and fear, despite gaining the Great Mother's attention, did he not turn pregnant? Are you truly a follower of the Great Mother? Ludwig continued, I'm uncertain when Prinpino started losing his internal organs. I failed to absorb the pertinent knowledge and memories. Similarly, the time he became a human refinement product remains unknown. His philosophy is, humanity, once the favored and proudest children of the Great Mother, fell into folly, aging, and weakness due to their detachment from her. Only by allowing the divine Son of the Great Mother to descend into the world can humanity be saved. They can enter Permitha and regain their original form. When the time arrives, the Great Mother will return to the real world she governs. Using the gender-oriented pronoun she to refer to the Great Mother instead of she. This implies that, in the eyes of individuals like Prinpino, pregnancy and childbirth are still feminine matters. A mother must be a she. This differs from the Night's Talkers. Lumion glanced at Ludwig and nodded approvingly. Ludwig calmly detailed Prinpino's attempts and some of his abilities. The birth of the child of God requires a specific body composed of various people's internal organs. This isn't the entire descent ritual. It lacks a crucial component. Prinpino possesses potent self-healing abilities. As a product of human refinement, he's immune to the influence of many Beyonder powers. He can indirectly control humans corrupted by the child of God or specific pathway Beyonders who have had direct contact with special patients. The range is 100 meters, and they must be unconscious. Upon hearing this, Lumion suddenly recalled a sequence 7 vampire of the apothecary pathway. Such Beyonders wielded formidable self-healing abilities and could craft blood slaves resembling their own marionettes. Lumion refrained from interrupting Ludwig, patiently awaiting further details. He's adept in surgery and can directly heal others. He knows a ritual enabling a human to survive for a period even without internal organs. He can merge with trees and wooden articles for concealment, acquire a sturdy shell, and evade detection. He can stimulate the growth and reproduction of creatures, including but not limited to rats, fleas, bedbugs, fungi, and various plants. However, it drains his vitality. His vitality can be replenished through an unsuccessful Child of God descent ritual. Every 9 rituals necessitate a batch of internal organs to be replaced. He can also inflict curses upon others, summon malevolent creatures, consume his life for the casting of a few nefarious arts. As Ludwig concluded, Lumion realized Prinpino's Beyonder powers were diverse. He possessed partial vampire abilities and embodied certain traits of the Earth Pathways Planter, Doctor, and other sequences. Simultaneously, he wielded a limited grasp of dark arts, expending vitality for their execution. It's akin to the amalgamation of the apothecary, planter, and heretic spellmaster pathways, yet it's not exhaustive. Such a boon exists. The Great Mother truly reigns at the apex of these 3 pathways. Lumion reflected momentarily before taking Ludwig's hand and departing the suite. He instructed Lugano, stationed at the door, summon the priest from the prayer room and inform him of all pertinent details you are aware of. After issuing his directive, Lumion deliberated before appending, locate the captain first, then seek out the priest. All right, Lugano assented reflexively before inquiring, and yourself? Of course I'm going back to bed. Should they seek an audience with me, they may wait until tomorrow morning. Lumion gestured dismissively, guiding Ludwig along the dimly illuminated corridor to his suite. Am I solely accountable? Lugano mused to himself. He suddenly noticed he stood alone at the suite's threshold, surrounded by scattered internal organs. A shiver traversed his spine, prompting him to hasten toward the captain's quarters. 10 minutes later, inside the black-robed old man's suite, the priest named Montserrat and the captain, Pedro, scrutinized the situation while listening to Lugano's detailed account. Nervously, Lugano disclosed to them that he was a Beyonder, a doctor of the planter pathway. Ennio sought him out due to his exceptional skills in treating patients. Later, during the late night, he experienced a sleepwalking episode. When he reached the suite, he found his internal organs almost removed. Fortunately, he was rescued by his employer. Throughout the entire narrative, Lugano only omitted Ludwig's consumption of blood, sharing everything else he knew. Pedro, the captain with the handsome brown beard, quipped half seriously, "Could it be that your employer killed a passenger in this suite and deliberately scattered his internal organs everywhere, concocting such a sinister warlock tale to deceive us?" Lugano found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, this possibility couldn't be entirely dismissed. Father Montserrat, garbed in a brown clergyman's attire, shook his head. After confirming Ennio's physical condition, we'll determine the veracity of this story. I concur. Captain Pedro stroked his beard and gazed at Lugano. What's your employer's name? Louis Barry, Lugano truthfully replied. Louis Barry. Pedro's eyes narrowed. The adventurer who hunted down the demon warlock, Louis Barry? Montserrat's eyes widened slightly. The one collaborating with the church in Port Santa to covertly thwart malevolent forces disrupting the sea prayer ritual, adventurer Lewis Berry? W.H. My boss' reputation is so renowned? Did the Church of Earth Mother inform all the clergy that Lewis Berry is a friend and collaborator? Yes, this ship departed from Port Santa. The priest on board must have been the first to be informed. Lugano had considered it, but he hadn't expected his employer's name to be so impactful. Without hesitation, he affirmed, "It's him, adventurer Lewis Berry." Just as Lugano concluded his account, the entire ship was abruptly sent airborne, landing atop a wave dozens of meters tall. No dark clouds or torrential rain accompanied the phenomenon, and there were no violent winds or lightning. After vaulting between the pitch-black waves several times, the steamship gently descended onto the sea's surface, restoring calm to its surroundings. Captain Pedro surveyed the wrecked suite and the sliding windows, then turned to Lugano with a deep inquiry, "Is this the power of your employer? I heard stories of someone practicing sea wave magic at the bar tonight. Was that a genuine wave?" Yes. Although Lugano was uncertain about the events unfolding, he attributed the display of nature's power to his employer. He added, "He's extending his greeting." Captain Pedro and Father Montserrat fell into contemplative silence. After more than 10 seconds, Pedro addressed Father Montserrat, who seemed to be in his 30s. "Does the church possess knowledge of such surgeries and rituals?" Montserrat glanced at Lugano, indicating that the conversation need not be private. The priest reflected for a moment before responding in a solemn tone, "There exists a faction of misguided mother believers who contend that the decline of the modern world and the debasement of humanity result from their estrangement from the mother. They are determined to employ any means to usher in the so-called child of God into the real world and invoke the mother's descent through the return of the child of God. We refer to them as the School of God's Descent." Unconvinced, Lugano inquired, "You can summon a child of God simply by using the internal organs of ordinary people?" While he lacked knowledge about the specific surgery and ritual, he could deduce that internal organs were a crucial component. Montserrat contemplated the remaining human organs in the suite and responded gravely, "The child of God is the mother's child, and humans are also Mother Goddess's children. Does this imply that, fundamentally, no one is superior or inferior, and they can serve as ingredients with quantity compensating for any shortcomings?" Lugano grasped the essence of the priest's statement, realizing how many rituals involving blood sacrifices could be explained by this theory. Father Montserrat offered no further explanation and turned to Lugano. "Convey to your employer that we will take charge from here. Assure him not to worry." "Very well." Lugano sighed with relief. The next morning, Lumion woke up promptly and realized he no longer possessed the power of the sea, preventing him from tapping into the governor of the sea's authority. He took a regretful sip of his light beer and commenced writing to Madam Magician, detailing the issues with the School of God's Descent and the purported birth of the child of God in the spirit world. Swiftly, the messenger returned, carrying Madam Magician's response, "Encountering the School of God's Descent, I can't ascertain whether the issue lies with you or Lugano. The so-called child of God has already been born in the spirit world, it's merely propaganda, you understand? Similar to the Church of the Fool's Holy Bible, just listen but don't take it seriously." Nevertheless, comparable incidents are unfolding, and they are brewing and evolving. This actually ties back to you. It originated from Cordu's empty cradle, the child Madame Puali's lost. Additionally, based on various sources, Madame Knight didn't perish in Fourth Epic Trier. She encountered or acquired something that advanced the matter of the child of God. Besides her, the sinner's Voisin Sanson managed to escape Fourth Epic Trier for unknown reasons. What he encountered remains unknown. Voisin Sanson is still alive? Lumion was initially taken aback by the revelation in the middle of the letter, but a smile soon crept across his face. At that moment, a knock echoed on his bedroom door. "Who is it?" Lumion, aware that it was Lugano outside, asked casually. Lugano replied fearfully through the wooden door, I heard a baby crying again." Chapter 605, Lingering Effects. Hearing the cries of a baby again? Is he pestered by the so-called child of God? Lumion held Madame Magician's reply, unfinished, and adjusted his sitting posture with amusement. He gazed at the door and said, "Come in." Lugano turned the handle and cautiously pushed open the door, uncomfortably stopping in front of Lumion. His actions and demeanor, combined with his thick eyebrows, large eyes, and square face, made him appear rather comical. "Isn't that evil warlock, the old man named Prinpino, already dead? Why can I still hear the cries of a baby?" Lugano inquired with concern, his tone reflecting it. Having consulted the just-awakened Ludwig, he had received an answer that he hadn't heard the baby's cries. Lumion playfully shook the letter in his hand and chuckled. "There are two possibilities. One is that Prinpino's accomplices on the ship also possess the ritual to summon the child of God. The other possibility is..." Lugano pressed impatiently, "What is it?" Lumion glanced at the doctor and grinned. "Perhaps the unborn child of God has taken a liking to you and wants to choose you as his surrogate mother. Thus, even though Prinpino is already dead, he's unwilling to leave you and continues to linger by your side. Normally, he can't be seen or sensed." Lugano's scalp tingled as he listened. Ignoring the question of why he was a mother and not a father, he stammered, What should I do?" "No rush." Lumion smiled. "There's no need to hurry in such circumstances." Lugano felt like his internal organs might be devoured by the so-called child of God at any moment, leaving only an empty cavity. "Of course," Lumion said in a relaxed state. "Aren't you still alive? Since you're not dead, it means the situation isn't very serious. You can take it slow. There's no hurry." "That seems to be the case." Lugano, caught up in the conversation, nodded and asked in confusion, "Must I die before the problem becomes serious enough for it to become urgent?" Lumion chuckled and said, "No, it means there's zero need to rush. If you're already dead, what's the hurry? Can I revive you? In short, there's no need to rush." Lugano was taken aback. Though he harbored doubts, his employer's ability to crack jokes and play pranks reassured him. Evidently, his employer didn't view the baby's cries as a grave concern. Only then did Lumion unveil his true speculation. "There's a third possibility. The corruption you suffered upon contact with Enio won't dissipate so quickly, and it's highly likely that it won't vanish naturally. Consequently, you'll still form a connection with the unborn child of God. Then, how do I eliminate the corruption?" Lugano accepted this explanation and believed that a solution existed. Lumion didn't immediately respond to his question. He let Lugano stand in front of him as he perused the rest of Madame Magician's reply. "Considering your link to the child of God and the evil God's angel sealed within you, encountering a member of the school of God's descent isn't a mere coincidence. However, your interpreter and guide are of the plantar pathway. That raises other issues. It's only natural for you to encounter matters connected to the Great Mother. As for the problem, ponder it and inquire within yourself. I won't spoon-feed you the answer. Conspirers need to employ their brains more." Observing this, Lumion looked up at Lugano without uttering a word. The doctor's body tensed, and a thin layer of sweat trickled down his back. Is there any other problem?" Lugano stammered. Lumion reclined in his chair and said contemplatively, "Clearing corruption is an entirely separate course in mysticism. I need to grasp the specifics before providing an answer." Having underscored the significance, he inquired, "Have you encountered similar situations before? Like peculiar infant cries, mystical occurrences linked to births, sorcery entwined with mothers, and so forth?" Lugano dared not be careless, fearing that if the corruption wasn't rectified promptly, he might end up as an organless being. He meticulously sifted through his experiences over the years. After a moment, he tentatively said, "There's something I'm not sure if it's relevant." It was clear that he was reluctant to discuss the matter. "How am I supposed to know if it's relevant if you don't tell me?" Lumion didn't care about privacy. After a brief pause, Lugano cleared his throat and said, "Didn't I mention that I became a Beyonder by obtaining a friend's relic?" "Yes, did you murder that friend?" Lumian inquired deliberately. Lugano hastily shook his head. No, he committed suicide. Suicide? Lumian raised his eyebrows, finding this matter intriguing. Lugano finally gathered the courage and spilled it out in one go. When I worked as a bounty hunter, I utilized the hidden mountain ranges in the Dirige mountain range for smuggling operations. I moved things back and forth, making a decent sum. I even aided some wanted criminals in escaping overseas. Tanko was one of them, but his escape wasn't from Intis to Phaenopotter. Instead, he fled from Phaenopotter to Intis. Eventually, he discovered a secluded valley deep within the mountain range and built a field of his own. He cultivated crops, tended to livestock, and kept to himself. I regularly visited, supplying him with essentials like salt, sugar, fabric, and other goods. In return, Tanko imparted mystic knowledge. I never imagined leading an ordinary life, with me out there adventuring and becoming a bounty hunter. Mysticism held a strong allure for me, and the teachings imparted by Tanko seemed invaluable at times. Tanko could be an enigma. Sometimes, he'd fall into brooding silence, his temper as hard and unyielding as stone, as if wrestling with inner demons. Other times, he'd be buoyant and loquacious, curious about everything around him. Every so often, he'd confess to straying from the mother's teachings, descending into the depths of darkness. He'd lament how he drifted further from his true self, suffering the consequences. Occasionally, he'd voice suspicions about the church, believing it to be deceptive, claiming the true mother had departed long ago. In that moment, Lugano couldn't help but draw parallels between Tanko's cryptic musings and the philosophy of the School of God's Descent, as recounted by Father Montserrat. Was this encounter a foreshadowing, planted in the past? Lugano drew in a deep breath, sensing an ominous shiver down his spine. He rushed out his words. Last autumn, I revisited Tanko. We sipped his brew and discussed various things beyond the mountain. Out of the blue, he spilled that he couldn't endure his decadent, sinful self any longer. The demon lurking deep within him was gaining control. Tanko wanted to end his life before it consumed him entirely. His dying wish? I deliver his stuff to Torres, the capital of Gaia province, and hand it over to a Church of Earth Mother clergyman, preferably a blessed. I pretended to agree, talked him out of it, and thought he had abandoned the idea. But the next morning, I found him dead in the field where he'd harvested grain. Golden wheat ears sprouted from his body. And, get this, he had several female reproductive organs. I was freaked out. Felt like I was dealing with a monster. Now, for us bounty hunters, a dead monster is a good monster. It's material for a paycheck. Summoning courage, I went through Tanko's things. Found a golden blob, like a grain seed, but half the size of a fist, next to him. Based on Tanko's mystic know-how, I suspected this blob was the root of his beyonder powers. After much internal wrestling, I debated whether to stick to our agreement and send this relic back to the church. But in the end, greed got the better of me, and I devoured the blob. I'm a guilty man. Broke my promise. Hoping the sun forgives me. Lumian listened in silence, a chuckle escaping his lips. You just ate it like that? Lugano grinned sheepishly and explained, Yep, that's right. I only learned potion formulas after becoming a beyonder and diving into mysticism. I didn't want a repeat of that experience, so I got obsessed with buying formulas. You're lucky. A few years earlier, and surviving that would have been tough. We might have crossed paths in the Dirige mountain range, you as a monster and me as a monster hunter. Lumian recalled President Gandalf's research and mocked Lugano. Internally, Lumian muttered, Emperor Roselle was right. The ignorant are fearless. Something's obviously off with Tanko. He probably got tangled with the evil god's faith, corrupting the beyonder characteristic he left behind. Eating it directly. No wonder you encountered the School of God's Descent and heard baby cries. Easy to be corrupted and influenced, encountering patients like Enio. Uneasy, Lugano asked, was the planter ingredient I consumed the root of the problem? He had ingested it a year prior, and even advanced. Was there no resolution to the problem? Lumian, seemingly avoiding Lugano's beseeching gaze, feigned deep consideration as he perused the concluding segment of Madame Magician's response. I've pondered your earlier caution and have some theories, but presently, I cannot divulge them to you. I can only hint that Amon and the person behind him must have orchestrated something beforehand to divert the celestial worthy's attention from the pertinent issue. In essence, this situation seems advantageous for you and the rest of us. For now, it's best to feign ignorance and refrain from delving into it. If troubled by infantile cries, seek aid from a clergyman of the Church of Earth Mother. W.H. Did Madame Magician anticipate Lugano's lingering effects in advance? It seems so. She could discern the root cause of Lugano's plight. Lumian looked up, offering Lugano a reassuring smile. The remedy to purge the corruption lies in seeking aid from Father Montserrat. That's it? After all my exposition? If there's truly no alternative, I would have taken my chances with the priest. Lugano's lips twitched as he mustered a strained smile. Very well, thank you, sir. Chapter 606, Faith Conversion. At 8 a.m., in the prayer room on the third floor of the cabin, Lugano stepped in. Father Montserrat, draped in a brown priest's robe, was already preaching. 5 or 6 individuals were scattered in the rows of chairs before the sacred emblem of life. Without disturbing the sanctified ambience, Lugano chose a spot at the front, near a supplicant. As Father Montserrat concluded his sermon and closed the Holy Bible, the supplicants rose, spread their feet, and raised their palms high, chanting in unison, "Praise the earth, praise the mother of all things." Lugano instinctively turned his head, noticing a tightly wrapped-up supplicant with brown eyes and a pale complexion in the same row, Enio, the special patient who had lost his internal organs. He's not dead? Wait, isn't the evil warlock, Prinpino, supposed to be dead? Why is Enio, the special patient, still alive? Lugano was stunned, almost convinced he'd encountered a ghost. Being a sequence 8 of the plantar pathway, he was ill-equipped to handle ghosts. But then, Lugano observed that Enio's face wasn't as deathly pale as before. The brilliance in his eyes had returned, and vitality coursed through him. Lugano raised his hand, tapping his glabella to activate his spirit vision. He observed Enio's ether body, no longer as ashen as before. Whether it be the yellow hue symbolizing the digestive system, the orange hue denoting detoxification and organ excretion, or other shades, they had reverted to a semblance of normalcy, albeit faint and thin. Is that even possible? Hadn't he lost his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, intestines, stomach, and kidneys? Lugano stared at Enio as though he were an aberration until Enio pivoted and pleasantly recognized him. "Doctor, your treatment works wonders. I feel like I'm recovering," Enio exclaimed joyously. And this was just the initial treatment, sans pinpointing the specific cause. Lugano's lips twitched stiffly. That's reassuring, indeed. Are you also a follower of Earth Mother? Enio beamed, pleasantly surprised. I'm not. Spare me the talk of Mother God or Mother. As an Intesian, how can I subscribe to the Earth Mother faith? Lugano gestured toward Montserrat, evading a direct response. I need to discuss matters with the priest. Enio nodded. When can I seek further treatment? In the morning. You don't require treatment anymore. It's time for recuperation and repose. Lugano grumbled, forcing a smile. In about an hour. Thank you, doctor. Enio waved, exiting the prayer room. When only Lugano and Father Montserrat remained, Lugano hushed his voice, gesturing toward the door. How is he healed? Father Montserrat, still relatively youthful with sincere eyes, smiled and responded, thanks to Earth Mother, his fortune was favorable. As a doctor yourself, you must be aware that internal organs can be transplanted as long as they maintain a certain level of vitality. For the ritual to succeed, Prinpino utilized his Beyonder powers to sustain the vitality of those internal organs. Moreover, the set he employed was extracted from Enio, eliminating the need to consider transplant rejection effects. Furthermore, Enio remained alive, relying on mystical power to uphold a certain level of vitality. This was a crucial factor. Did you perform surgery on him last night and transplant all his internal organs back? Lugano was enlightened. Father Montserrat nodded. For regular surgeons, this is an operation with nearly zero chances of success. Even if successful, keeping the patient alive long enough to navigate the most perilous stage is challenging. However, for us, it falls within our capabilities. Indeed. Compared to ordinary surgeons, beyonder doctors like us wield mystical powers akin to miracle workers. Lugano sighed, dismissing further concern about Enio. Turning to Montserrat, he inquired with worry, "Father, I heard a baby crying again. Has that so-called child of God set his sights on me?" Father Montserrat reassured him, "Fear not. It's an inevitable repercussion of the corresponding corruption. It will gradually dissipate over time. If you're concerned about any unforeseen events or accidents on your path, I can help you eliminate them now." "Is that so?" "You're merely a Sequence 8 doctor. Do you possess the capability to rid me of the remaining corruption? Set up an altar and seek Earth Mother's aid?" Lugano remained skeptical. "Thank you, Father." Montserrat gestured toward Lugano's previous spot. "Follow the believer's example. Close your eyes, listen to my preaching, and simultaneously, pray to Earth Mother. Remember, it's specifically to Earth Mother, no other deity." "Understood." Lugano resumed his seat, crossed his arms, and shut his eyes. As Father Montserrat delivered his sermon, Lugano silently echoed the verses of the Holy Bible. Gradually, his thoughts blurred, and amidst the discourse, Lugano discerned a mother's gentle murmur and felt the comforting warmth of her embrace. His tense heart eased, reminiscent of seeking solace in his mother's arms after childhood bullying. It was a blend of dependency, reliance, and a sanctuary for the mind. Unbeknownst to him, tears trickled down Lugano's cheeks, as if purifying his body and soul. Slowly, his emotions settled, dispelling the fear and unease. "Done." Father Montserrat's voice seemed to waft from the distance, reaching Lugano's ears. Opening his eyes, Lugano raised his right hand, wiping away the tears. Standing up, he lifted his hands. "Praise the earth, praise the mother of all things." It was an almost reflexive response. In that moment, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a faint golden glow upon the prayer room, as if heralding forthcoming abundance. Father Montserrat nodded in satisfaction. "Earth Mother has purged the corruption from your body. Tonight, pay attention and see if you still hear the baby's cries." "All right, Father." Lugano replied, his body and mind now at ease. The next morning, he awoke with a sense of happiness. Throughout the night, he experienced no dreams of a beckoning mother, nor did he hear the cries of the so-called child of God. Filled with joy, Lugano, after serving Ludwig breakfast, hurried to the prayer room to share the uplifting news with Father Montserrat. Father Montserrat gazed at him for a moment and asked with a smile, "Are you interested in embracing Mother Earth?" "Me?" Lugano hesitated before inquiring, "Are you willing to accept the conversion of a heretic?" Father Montserrat smiled and replied, "In the Mother's eyes, there are no heretics. There are only children who are or are not willing to return home." Lugano's heart wavered, reflecting on his past actions of merely going through the motions in cathedrals, praying, listening to preaching, and attending Massachusetts. He hadn't truly believed in any deity, and the church hadn't provided substantial assistance. Moreover, if I truly become a believer in Earth Mother, I might gain access to subsequent potion formulas and beyonder ingredients from the church or the three orders. Even if not, I'll surely receive corresponding mysticism guidance. Lugano hesitated, finding various excuses to convince himself. Father Montserrat patiently waited, not pressuring him. He simply smiled, anticipating Lugano's decision. Eventually, Lugano raised his hands. "Praise the earth, praise the mother of all things." He responded to Father Montserrat's proselytization in this manner. Father Montserrat's smile broadened as he extended his arms. "Welcome home. Those words oddly warmed Lugano's heart. It felt as though, after years of wandering and adventuring, he had finally returned home. Fatigue lifted, and a sense of grounding enveloped him. Praise Mother Earth. Lugano crossed his arms over his chest. Father Montserrat nodded and commenced his true preaching. You believe in the source of life, the mother of all things, the propagation of the fertile land, the symbol of the crimson moon and reproduction, as well as the destination and the starting point of everything. Lugano listened attentively, committing the information to memory. Though not devout yet, this might become his future sanctuary. He recognized the importance of presenting his good side at all times. Upon returning to the first-class suite, Lugano glanced nervously at Lumian, who was engrossed in studying the southern continent's Dutanese, and stammered, I've changed my faith to Earth Mother. As a fellow Intijan, would he despise and scorn me? Lumian looked up and chuckled. Then make sure to radiate maternal brilliance. Ludwig is counting on you for some fresh fish. He doesn't mind at all. Lugano mumbled, not willing to let Ludwig go hungry. He embarked on a busy day. Late at night, after tending to Ludwig until bedtime, Lugano pondered briefly and decided to visit the prayer room. If the door was still ajar, he intended to offer a prayer before retiring for the night. He had to make a good impression right from the beginning. Lugano treaded the dimly lit stairs, approaching the prayer room with cautious steps on the creaking floor. His footfalls grew hushed, wary of disturbing those engaged in prayer and potentially interrupting Father Montserrat's embodiment of Mother Earth's teachings through reproductive activities with a female believer. Reaching the door quietly, Lugano extended his right hand, gently pushing it open. The wooden door eased ajar, revealing a small gap without a sound. It's not shut tight. Is he truly in the midst of reproduction? Lugano cautiously peered into the opening. He observed the crimson moonlight enveloping the prayer room and Father Montserrat, draped in a brown priest's robe, standing before the sacred emblem of life. Folding his arms, Father Montserrat swayed gently, as if cradling a newborn child. However, there was nothing within his embrace. Chapter 607, Smell of Food. Lugano's scalp tingled as he found himself in a surreal encounter with Father Montserrat, bathed in the glow of the crimson moonlight. The sight of the priest, cradling an invisible child in his arms, sent shivers down Lugano's spine. Is he carrying a child? An invisible child? The so-called child of God? Frightened by the association, Lugano tried to quickly shut the door before the owner noticed, as if he had wandered into the wrong room. He slipped away without making a sound. Suddenly, Father Montserrat's voice echoed in the air. Are you here for prayer? Lugano's eyes tightened, and like a startled wild cat, he swiftly turned and sprinted towards the staircase. All he could think about at that moment was his formidable employer. However, what met his eyes was utter darkness. No staircase with a wooden floor in sight. In the shadows, clusters of pitch-black weeds, with plump wheat, swayed in eerie silence. Lugano's body tensed, uncertain about the unknown that awaited him in this abyss of darkness. Why did you run? The weeds parted, revealing Father Montserrat, holding an invisible baby. Behind him, an illusionary, unusually massive oak tree stood tall. Next to the weeds, the oak tree was covered in abnormal growths, forming a chillingly simple and ominous sacred emblem of life. As Father Montserrat, clad in a brown priest's uniform, appeared less than 3 meters away, Lugano swallowed hard, offering a feeble excuse. It's late. I didn't want to disturb you. Father Montserrat remained cradling his arms, wearing a faint smile. What did you see? Every hair on Lugano's neck stood on end, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Struggling, Lugano pointed at Father Montserrat's empty embrace, asking with difficulty, Why are you doing this? Father Montserrat responded with a significant tone, We're all Mother's children. Lugano didn't dare to delve further and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. We're all Mother's children. Father Montserrat didn't allow him to navigate through with platitudes. He deliberately added, the child of the Great Mother. Great Mother. Although Lugano had anticipated this answer, his heart almost skipped a beat, and his mind went blank upon hearing it. Seeing that Father Montserrat had made it explicit, Lugano had no choice but to inquire, Aren't you a follower of Earth Mother? Father Montserrat felt no remorse about betraying the Church of Earth Mother. He maintained a warm smile and explained, Earth Mother is a facet of the Great Mother, a projection. In this role, she watches over the lands of betrayal and the children who have strayed from the Mother's embrace. Gulp. Lugano instinctively swallowed, uncertain about how to counter Father Montserrat. Having joined the Church of Earth Mother just a day ago and attended only 2 sermons, he lacked the profound theological knowledge to challenge such heretics. He could, of course, outright deny it. After all, Montserrat's explanation sounded ominous. If the priest's words were true, with the Earth Mother Church's resources and factions, the so-called child of God should have already been born in the real world, and the Great Mother would have returned. Yet, that hadn't happened. The current scene and the invisible pressure silenced Lugano, refraining from outright denial. What if he enraged Father Montserrat completely? Father Montserrat continued, All creatures in this world are the children of the Great Mother. Some were conceived by her, some are descendants of these deities, and some, like you and me, were directly transformed from the flesh and blood of the Great Mother. We share the strongest connection with her. Internally, Lugano couldn't help but retort, I was born by my mother, not transformed from the flesh and blood of the Great Mother. However, his smile remained, more grimacing than joyous. Don't you find the Great Mother's believers sinister and terrifying? Father Montserrat smiled and reassured, there's no need to fear the return of the Great Mother. How can a mother hate her child? You might not know, but there are many worlds beyond ours. The creatures in those places flourish under the watch of the Great Mother, constantly reproducing and growing. I've never heard of any species being eradicated. Instead, their numbers are increasing. Moreover, it's the Great Mother who granted us life. It's her prerogative to reclaim the life she bestowed upon us. We should cooperate willingly. Cooperate, my rear end, you son of a sow. Lugano wasn't bewitched. Suddenly, he drew his concealed revolver and fired 2 shots at Father Montserrat. Without confirming the effectiveness of the shots, he swiftly turned and sprinted toward the dark expanse filled with black weeds. Though the destination within the dark depths was unknown, perhaps harboring great peril, staying here seemed even more hazardous. Wah! Abruptly, Lugano heard an almost ethereal cry of an infant. It was exactly the same as the sounds he had heard several times before. Lugano's expression froze, and his pace slowed as he ran. His eyes gradually filled with emptiness, and he turned around. Step by step, he approached Father Montserrat, who was cradling an invisible baby, in the illusory, colossal oak tree. That's our mother. The mother who gave us life. She's willing to accept anyone who repents, every child who returns home. If she wants to take back the life she bestowed upon us, then let her. She has the prerogative to reclaim what she gave. Listening to Father Montserrat's abnormally ethereal yet seemingly close voice, Lugano gradually developed a strong and heartfelt acceptance. Yes, that's my mother. Why would she harm me? She can take back what she had given. Lugano walked faster and faster until he stood beside Father Montserrat. Instantly, he felt warmth and relief. It was the scent of a mother's embrace. Gradually, he experienced an indescribable moist sensation, as if a kitten were being licked by a female cat. How comforting! Lugano half closed his eyes. At that moment, he heard his mother's favorite nursery rhyme, from behind him. Why is Mom behind me? Shouldn't she be in front? Lugano wondered vaguely. Then, he heard his mother shouting behind him, Don't go over. Don't move forward. Danger. Don't go over. Don't move forward. Danger. Lugano shuddered, his vacant eyes regaining a certain vigor. He saw where he was, the illusory colossal oak tree and moist, warm, squirming flesh petals sprouting from it. Half of his body was already enveloped in the flesh petals, slowly pulling inward. This was the motherly embrace he had just experienced. Lugano's pupils dilated, and a chill ran down his spine, causing his hair to stand on end. He exerted strength against the viscous liquid-covered flesh with both hands, swiftly pulling away. Father Montserrat, cradling an invisible baby, appeared beside Lugano, wearing a warm smile. Return. Return to the mother's embrace and revert to our original form. Despair gripped Lugano. He wanted to confront the priest, but sadly, having consumed 2 potions, Planter and Doctor, he realized that, apart from enhanced strength and proficiency with farming tools and a scalpel, he lacked beyonder powers directly applicable in combat. These powers included predicting the weather, identifying and nurturing seeds, treating ailments, healing wounds, stitching up souls, bestowing life, or possessing outstanding surgical abilities. In the past, Lugano had relied on the combat techniques and marksmanship learned as a bounty hunter to match a planter's strength and firearms. Nevertheless, not resisting at a moment like this meant certain death. Lugano, an adventurer with a history of killing, faced immense fear as he fired at Father Montserrat and drew a sharp scalpel. In Lumien's first-class cabin suite, Lumien, still engrossed in the Dutanese textbook under the kerosene wall lamp, heard a knock on the door. Perplexed, he stood up, opened the door, and found Ludwig. Ludwig, clad in grayish-white checkered pajamas top and pants, spoke gravely. Lugano has encountered an accident. Hurry up and save him. An accident? Lumien arched his eyebrows. Knowing that Lugano could still hear the baby's cries, Lumien had discreetly heightened his surveillance and attention on the servant, including just now. But how could an accident occur when Lugano had entered the Earth Mother Church's prayer room? Ludwig continued, I couldn't sense his scent after he entered the prayer room. What scent? Lumien inquired casually, already forming a vague suspicion. Ludwig responded nonchalantly, the smell of food. Lumien stretched his neck and wrists, regarding Ludwig thoughtfully. You deliberately sniffed his scent. Ludwig's chubby cheeks displayed an expression that said, what's so odd about that? If he perishes and you're busy elsewhere, who will assist me in gathering food? That's a valid point. Lumien grinned. In the darkness, enveloped by black weeds, Lugano's scalpel sliced through the air as he attempted to strike Father Montserrat. Wah! The baby's cries echoed once more, leaving Lugano in a momentary daze, teetering on the edge of losing control. With the invisible baby cradled in his arms, Montserrat manifested on the colossal illusory oak tree and smiled down at Lugano. Don't resist. We originated from the mother, and we shall return to her. Just as the priest, with clear eyes and a warm smile, finished speaking, a knock on the door reverberated in the seemingly endless darkness, echoing among the weeds with abundant wheat. Upon hearing the polite knock on the door, Lugano had an inexplicable thought. How polite, to knock at the door in such a situation. Chapter 608, The Way to Find Prey. The rhythmic thumping echoed only 3 times before escalating into a resounding bang. As the sturdy wooden door flung open, the corridor bathed in the glow of kerosene wall lamps revealed a darkness entwined with overgrown weeds. Crimson flames surged forth, casting an eerie illumination. In Lugano's gaze, the illusion of the oak tree abruptly dissipated, along with Father Montserrat, cradling an unseen infant in his arms. Amidst the fiery chaos, the weeds withered, and the shadows dispersed. Lugano found himself returned to the humble prayer room, now aglow with the crimson moonlight. Lumien, sporting a golden straw hat, emerged at the entrance. His eyes scanned every nook, yet Father Montserrat remained elusive. Powers akin to the Promethéan world merged with other traits, albeit incapable of creating a sufficiently independent world separate from reality. It resembles demon warlock Berman gaining unique abilities through a forceful transition of pathways. Where is he hiding now? Drawing from Ludwig's knowledge from his food, beyonders of the school of God's descent can conceal themselves in woodwork. Although I can't confirm Father Montserrat's corrupted affiliation with the school, the influence of the Great Mother is evident. Lumian swiftly assessed the unfolding scenario. The lack of resistance from Father Montserrat, who refrained from fleeing or hiding, didn't surprise Lumian. Performing the wave magic in the ship's bar had been a casual display, not wanting to waste the temporary governor of the sea authority. However, the subsequent use of the colossal wave to greet Captain Pedro and Father Montserrat wasn't mere showmanship. Unaware if the School of God's Descent incident had concluded or if hidden Great Mother devotees lingered on the ship, Lumian deliberately showcased the might of a demigod governor of the sea to instill fear. If there were no other Great Mother adherents or lurking threats, his greeting actions could be seen as showmanship. But if danger lurked, it would make the elusive elements cautious, forcing them to retreat deeper into hiding. Lumian planned to let the ship reach the next port, leaving the Church of Earth Mother authorities to deal with them. Father Montserrat, seemingly unwilling to face the adventurer Louis Barry head-on and his demigod prowess, opted for concealment, biding his time until the ship docked. Had Lugano not luckily or unluckily stumbled upon the priest cradling the unseen infant, Father Montserrat might have continued portraying himself as a competent clergyman of the Church of Earth Mother, avoiding any confrontation with Louis Barry. Father Montserrat is a believer in the Great Mother. He was cradling an invisible baby. Lugano hastily reported to Louis Barry, now realizing the gravity of the situation. Cradling an invisible baby. He could be hiding within the ship's woodwork. Lumian scanned the surroundings, inspecting chairs, the floor, and the sacred emblem of life adorning the wooden wall. In an abrupt realization, he felt a stir in his heart as he approached the sacred emblem embodying Earth Mother. Adorned with symbols of wheat, flowers, and spring water at the periphery, at its core lay a simple depiction of a baby. A baby! Advancing further, crimson flames radiated, setting the wooden floorboards and chairs ablaze. Coming to a halt before the sacred emblem of life, Lumian extended his right hand, gently caressing the baby's face. The wood instantly deteriorated, exuding a yellowish pus. It seemed that the depiction of a baby surrounded by wheat and flowers had long decayed, shedding tears of blood. There's a huge problem with the Church of Earth Mother. Lumian narrowed his eyes. While unable to pinpoint the elusive Father Montserrat, he unearthed decay and darkness lurking beneath the veneer of the Church of Earth Mother. Observing the charred remains of the woodwork and finding no trace of Father Montserrat, with more wooden hiding spots on the steel steamship, Lumian turned and addressed Lugano, "Take me to the captain's cabin." "All right." Lugano visibly relaxed. Exiting the prayer room, the crimson flames within swiftly extinguished, ceasing their advance. Inside the captain's cabin, Pedro, spotting a handsome brown beard, grimaced as adventurer Louis Barry approached. Experienced as he was, he knew that there might be trouble on the ship. During the School of God's Descent incident, adventurer Louis Barry had only dispatched a servant to explain matters. Now, here he was personally visiting. What did this signify? It pointed to a more severe complication. Without awaiting the captain's inquiry, Lumian calmly asserted, "Father Montserrat has succumbed, aligning himself with an evil deity. He likely colluded with the School of God's Descent's evil warlock." Captain Pedro's mind jolted as if struck by a rod, momentarily buzzing and going blank. After a brief pause, he cautiously inquired, "Have you already killed him?" "Not yet," Lumian truthfully responded. "He escaped the prayer room and is now in hiding. Dispatch a telegram promptly, reporting this to the Church of Earth Mother and the Phaenopotter government. My servant will provide the details." In the face of Louis Barry's authoritative directive, Captain Pedro yielded without resistance. He shifted his attention to Lugano, absorbing the account of his conversion and Father Montserrat's description, cradling an invisible infant. Upon hearing the revelation, Pedro wore a bitter expression and admitted, "I did sense something amiss with Father Montserrat, but I never anticipated it to be this grave." "What's the issue?" Lumian inquired. Pedro sighed, explaining, "He's a favored, a beyonder of the Earth pathway, the most orthodox clergyman. Typically, he needs a blessed's help to conduct Mass, preach to believers, and guide others into the Church. However, he's the only favored on this ship without a blessed." I initially thought the shortage of staff in Port Santa was due to the sea prayer ritual, so I didn't pay much heed. But now, with Father Montserrat's fall, only with the assistance of a blessed can one conduct Mass and preach to believers. There's no blessed following him. Lumian had previously learned that favor of the Church of Earth Mother needs at least one second in command blessed for their decisions to be considered valid. Otherwise, it risks being perceived as an influence of an evil god or a demon. An evil god. That Great Mother? Combined with recent events and his prior knowledge, Lumian suddenly grasped why the Church of Earth Mother maintained two distinct systems, blessed and favored, rather than merging them. Madam Magician of the Apprentice Pathway had mentioned occasional influence from the celestial worthy, unsure if it was a revelation from Mr. Fool. Similar to the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings overseeing the apprentice, seer, and marauder pathways, the Great Mother likely stood atop the planter, apothecary, and villain pathways. As a result, favored beyonders of the planter and apothecary pathways would also be under the influence of the Great Mother. The origin of the revelation, whether from Earth Mother or the Great Mother, remained unclear. Confirmation required the input of blessed from pathways outside these two. Simultaneously, blessed monitored the status of the favored. That explains it. Indeed, there's a profound and serious reason behind this seemingly absurd, wasteful, and unreasonable system design, Lumian concluded. Without further words, he instructed Captain Pedro, send the telegram. After the captain relayed Father Montserrat's situation to the Phaenopotter government and the Church of Earth Mother, Lumian contemplated how to locate Father Montserrat. Considering the vast sea surrounding them, unless Father Montserrat possessed teleportation or exceptional underwater travel abilities, he could only be hiding somewhere on the ship. Lumian dismissed the idea of involving his major arcana card holder for such a trivial issue and resolved to devise a solution himself. Could I use the ship's megaphone to insult the Great Mother, provoking Father Montserrat to reveal himself? The challenge lies in the inability to lock onto a target, potentially yielding less than optimal results. Burning all the ship's woodwork? Seems like a last resort due to the presence of valuable goods in wooden crates. Borrowing a bottle of prophetic concoction from Franca? It requires a fresh corpse. Additionally, if Franca is involved, I could get her to directly employ magic mirror divination. Playing the Symphony of Hatred bone flute and informing passengers to cover their ears prior to that? But it only reduces damage without averting the effects. Right, ask Ludwig if he recalls Father Montserrat's small. Also, yes, I can give it a try. Lumian quickly came up with several solutions and decided to systematically test each one, reserving seeking help as a final option. He bid farewell to the captain and, under the cover of night, led Lugano back to the first-class cabin suite. Do you recall Father Montserrat's scent? Lumian inquired of Ludwig. Ludwig shook his head. No direct contact. Fair enough. Lumian turned around, offering a reassuring smile to Lugano. I have an experiment in mind. Work with me. What kind of experiment? Lugano asked, a tremor of fear evident. Lumian gestured towards the window. Go to the deck. It's more open there. Uneasily, Lugano descended to the deck, bathed in the crimson moonlight. His employer pulled out a full-body silver armor from his traveler's bag, revealing an inscrutable smile. Lumian recalled the Pride armor's particular disdain for items from the Earth and Evernight pathways. What if it wasn't an item but a beyonder? How would it react? Could this hatred be harnessed to pinpoint Father Montserrat's location, given he was at least a doctor, at a certain distance? Lumian wasn't entirely sure, but he intended to experiment with Lugano, a fellow beyonder of the Earth pathway, to explore the possibilities. Chapter 609, Useful Armor. Lumian shot a quick smile at Lugano and fixed his gaze on the Pride armor, carefully observing its reaction. What experiment? To test the effects of this armor? Lugano questioned, a mix of apprehension and confusion in his voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the air on the dark deck, bathed in the crimson moonlight, suddenly solidified. In the next instant, the empty armor produced a radiant broadsword, and an unseen force locked onto Lugano. WH. Before Lugano could react, the silver-white full-body armor surged forward, the gleaming broadsword poised to strike. In a split second, Lumion positioned himself in front of Lugano. His body expanded abruptly, almost tearing his linen shirt and black pants. Bang! Lumion's massive fist collided with the Sword of Dawn, creating a metallic clang that resonated through the air. Only then did Lugano shake off his bewilderment. Though unsure why the empty armor attacked him, he instinctively turned and sprinted away. After covering some ground, the Pride armor halted and stood silently. The Sword of Dawn, fashioned from light, dissipated, turning into beams of light that dispersed the crimson moonlight, casting a dawn-like ambience upon the dark deck. This sensation vanished in the blink of an eye. Lumion, not daring to turn his back on the Pride armor, repositioned himself and gauged the distance between the armor and Lugano. About 20 meters. Factoring in Lugano's running speed, the sensing range is approximately 15 meters. Lumion swiftly concluded. His body reverted to its original form, and a confident smile returned to his face. It was enough. A 15-meter range sufficed on the ship. He stowed away the Pride armor and addressed Lugano, who was still making his way to the bow. The experiment is over. Huh. Lugano came to a sudden halt, realizing that Lumion had already stashed the peculiar silver-white full-body armor back into the mystical item cleverly disguised as a coin bag. Relieved, he jogged back, curiosity etched on his face as he inquired, "Did the experiment succeed?" "Very successful," Lumion replied, sporting a radiant smile. Though Lugano didn't grasp the experiment's significance, he had a hunch that Lumion might be exploring a way to locate Father Montserrat. Upon reaching the first-class suite, Lumion promptly instructed Lugano, "Go to the captain and ask him to gather all the Beyonders of the Earth pathway on the ship. Oh, and the Beyonders of the Apothecary pathway. I'll be back after capturing Father Montserrat. It doesn't matter if they don't show up. They'll bear the risk themselves." Unsure if Captain Pedro was aware of every unstable element on the ship and every Beyonder, Lumion planned to monitor the Pride armor later to prevent it from targeting hidden wild Beyonders. Allowing Pedro to handle this process first would lighten his load. As Lugano left the suite, Lumion turned to Ludwig, who had resumed his meal. "Keep an eye out later and see if there's any food secretly lurking here." Ludwig, mouth full of cake, signaled his agreement. Waiting for the captain's arrival, Lumion patrolled the cabin's top floor with the Pride armor in his arms, but Father Montserrat remained elusive. Before long, Pedro entered the suite with the suspected security supervisor and a passenger in a low hat. Lumion didn't delve into details and gestured toward the sofa. "Wait for me here." Without waiting for a response, he pressed down on his golden straw hat and exited the room. Upon reaching the staircase, Lumion pulled out his silver-white full-body armor. Gripping the sealed artifact's armpits firmly with both hands, he methodically patrolled each level of the cabin. Whenever he approached a distance less than 15 meters from his suite, Lumion exercised extra caution, yet the Pride armor refrained from attacking anyone. Could it be that, beyond 5 meters and with several layers of obstruction, the armor wouldn't exhibit any additional reactions? Lumion speculated as he descended floor by floor. After nearly half an hour, he descended to the cargo cabin at the bottom. Before maneuvering past stacks of wooden crates, the Pride armor in Lumion's grasp suddenly quivered, breaking free from his control. The silver-white full-body armor morphed a radiant broadsword. Advancing in 2 strides, it swung at a wooden box tucked in the corner. With a resounding clang, the wooden box splintered, and a handful of steel ingots spilled out. At the same moment, Montserrat's clean, youthful visage emerged from the broken box, materializing his entire body. Confronted by the gleaming broadsword of light once more, the priest's initially sturdy frame bulked up, as if transforming into a formidable brown bear. Bang! With a powerful palm strike, he sent the Sword of Dawn hurtling, landing atop a wooden crate of goods behind him. This strength rivaled that of a true giant bear. As Father Montserrat skillfully parried the Pride armor's onslaught, Lumion, donned in a linen shirt, black vest, and a golden straw hat, materialized swiftly beside a stack of wooden crates behind him. Humph! 2 beams of white light shot from Lumion's nostrils, hitting Father Montserrat before he could even react. Instantly, the priest's gaze lost focus, and he crumpled to the ground, unconscious. With this turn of events, vitality surged through his body like a steam engine operating at full throttle. The robust vitality manifested as an incredibly potent self-healing ability, swiftly restoring Father Montserrat's spirit. The spell of Harumph bore a resemblance to psychic piercing, both targeting the spirit body and proving challenging to defend against. However, while the latter induced uncontrollable pain, trapping the target, the former added a sleep-inducing or unconscious state to the spirit body, a different form of harm. Since it was an injury, it could be healed. Empowered by the vigorous vitality's transformation, Father Montserrat's closed eyelids twitched as his eyeballs moved beneath them. He nearly woke up before hitting the ground. Yet, for Lumion, a mere second of restraint from the spell of Harumph was sufficient. Considering that Father Montserrat might also be a product of human refinement, some abilities might not be effective. Lumion lunged at him, extending his right hand. In his open palm, crimson flames coiled and compressed, forming a solid-looking sphere. Simultaneously, the Pride armor raised the Sword of Dawn once more. Just as Father Montserrat opened his eyes and instinctively regained balance, he caught sight of Louis Barry's jade-green eyes, the dangerous crimson fireball almost white, and the broadsword of light slashing toward his head from the corner of his vision. With only a moment to react, he twisted to the side to evade the Sword of Dawn, but Lumion pressed the crimson, nearly white fireball against him. Boom! In a resounding explosion, Father Montserrat was sent hurtling through the air. Flesh and blood erupted from his right shoulder to his abdomen, bones fractured, and squirming internal organs were laid bare. His right arm dangled, on the verge of detachment. Yet, the robust vitality within Father Montserrat persisted. Flesh and blood wriggled within the gaping wound, miraculously healing. Thud! Father Montserrat crashed to the ground, accompanied by the heavy footsteps of the Pride armor and the luminous slash of the broadsword. Lifting his finger, the blood and flesh expelled from his body during the explosion swiftly coalesced, transforming into a blurry, thin blood-colored figure. This figure lunged at the silver-white full-body armor, enveloping it and infiltrating its form. Abruptly, the cargo hold was bathed in sunrise gleam. The blood-colored figure dissolved, gradually fading away. The sunrise gleam was gentle, sparing Father Montserrat the instinctive need to shut his eyes. Consequently, his gaze reflected crimson, nearly white flaming ravens. A dozen or so fire ravens circled Lumion, who casually kept one hand in his pocket. Their eyes fixed on Montserrat, tracing distinct trajectories as they soared. Their aim was clear, to shred the target's body and set each piece of flesh ablaze, preventing recovery even with his potent self-healing abilities. When each fragment was spaced 20 to 30 centimeters apart, their self-healing powers struggled to reunite them. This wasn't flesh and blood magic. Father Montserrat's pupils dilated, and his mouth instinctively opened, emitting a sinister yet intimate voice. With the accompanying voice, a dense darkness descended, and wheat-filled weeds sprouted, devouring the sunrise gleam that bathed the warehouse. In the darkness, some of the crimson, nearly white fire ravens lost their way, unable to traverse the distant space. Gradually, they dissipated, only a fraction successfully reaching Father Montserrat. Amidst thunderous explosions, Father Montserrat's form turned translucent, giving rise to a colossal illusory oak tree in its place. The oak tree stood unscathed amid the explosion and flames, and amidst the aftermath, the mangled form of Father Montserrat materialized on a branch adorned with mistletoe. He cradled his arms, as if holding an invisible infant. Gazing at Lumion, he wore a genuine smile. "So you're not a demigod." "Wah!" For the first time, Lumion heard the ethereal, hollow cry of the baby. "Wah wah wah." Amidst the relentless cries, Lumion felt his vitality draining away. gradually weakening, even as consciousness began to waver. The depleted vitality seemed to flow towards the invisible baby in Father Montserrat's embrace, transforming into its nourishment. Chapter 610, New Life. In the face of the infant's cries, which gradually weakened him, Lumion teleported immediately to Father Montserrat's side, launching a powerful attack to disrupt the impending impact. Yet, in that very moment, he observed the pride armor freezing in place upon hearing the infant's cry. Suddenly, it crouched down and plunged the Sword of Dawn into the ground covered in dark weeds. Damn it! Directly employing Hurricane of Light? Lumion's scalp tingled. Without bothering to confirm, he shifted the teleportation destination, vanishing into the darkness of the illusory oak tree, and reappeared on the ship's deck. He had long recognized that Father Montserrat's weed wilderness was inferior to the Madam's Permitha. It failed to sever the deep connection between the inside and outside, nor could it prevent teleportation. Its sole capability was restraining various sounds and the aftermath of battle, akin to the bottle of fiction, if not less. Nonetheless, this wilderness had unique abilities. As Lumion's figure faded into the dark wilderness, the Sword of Dawn embedded in the ground by the pride armor shattered, transforming into countless light fragments, creating a formidable storm that engulfed the area. The plump wheat-filled weeds were sliced into pieces, leaving the ground barren. Father Montserrat, perched on the oak branch, couldn't dodge in time. He only managed to manifest his body into something resembling wood before being consumed by the Hurricane of Light. The illusory, hollow cry of a baby abruptly ceased. When the Hurricane of Light subsided, Father Montserrat stood frozen in place. In the next moment, his wood-like body, covered in brown bark, split open, revealing deep crevices. Pa, pa, pa! Father Montserrat's body fell to the bottom of the oak tree, piece by piece. The incisions were smooth, and blood seeped out. Flesh and blood were instantly absorbed by the illusory oak tree's roots, leaving nothing behind. In the middle section of the oak tree, the bark split open. Squirming, moist flesh grew out, expanding into a hole. A human head appeared, squeezed and ejected. In the blink of an eye, the naked human was born by the illusory oak tree. It was Father Montserrat. He retained his adult form, his body wet and partially covered in a dirty, translucent white membrane. New life. With the aid of the weed-covered darkness, the illusionary oak tree, and the invisible baby, Father Montserrat found a new lease of life. His brow smoothed, and his eyes regained a youthful gleam. Enormous bat-like wings, shrouded in dark skin, erupted from his back, propelling him from the heart of the colossal oak to his silver-white full-body armor. The pride armor rose, summoning light into its hand, forging a sharp spear. Launching the elongated lance with relentless force, it sliced through the air, embedding into Father Montserrat's chest. Father Montserrat's bat-like wings enveloped him, and his form shattered into palm-sized black bats. In a mesmerizing dance, the bats circled behind the pride armor, reforming into Father Montserrat, adorned with a grimy membrane. Father Montserrat's body expanded, morphing into a colossal bear. From his palms sprouted sharp claws etched with enigmatic patterns. With a forceful swipe, he etched 5 deep gouges onto the pride armor's back, unveiling its hollow interior. The pride armor froze, and the air itself seemed to still. Before Father Montserrat could launch another assault, he noticed the silver-white full-body armor pivoting without warning. Condensing hammers, axes, and flails made of light, it slashed at Father Montserrat frenziedly. Father Montserrat lowered himself, shrinking to the cleared ground, inching towards the illusionary oak tree. The ground beneath him caved, forming a rift. In that moment, Lumion, sensing the end of the Hurricane of Light, teleported back into the darkness. To his surprise, Father Montserrat stood unscathed, devoid of the brown priest's attire. Undeterred, Lumion retrieved the Symphony of Hatred bone flute from his traveler's bag. Seizing the moment while the pride armor entangled Father Montserrat, preventing the transmission of sound to the outside world, Lumion aimed to play a melody learned from Port Santa's various celebrations, composed by a Church of Earth Mother Saint for a bountiful harvest. Typically, Lumion would don the flawed boxing gloves, teleport closer, stimulate some desire or emotion in Father Montserrat through a punch, and then play the Symphony of Hatred to trigger Flog's aftereffects. However, Lumion abandoned this well-practiced routine. The peculiar illusionary oak tree on the battlefield gave him pause. Father Montserrat had carried an invisible baby, possibly a child of God. Wearing the flawed boxing gloves could attract attention and danger. If the Great Mother perceived it and allowed the child of God to breach the illusory reality barrier to confront him, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, Lumion suspected that heretics like Montserrat harbored evident psychological issues, making their mental states unpredictable. Playing the Symphony of Hatred directly could exploit this vulnerability, much like how he and Mr. K detested hearing others play the Symphony of Hatred. Uncertain about which weakness might be triggered or the ensuing changes, Lumion planned to roll with the uncertainties. Just as Lumion raised the Symphony of Hatred to his lips, an eerie chill crawled down his spine. Wah! The spectral baby's cries reverberated, mere inches from him. Hee. The baby's cries morphed into laughter, as if engaged in an intriguing game with Lumion. An inexplicable stiffness gripped Lumion, freezing him momentarily. A cold aura infiltrated his body, spreading gradually to his abdomen. As his life began to ebb away, merging with the cold aura, the baby in his ear oscillated between mournful wails and gleeful laughter. Without hesitation, Lumion plunged his consciousness into his right hand, activating Blood Emperor Alista Tudor's residual brand. A violent and frenzied aura erupted from Lumion, enlarging him without relying on his compression strength. Tangible bloodlust filled the air. The invisible baby's cries and laughter abruptly ceased, and the coldness invading Lumion's body dissipated under the searing sensation. The dark wilderness swayed, casting a faint glow. Lumion, in control, terminated the activation and blew into the black bone flute with blood-colored holes. A noticeably jubilant melody echoed, stunning Father Montserrat locked in battle with the Pride armor. His face twisted in indescribable agony. Witnessing the silver armor wielding a staff of condensed light, Father Montserrat instinctively reached out, pointing at the adversary's feet. Countless vines, weeds, and tree branches sprouted rapidly, entwining the Pride armor and impeding its movements. Amidst the cacophony of crashing branches and tearing vines, the Pride armor advanced laboriously, slowed by the entanglement. Father Montserrat locked eyes with Lumion and, in a pained plea, shouted, "Run! The child of God can't be killed. Run?" Lumion realized Father Montserrat seemed more grounded than before. The warmth in his gaze, the familiarity of home, replaced by agony and conflict. "Run! Repent to Mother Earth on my behalf!" Father Montserrat screamed in hysteria. His naked form underwent an abnormal transformation. Organs, symbolic of creation and incubation, sprouted under the translucent, filthy white membrane, intertwining in a horrific display. Repent to Mother Earth? Lumion vaguely understood Father Montserrat's current state. His corruption appeared incomplete, retaining a side that clung to faith in Earth Mother, resulting in a split personality. Typically, the normal persona remained suppressed by the corrupted one. Is this the problem that the Symphony of Hatred triggered, allowing Father Montserrat's normal personality to temporarily gain an advantage and regain control of his body? Lumion sighed, but this didn't prevent him from condensing crimson fireballs that were nearly white, launching them towards the mutated Father Montserrat. Montserrat's countenance shifted between frigidity and anguish. His body alternated between evasion and restraint. With all his might, he exclaimed, "The child of God cannot be killed, only banished." As Father Montserrat spoke, the crimson fireballs, nearly white, exploded upon him. The silver-white Pride armor breached the obstruction of vines and branches, charging forward with a light-conjured staff. Rumble! Upon the fireball's detonation, the fallen Father Montserrat wrested control of his body, attempting to retreat underground. In that instant, Lumion materialized behind him, brandishing the black bone flute. Lumion teleported into the explosion's epicenter, unconcerned about the potentially severe injuries from the formidable shockwave. The fireball was a decoy. The true lethal strike he primed was the symphony of hatred. Pfft. Lumion thrust the black bone flute with blood-colored holes into Father Montserrat's diminishing neck. Rumble. The expanding flames engulfed them both. Chapter 611, True Name. Rumble. As Lumion's body was ripped apart by the explosion, he drew upon an ascetic's tolerance for pain and a pyromaniac's resistance to burning, activating the black mark on his right shoulder once again. Alongside Father Montserrat, whose neck had been pierced by the symphony of hatred, he vanished into the swirling flames, reappearing at the edge of the dark wilderness. His linen shirt, black vest, and dark pants lay in tatters. The exposed parts were mangled and charred, revealing white bones in some places. Father Montserrat, close to death, had the filthy, translucent white membrane on his body torn and burned away by the explosion. The mutated naked body with various organs below was dented and charred, with flesh and blood constantly peeling off. Snap. As the first piece of flesh landed on the edge of the weed-covered darkness, it suddenly seeped in, as if absorbed by the soil. Witnessing this, Lumion's heart stirred. He grabbed Father Montserrat's body and activated teleportation once again. They left the dark wilderness and materialized on the deck bathed in crimson moonlight. Simultaneously, the illusory oak tree in the depths of the cargo hold shed its bark, revealing moist, slippery flesh. The blood-filled flesh began to squirm, but only a palm-sized figure emerged. The figure, nearly the same size as the blob of flesh that had dropped from Father Montserrat and been absorbed by the wilderness, had clear eyes and a youthful appearance, resembling Father Montserrat, who had shrunk countless times. Father Montserrat's eyes were glazed, and his expression was rigid, showing no signs of intelligence. The silver-white pride armor rushed over and swung the recondensed light hammer down, flattening the pixie-like Father Montserrat and turning him into a bloody pulp. Dawn lit up, melting the meat paste quickly. The illusory colossal oak tree instantly became more transparent, and the black wilderness with weeds rapidly disintegrated. In the blink of an eye, the abnormal scene vanished. The cargo hold returned to its original state, but many wooden boxes had shattered, and the steel walls and floor bore obvious depressions and deep marks. Elsewhere, Lumion drew the symphony of hatred's black bone flute and observed as Father Montserrat's blood dripped onto the steel deck without soaking in. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he heard Father Montserrat, who had fallen to the ground and entered a dying state, weakly but persistently shout, to banish the child of God. You must grasp his true name. His true name is. Suddenly, Father Montserrat's voice vanished, but his mouth continued opening and closing. The illusory, hollow cry of a baby echoed in Lumion's ears once more. Unlike before, the cries were distant, as if in another world. Lumion's body didn't stiffen or turn cold, rendering him immobile. Is the invisible child of God still wary of the Blood Emperor's aura? Is this instinctive fear? Lumion quickly surveyed the surroundings and realized that the crimson moonlight on the deck, or rather, around him, had vanished. The area became abnormally dark, preventing even the sound of seawater splashing. Wah! 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 The baby's cries persisted, growing louder and clearer. Lumion abruptly lowered his head, fixing his gaze on the breathless Father Montserrat and the stomach of the corpse before him. At some indeterminate moment, the stomach bulged, as if something writhed within. Despite the already gaping wounds, a demonic blood-red glow emanated from the belly. Lumion's eyes narrowed slightly as he knelt on one knee. Extending his right hand, which grasped the symphony of hatred, towards Father Montserrat's distended stomach. Slash! A gentle stroke of the black bone flute cleaved open the blood-red stomach, revealing blood-stained intestines and internal organs. There was no sign of the so-called child of God or a moist, filthy baby. Poof! A substantial amount of transparent, pale yellow liquid spewed out from the ruptured blood-colored stomach, splattering the surrounding deck. Wah! 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 The baby's cries intensified, piercing and shrill, drawing closer to Lumion. He seemed to be gradually overcoming his fear of the Blood Emperor's aura out of anger and hatred. I need to find a professional to banish this invisible child of God. Lumion, whose current spirituality allowed him 2 uses of spirit world traversal, planned on seeking assistance. Hunters weren't experts in such matters. Yet, after activating the black mark on his right shoulder, Lumion realized he couldn't sense the spirit world or the coordinates he had once held. The abnormal darkness induced by the Child of God's cries appeared to seal off this area. This was closer to Prometha. I can't find help, summon a messenger, or pray to high-level existences. Lumion's eyes narrowed as his heart sank. At that moment, the invisible Child of God's cries drew nearer, causing Lumion's body to stiffen and turn cold once again. As panic surged, Lumion, a conspirer, swiftly devised a new plan: exorcism spell. One of the 5 ritualistic magics from Om's monk, capable of dispelling wraiths and evil spirits. The unborn child of God, invisible in the real world, bore a resemblance to wraiths or evil spirits. Lumion, untroubled by the need for a specific target in his exorcism spell, could firstly use his name. Secondly, he could pray to Mr. Fool. The proximity-based response of the seal on his chest, due to the severed connection with the outside world, would provide the necessary level and strength. An ascetic, Lumion could simplify parts of the exorcism spell for a quick completion. The hitch was the requirement for the target's real name and an item frequently carried. Lumion lacked both. His gaze shifted to Father Montserrat's open and deflated stomach, searching for something relevant. If unsuccessful in a minute, he planned to unleash Blood Emperor Alista Tudor's aura, attempting to scare away the invisible Child of God and break through the abnormal darkness for an indirect banishment. After scanning the area a few times, Lumion's gaze fixed on the chaotic, blood-stained intestines. Amidst them lay a short, flesh-colored, blood-stained strip, clearly not fully developed. WH. An incomplete umbilical cord of the Child of God? If it's truly an umbilical cord, it's closely tied to the Child of God. Connected to his flesh and blood. I don't even need to know his true name to succeed in the exorcism spell. Lumion retracted the symphony of hatred and tore off the suspected incomplete umbilical cord. The illusory baby's cries intensified. Lumion shuddered and chuckled. Thank you for confirming it for me. He held the incomplete umbilical cord and danced a rhythmic, distorted, primitive dance. As Lumion danced, he constantly bent down, using the umbilical cord to draw corresponding symbols on the deck with Father Montserrat's blood. He simplified the patterns he needed to complete, straightened his body, and pressed his left palm, creating a crimson, nearly white flame on the symbol. Then, he placed the umbilical cord into the flames. There was a strong symbolic meaning behind this, representing expulsion, incineration, and purification. Wah! The baby's cries heightened, sending a shiver down Lumion's spine, causing his body to tremble slightly. Swiftly, he positioned a lit candle atop the flame and umbilical cord. Stepping back, he recited in Hermes, the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. As the honorific name of Mr. Fool echoed, a wispy gray fog enveloped the surroundings. The unseen baby's cries diminished, echoing in a haunting hollowness. Feeling a burning sensation in his left chest, Lumion advanced 2 steps with a determined expression. He grasped the smoldering umbilical cord, flicked it thrice, and returned it to its place. He continued, I beseech your assistance. I implore you to banish the object connected to this umbilical cord. In an instant, the crimson, nearly white, flames tainted the gray fog, burning more intensely. The umbilical cord swiftly charred, revealing Father Montserrat's transparent face marked by explosions and blood. The hollow baby's cries faded into the distance. Father Montserrat's spirit involuntarily retreated, relief evident on his pained face. He was also connected to the umbilical cord, and he was now a ghost. With difficulty, Father Montserrat raised his hands and shouted, Life's precious embrace, the harvest's grace. Praise the earth, praise the mother of all things. His transparent spirit body rapidly dissipated into the darkness. The invisible child of God emitted a shrill cry filled with hatred and curses. The cry echoed in Lumien's head, making him feel as if he had endured psychic piercings repeatedly. He became extremely weak, his thoughts consumed by the pain in his soul, losing perception of the outside world. Upon recovery, the abnormal darkness on the deck had vanished, and the crimson moonlight returned. The symbols on the ground and the gray fog-colored flames disappeared, leaving only the quietly burning candle and the charred umbilical cord. After a brief pause, Lumien bent down to extinguish the candle flame. Pressing his hand to his chest, he whispered, "Thank you, Mr. Fool." After stowing away the remnants of the umbilical cord and the ritual candle, Lumien cast a glance at Father Montserrat's still uncharacteristic corpse. He unleashed his compression power. His spirituality restored, weakness eased, Lumien finally felt confident enough to return to the cargo hold. Silently, he packed the Pride armor into his traveler's bag. Completing this task, he changed into tattered clothes and tended to his exposed wounds briefly. Enduring the pain, he returned to his suite as if nothing had occurred. Addressing the captain, Pedro, and the others, he declared, "The problem has been resolved. Father Montserrat's corpse is on the deck. His belongings will be handed over to the Church of Earth Mother." Right, O blessed. Lumien harbored no intention of claiming the Church of Earth Mother's items. Captain Pedro and the others departed in bewilderment to verify the deck situation. Lugano approached Lumien and whispered, "Is Father Montserrat really dead?" "You can take a look at his corpse," Lumien replied with a smile, intending to instruct the servant to provide treatment. Lugano frowned and said, "But I vaguely heard his voice earlier. He seemed to be shouting the name of the so-called child of God." Shouting the so-called child of God's name? Back then, Father Montserrat had indeed shouted the child of God's true name, but due to special reasons, it hadn't reached the real world. Only beyonders nearby corrupted by the child of God could hear it. Lumien pondered and said to Lugano, "That was before Father Montserrat's death. What name did he call out?" Lugano heaved a sigh of relief and recalled, "I think it was. I think it was." Finally, he remembered and recited the pronunciation. "Yes, Omabella." Chapter 6:12, Daybreak. Omabella. Termoboros's resonant voice reverberated in Lumien's ears as he echoed Lugano's words. "You've heard of that?" Lumien hadn't anticipated Termoboros, who had maintained silence for a considerable time, mentioning a name that left no impression on him. "No, I've never heard of it before today." Lugano thought it was a question directed at him. Termoboros fell silent, offering no response. "From the looks of it, it seems there is something off about the child of God's true name. And it sounds like a woman's name. Considering the villain pathway's progression to Sequence 5 Banshee, where they transition to women, and the inherent female inclination of the Earth pathway's Sequence 0, Earth Mother, along with the influence of the Great Mother herself, it's quite plausible that the child of God is a woman. It's a logical deduction." Lumien glanced at Lugano and smiled. "It's fortunate you weren't aware of this earlier. Otherwise, you might have found yourself linked to the so-called child of God." As Lumien spoke, his attention shifted to Ludwig, who had silently moved to the living room's balcony. Lumien approached him at a measured pace, his gaze following Ludwig's toward the deck where Captain Pedro and others were examining Father Montserrat's lifeless form. Lumien asked thoughtfully, "Is it edible?" He meant whether Father Montserrat's corpse was edible. While Lumien had abstained from claiming the Church of Earth Mother's possessions, including Father Montserrat's beyonder characteristics, he hadn't committed to preserving the corpse intact. In the heat of battle, it was customary for bodies to sustain damage. Ludwig shook his head. "Not yet." "Very well," Lumien sighed, retracting his gaze with a tinge of regret. Thus, the mystery of Father Montserrat's inexplicable connection with the invisible child of God remained unsolved. A peculiar umbilical cord had even taken root in his stomach, leaving Lumien unable to confirm if Prinpino was a byproduct refined from Father Montserrat's remains. Indeed, Father Montserrat bore signs of severe corruption, though Lumion hadn't anticipated his corruption to rival that of Mad Lady's. Of course, it paled in comparison to the state of the Mad Lady's corpse. Even Ludwig found it too dirty. As for spirit channeling, Lumion understood that a spirit banished by the exorcism spell couldn't be summoned for a specific duration, rendering communication impossible. Once this period lapsed, spirit channeling became futile. Upon returning to the living room, Lumion sank into a recliner, casually unbuttoning his black vest and linen shirt. Turning to Lugano, he remarked, "Come and treat me." Lugano's eyes surveyed the makeshift bandages and the oozing wounds, expressing surprise. "It's that serious?" Lumion, with a hint of amusement, responded, "Do you think dealing with Father Montserrat is a walk in the park? If I hadn't taken risks, I might have been the one lying dead." Lugano instinctively denied the suggestion. "Not what I meant. Why are your clothes and pants unscathed after such serious injuries?" Lumion, enduring the pain, replied casually, "I obviously changed before coming back." His traveler's bag proved invaluable, holding nearly a dozen identical shirts, vests, and pants, albeit varying in vest colors. The only casualty was the golden straw hat, consumed in the explosion, now burnt to ashes. However, this setback hardly fazed the great adventurer, Louis Barry, who had stocked up on identical replacements before leaving Port Fairham. This was the benefit of having a traveler's bag. Otherwise, how could he have the space to store so many useless items with just a suitcase? Lugano, choosing not to pry further, focused on tending to his employer's injuries. Originally considering a more intricate procedure, like cutting off charred skin, Lugano's plans were halted by Lumion, opting for a simpler approach. Lumion had no intention of enduring the agony of anesthesia-free surgery, knowing that he would revert to his original state at 6 a.m. With the pain and injuries now manageable and showing significant improvement, Lumion made his way back to his room. There, he unfolded a letter and began recounting the events involving Father Montserrat and the true name of the Child of God, diligently reporting to Madame Magician. Lumion consistently regarded matters related to evil gods and the so-called Child of God with great gravity. He believed such concerns should be left to his superiors, acknowledging the importance of involving higher authorities. Had Mr. K possessed a messenger, Lumion would have promptly dispatched a modified copy to inform the Aurora Order Oracle of the situation. The next course of action wasn't within the purview of an ordinary member like him or minor arcana, it was a concern for others to address. Observing a shared stance between the Tarot Club and the Aurora Order in combating evil gods, especially those breaching the barrier, Lumion recognized his responsibility as both a minor arcana card holder in the Tarot Club and an official member of the Aurora Order. After meticulously recording the details, including Termoboros's reaction, Lumion summoned the doll messenger. Engaged in a recent dispute with Ludwig and being in proximity to the other party, the doll messenger swiftly arrived and departed. It seldom lingered, avoiding casual conversations. In a clean and refreshing bedroom of Lowen Kingdom, Backland, Madame Magician lay peacefully in bed, immersed in a restful slumber. Abruptly, she sat up, a puzzled expression crossing her face. Spirituality warning? Is something significant about to unfold? Madame Magician, having just poured a glass of Sonia blood wine and not yet delved into her astromancy, was surprised to see the doll messenger materialize on her desk. It placed a folded letter next to a dark red fountain pen. Lumion's letter. Has he unearthed the issue with the Earth Mother Church's priest? I didn't guide him in vain. Madame Magician mused, letting the glass float in midair. She picked up the letter and unfolded it. As she read, her expression underwent a sudden change, and she softly repeated the name, Omabella. The true name of the invisible Child of God is this? Was my spiritual warning connected to it? This is something worth discussing at the Tarot Club's regular gathering. After a moment, Madame Magician used astromancy to indirectly verify the information. She then seated herself and observed as the dark red fountain pen levitated. Removing the cap, she began to inscribe her thoughts on the faux goatskin. Omabella is a name shrouded in the fog of history. It carries a potent symbolic meaning in mysticism. using Omabella as the child of God's true name. I don't know if it's tied to the mysteries of the second epoch when the ancient gods, predating the ancient sun god, ruled the land, or if the Great Mother is employing intense mystical symbolism to gradually erode Earth Mother's authority and even Earth Mother herself. If we can unravel the secrets of the ancient era, we might find an answer. The one the Aurora Order believes in might know something. As Lumion read the response inked on faux goatskin, he sensed a subtle suggestion from Madame Magician, hinting at him to inquire with the Aurora Order through Mr. K. He continued reading. Simply put, Omabella belongs to the ancient giant race. Once known as the goddess of harvest during the era when ancient gods held sway. I can't divulge more at this time. No need to delve into this matter specifically. If you come across the Earth Mother Church's favored, Night Stalkers, or members of the School of God's Descent, keep a vigilant eye. We'll handle the follow-up. Of course, when the time comes, we might assign you 1 or 2 minor missions. The Goddess of Harvest. Indeed linked to the Earth pathway. Lumion pondered as he burned the letter with crimson flames. Returning to bed, he feigned sleep, attuned to the ship's movements. With the sunrise, his body swiftly healed, and the day unfolded without unexpected incidents. Lumion returned to the living room and addressed Lugano, who had been awake for an hour, showing signs of a restless night. Still hearing the baby crying? No, Lugano replied, a mix of joy and uncertainty evident in his response. Lugano believed he needed more time to observe before drawing a final conclusion. Lumion chuckled. As expected, seeking Father Montserrat's help is the only way to completely resolve your aftereffects. Lugano nearly choked on his words. So, that's why you wanted me to seek help from Father Montserrat? Killing him is the equivalent of completely resolving the aftereffects I suffered? Lumion approached the balcony and instructed Lugano, find Enio later and use a follow-up consultation as an excuse to confirm his condition. Right, Enio was saved by Father Montserrat's surgery. Since there's something wrong with Father Montserrat, he, too, might be problematic. Lugano had concerns seeking the patient, fearing potential danger. However, as he observed the sunlight gradually brightening and the horizon turning red, a sense of relief washed over him. At 9 a.m., Lugano returned, informing Lumion that the special patient had recovered exceptionally well. There were no signs of surgery failure or hidden dangers, nor indications of corruption. Around the same time, Captain Pedro approached Lumion, sharing news that the ship would temporarily dock to allow the Church of Earth Mother's personnel to collect Father Montserrat's corpse and relics and remove relevant individuals. Notably, the adventurer and his servant were explicitly excluded from this directive by the Church of Earth Mother. Lumion smiled, offering no response to the captain's words. His demeanor radiated confidence and certainty. Around noon, several combat nuns and a priest in a brown robe boarded the ship, escorting Enio and others away. On the balcony, Lugano observed Enio being invited off the ship, his expression a mix of daze and fear, powerless to resist. Lugano sighed. If he's fine, why capture him? Lumion emitted a soft chuckle. Do you think it's non-existent just because you say so? Be optimistic, after the Church of Earth Mother confirms there's no issue, he might secure a clerical position within the church, interacting with combat nuns daily. Lugano fell silent, then after a few seconds, he remarked, but that also means losing his freedom. He's a victim. Freedom? Lumion scoffed. The prerequisite for freedom is not endangering others. Despite his stance, as he witnessed the terrified and nervous Enio and recalled the deceased Father Montserrat and his normal persona, Lumion couldn't help but recall a peculiar phrase his sister would occasionally utter, all living beings suffer. Oh oh! With a whistle, the ship prepared to set sail once again. Chapter 613, New Commission. A few days later, Lumion lounged on a recliner on the suite's balcony, soaking in the sea breeze, reveling in the sunlight, and sipping an undiluted Manzan. From his traveler's bag, he retrieved the incomplete umbilical cord from Father Montserrat. The cord was completely charred, stripped of its spirituality. After Lumien's repeated confirmations, backed by Franca and Jenna's divination, a conclusion was reached. After the exorcism spell, the umbilical cord lost its vitality. Moreover, lacking beyonder characteristics, it couldn't function as a mystical item or a main ingredient for charms, agents, weapons, or any other artifacts. All it retained now was its distinct uniqueness. In simpler terms, it mirrored the mark left on Lumien by Blood Emperor Alista Tudor. Devoid of power and incapable of emitting the fearsome aura of the Great Mother's Child of God, Lumien couldn't wield it to intimidate and temporarily intimidate a specific target. Lumien surmised that it could only play a role in two scenarios. Firstly, it could act as a casting ingredient, enabling specific spells to wield power beyond ordinary standards or aiding warlocks in utilizing special spells beyond their usual repertoire. Secondly, it could serve as a supplementary ingredient incorporated during the crafting of mystical items, charms, agents, or beyonder weapons, imparting unique effects to the final product. Naturally, Lumien also believed that such an umbilical cord fragment could prove valuable in the presence of the Great Mothers bestowed. For instance, even without provocation, he could provoke intense animosity from those individuals. Regrettably, witches share similarities with pyromaniacs. They are restricted to utilizing various black magic bestowed by potions, unable to delve into spell study and master new incantations like warlocks. Among these black magics, only one, the bloodline curse, can be paired with an umbilical cord as a casting ingredient. However, the invisible child of God has yet to manifest in the real world, rendering the curse ineffective against him. Cursing the Great Mother is also off the table, as Franca and Jenna might find themselves with giving birth right there and then. Yes, at the next meeting at the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society or any other mysticism gathering, I could aim to acquire a mystical item tied to a warlock sequence, then amass potent spells that employ umbilical cords or high-level items as casting ingredients. Isn't this creating several complications? In Aurora's terms, it's akin to raising a sheep for a plate of coarse salt, nurturing it only to be eventually slaughtered and roasted. I've not needed to seek out an artisan for crafting mystical items lately, and the absence of primary ingredients complicates matters. Alternatively, should I transform it into a beyonder weapon with limited use? This isn't ideal. There's a contamination risk if an insufficiently skilled artisan incorporates it as a supplementary ingredient. It's not worthwhile enlisting the help of a high-level artisan for what seems like a practically useless item. What about fashioning charms and agents myself? Lumien scrutinized the charge-short umbilical cord for an extended period, grappling with indecision. Eventually, he returned it to his traveler's bag. Then, Lumien reached into his pocket, where a finger from Mr. K sat. In the past 2 days, he had undertaken a special return to Trier to brief Mr. K about Father Montserrat and the invisible child of God. He received unreserved approval and praise from Mr. K. The enthusiasm and fervor led Lumien to suspect that Mr. K might, in the next moment, sever his own arm and offer it to him. His fingers seemed insufficient to convey the depth of his emotions. Mr. K expressed great satisfaction with his decision to permit Lumien to leave Trier and pursue his adversaries. He perceived it as the Lord's revelation and commended Lumien's peculiar affinity for heretics and incidents involving evil gods, seeing him as a walking calamity for the fallen. How could a beyonder of such stature confine himself to Trier? It was imperative to explore various locations in the northern and southern continents. Regarding the name of the ancient goddess of harvest, Omabella, Mr. K didn't exhibit a notable reaction, nor did he seek an immediate revelation from his lord. Lumien, failing to secure an answer, bid farewell and departed. Instead, he sought out Franca, Jenna, and Anthony to share the details of the surgical removal, human refinement, and Father Montserrat's near conception of the Great Mother's Child of God as a man. While Franca and Jenna were already acquainted with the sours of the villain pathway, the connection with Father Montserrat left them feeling like they were hearing a horror story, traumatized by the bestowed of the Great Mother. Anthony displayed no overt reaction, but he made a rare gesture. Unconsciously, he gently stroked his stomach. After conveying his sentiments, Lumion returned to the ship contentedly, resuming his journey to the southernmost part of the Phaenopotter kingdom. Knock, knock, knock. Lumion had just flipped through the Divination textbook for a few minutes when a series of knocks echoed on the suite's wooden door. Lugano, ever diligent, played the role of a servant, making his way to the door and peering through the peephole. In the past few days, the absence of baby cries had eased his anxious heart. This incident only heightened his gratitude for choosing to stay with his employer rather than returning to Trier. Lugano believed that if the issue stemmed from the Beyonder ingredients left behind by Tanko, even if he hadn't boarded the ship, he would have encountered a similar situation sooner or later. Moreover, the wait wouldn't be long, perhaps a year or even half a year. Without the aid of a powerful Beyonder like Lumion Lee, his fate would have been quite clear. Spotting Captain Pedro outside, Lugano turned to Lumion, who was on the balcony, and informed him, "Boss, the captain is looking for you." "Why would the captain seek me out? Shouldn't we tacitly overlook what happened?" Lumion closed the Divination textbook and returned to the living room, bathed in bright sunlight. Pedro, sporting a handsome brown beard, entered the suite and exchanged pleasantries. Clearing his throat, he said, "Mr. Barry, are you interested in taking on a commission? It's a straightforward one and won't consume much of your time." Straightforward? I doubt it would remain so after being entrusted to me. After various experiences, he gained a better understanding of his unique constitution, as a Beyonder of the Hunter pathway, harboring an evil god's angel within him and concealed remnants of the Blood Emperor's aura. He naturally attracted calamities, prematurely unveiling problems that might have remained hidden. Lumion couldn't foresee how a supposedly simple commission would unfold. Seated in an armchair, Lumion smiled and responded, "What commission? I'll listen to the specifics before deciding whether to accept it." Pedro sighed, beginning to explain, "The destination of this voyage is Port Kala, my hometown. My wife and children live there. At the start of the year, my beloved eldest daughter, Sulla, fell in love with a young man. She was passionate and eager to marry him. As you're aware, in Phaenopotter, marriage and family are held in high regard. We must approach marriage cautiously and maintain it responsibly. Blindly rushing into the cathedral isn't our way. Is that lad displeasing to you and your matriarch? Are you hiring me to silence him?" Lumion teased. "Honestly, there's no need for such trouble. A captain like you surely has plenty of ways to handle inexperienced young people. For instance, give him an opportunity and entice him into the sea trade, only for him to never return." Pedro chuckled dryly and responded, "I'm a law-abiding citizen. I won't resort to such measures." "A seafaring captain with Beyonder abilities is a law-abiding citizen? Spare me the humor." Lumion criticized, smiling at Pedro, prompting him to continue. "I probed the young man and sensed something amiss. I hired adventurers to investigate him, but the two adventurers never returned," Pedro explained earnestly. "This raised my alarm. I don't want my child involved with such a person. It's too risky." Lumion nodded slightly. "Is that why you've sought me out?" "Yes," Pedro admitted, forcing a smile. "To you, this may seem trivial, but it's of utmost importance to me. I'm willing to pay 20,000 gold rizit as compensation. All spoils are yours." 20,000 gold rizit. Being a captain seems quite lucrative. Lumion pondered for a moment and asked, "Are you a Beyonder of the planter or apothecary pathway? Are there any Beyonders from these two pathways in your family?" "What kind of question is that?" Pedro was taken aback. "No. Why haven't you sought help from the church?" Lumion inquired, posing a second question. Pedro's expression darkened. After a brief silence, he sighed and replied, as expected of an experienced adventurer, "I didn't approach the church because something is off with my daughter, Sulla. Her infatuation with that young man is too intense, and she rejects reason. It's as if she's possessed by a demon. Seeking the church could resolve the issue, but it might also lead to a negative encounter and outcome for Sulla." Lumion nodded thoughtfully. "Do you suspect that Sulla has been influenced or even possessed by an unknown entity?" Yes, Pedro admitted, appearing worried. Lumion asked a few more questions and took a moment to reflect before stating, "All right, I accept this commission." He had to consistently pursue opportunities and work towards digesting the Conspirer potion to a level where he could conduct an advancement ritual upon reaching West Balam in the southern continent. Of course, saving up funds for Ludwig's meals was another motivation. A few days later, at 10 p.m., in apartment 702, 9 Rue Orosai, Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative, Trier. Franca and Jenna glanced at Anthony, who had just knocked and entered, puzzled. "Why are you here at this time of day?" Anthony nodded. "I've found that woman." Huh. Jenna was momentarily surprised before questioning, "The woman who appeared in the magic mirror divination? The woman whose presence caused the mirror world fragment on me to tremble slightly?" Anthony affirmed with certainty, "Yes." Chapter 614, Under the Table Transaction. Delilah Leroy, daughter of a gem merchant, already wed with offspring, a boy and girl, indulges in opera, theater, and literature. Despite the prior incident in Quartier de la Maison d'Opera, she persists in her activities, easily located by my informant within a week. Not one for bodyguards, she ventures out with only her lady's maid and a valet in tow. Seated in a window booth at a street cafe, Jenna mentally reviewed the compiled data, observing the refined lady with makeup befitting her stature disembark from her carriage and enter Trier's esteemed Avenue du Boulevard's Bonnie department store. Jenna redirected her attention, acknowledging Anthony Reed seated diagonally across from her. "That's her." Franca, positioned on the same side as Jenna, deliberated before speaking, the issue at hand. Is she baiting us? If her reaction was merely surprise without understanding, we might glean little of value. Should she persist in her high-profile activities despite the resonance with the mirror world fragment, it's plausible that she or the person behind her seeks to draw out the mirror world fragment's holder. Having assessed the scenario, Franca concluded, engaging with Delilah recklessly poses significant risks. But our magic mirror divination assures the safety of today's operation, Jenna countered. Franca smiled in response. Place not undue faith in divination. Moreover, the danger may not be immediate. Hastily engaging with Delilah could disrupt our future leads. So, we stand by? Wait a month or two until tensions ease before acting? Jenna pondered briefly, then sat upright, revealing her plan. "I have an idea." "What is it?" Franca inquired, intrigued. Jenna pursed her lips and smiled. "Employ the mystical item, authority holders under the table transaction. It grants us a discreet opportunity to interact with Delilah unnoticed. This way, if the issue stems from the person behind Delilah, our contact remains concealed, preserving the trail of clues. And if Delilah herself is the concern, we can swiftly transition from contact to control." Franca contemplated the proposal with gravity for a brief moment. "It's not implausible. I'm actually interested in testing the authority holders under the table transaction myself. No need to contest it. I'm a sequence higher than you, and my self-preservation capabilities surpass yours. Even if evil entities like demons seek a trade, I can invoke Madame Judgment, a formidable arbiter, as my witness." The demoness of pleasure appeared eager to put the mystical item to the test. Jenna remained silent for a few seconds before consenting. "All right." Anthony continued, "I'll handle the brief encounter. Using a hypnotist ensures no lingering clues or traces for the person behind Delilah to discover." "No issue." Franca dispensed with formalities, directing her gaze at Jenna, awaiting the retrieval of the authority holders under the table transaction. Dressed in grayish-white attire with brown leather armor, Jenna, like many female mercenaries, carried a leather-brown backpack. From the backpack, she retrieved a small, dark-painted wooden box adorned with a membrane curtain on each side, placing it on the table in the cafe's private room. Franca weighed the terms of her request against the price of the authority holder's bribe powers. Rolling up the sleeve of her lady's shirt, she reached through the membrane curtain on one side of the wooden box with a small cloth bag containing 100 louis d'or in her right hand. Although the usage instructions didn't explicitly exclude banknotes, Franca, drawing on her extensive mystic experience, opted for gold coins, a more universally accepted form of currency. In the next instant, she felt contact with wrinkled and moist skin, 5 fingers enclosing around the cloth bag containing the gold coins. Suppressing a momentary surge of disgust, Franca articulated her request in Hermes. I desire an uninterrupted, unobserved, and highly discreet face-to-face encounter lasting over 3 minutes between my friend Anthony Reed, seated across from me, and Delilah, a member of the Leroy gem merchant family in the nearby Bonnie department store. Franca had included meticulous qualifiers, ensuring precision in the parties' meeting and the manner of their encounter to avoid any distortion. The object with the wrinkled and wet palm-like texture lifted the cloth bag containing the gold coins and withdrew. This signified the agreement of the authority holders under the table transaction. Franca withdrew her right hand, using a white handkerchief to meticulously cleanse the touched area while expressing her discomfort with continuous spitting. Where should we position ourselves while waiting for the opportunity to meet? Anthony inquired. Franca stowed away her handkerchief, offering a smile. The request specified only 2 individuals, yourself and Delilah Leroy. Consequently, your best chance is to shadow her until the opportunity arises. Fair enough. At this juncture, Franca retrieved the resplendent 7-stone bracelet from her traveler's bag, extending it towards Anthony. In case of any complications, teleport away immediately. Observing the seriousness and the demoness of Pleasure's demeanor, Anthony swallowed his inclination to politely refuse and accepted the 7-stone bracelet. After a moment of contemplation, Franca suggested, if you place trust in me, I can craft a paper figurine substitute using your blood and hair. Anthony remained silent for a few seconds before agreeing, okay. Within the confines of the Bonnie department store, Anthony swiftly pinpointed Delilah Leroy, exercising his keen observation skills as a hypnotist. Delilah stood amidst the first floor, accompanied by her lady's maid and the valet, engrossed in a magician's performance held by the department store to elevate the ambience. In the midst of the spectacle, the magician's assistant wheeled in a substantial wooden box capable of accommodating 3 to 4 individuals. The magician, with a theatrical flourish, removed his top hat and made an announcement. For my next act, I require the assistance of 2 fortunate members of the audience. Madam, would you do me the honor of joining me on stage? The magician's invitation was directed at Delilah Leroy. Though hesitant, Delilah couldn't muster a refusal and reluctantly ascended the wooden stage prepared for the magical performance. A weak personality and a difficulty in declining others. Perhaps influenced by the authority holders under the table transaction. Anthony vaguely anticipated the nature of the intended meeting as he observed Delilah's demeanor. With a calculated step forward, he drew the attention of the magician. This gentleman, please join us on stage as well. Feigning reluctance, Anthony awkwardly made his way up onto the stage. The magician gestured toward the wooden box, instructing, please take a seat inside. Pursing her lips, Delilah sighed and, urged by the crowd, entered the wooden box. Choosing a seat the furthest from her, Anthony, while there was still illumination, offered a smile and remarked, truth be told, I feel a bit embarrassed too. His words were delivered with a calm and genial tone, causing Delilah's tense demeanor to ease. Anthony continued, don't believe me? Look me in the eye. He pointed to his eyes, inviting her gaze. Delilah instinctively turned her gaze toward a pair of dark brown eyes reflecting her figure. My figure. Delilah was caught off guard as her gaze seemed to descend into a spiraling depth. In that moment, the magician closed the wooden box, enveloping it in darkness. Seizing the opportune moment, Anthony posed a question, did you experience anything unusual in Quartier de la Maison d'Opera a week ago? Yes, Delilah responded truthfully, sensing a trustworthy demeanor. What was that sensation? Anthony inquired as the magician recited his rehearsed lines. My heart started racing, and my blood felt like it was boiling. Delilah recounted her experience. Do you know what that means? Anthony probed further. In the darkness, Delilah shook her head. I'm not sure, but my real father instructed me to inform him immediately if I had similar sensations. Real father? Anthony had a hunch. Delilah chuckled self-deprecatingly, explaining, my real father, my mother's lover, and the current government's Minister of Industry, More Inevitability. More Inevitability. Sensing the magician's maneuvers with the wooden box, Anthony swiftly posed a final question. What did he say upon learning about your reaction? He told me not to worry and to continue living as usual, Delilah admitted, still harboring some concerns. Anthony acknowledged her words succinctly. Lovely lady, I'm thrilled to share this magic moment with you. Can you provide me with something memorable? Perhaps a few strands of your hair. His voice, deep and captivating, made Delilah feel that the request was entirely normal. Consequently, she plucked a few strands of hair and handed them to Anthony. Upon touching the hair, Anthony sighed in relief and continued in a resonant voice, I don't want this to jeopardize your family. Once you step out of this wooden box and hear my snap, you'll forget our interaction here. As his compelling voice echoed, Delilah's thoughts blurred. Smack. The wooden box opened, revealing only Anthony. Delilah, on the other hand, had been gracefully pulled from behind the stage by the magician. The audience erupted in excited applause. Once the ovation died down, the magician, hand pressed to his chest, bowed in gratitude. Without casting a glance at Delilah, Anthony snapped his fingers. Intent on engaging in conversation with the man who had established a connection with her, Delilah was jolted when she heard the snap. Her body shuddered slightly, her eyes momentarily glazed over before regaining awareness. Turning on her heel, she descended the wooden platform, returning to her place between the lady's maid and valet. Meanwhile, Anthony departed at a measured pace, seamlessly blending into the crowd. In Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative, apartment 702, 9 Rue Orosai. Franca applied the ashes of Delilah's hair onto the surface of the makeup mirror using black flames, reciting the familiar incantation for the magic mirror divination. Amidst the splashing water and the dark luster, Franca posed the question, is the owner of this hair a mirror person? The aged voice responded, no. Chapter 615, Descendants. Based on Anthony's feedback, Franca had long suspected that Delilah wasn't a mirror person but had some connection to them. Otherwise, she wouldn't have reacted abnormally without knowing anything. She raised the question during magic mirror divination to ensure Delilah hadn't made preparations in advance or been hypnotized. After a moment of contemplation, Franca posed her second question. Is the owner of this hair a descendant of the Tamara family? Amidst the splashing water and the dim mirror, an aged voice replied, no. Not a descendant of the Tamara family. Franca used the elimination method and chose a pre-prepared question. Is the owner of this hair a descendant of mirror people? The aged voice replied in a calm and hoarse tone, yes. Yes. Franca and Jenna were both shocked and delighted. Though they had similar suspicions, confirming it stunned and terrified them. How long had the mirror people infiltrated Trier? Why did they have descendants in their 30s? Moreover, they could marry, have children, and have descendants like ordinary people. Aside from believing in the mirror's primordial demoness, who had a more extreme personality and naturally harbored resentment towards her counterpart outside the mirror, what was the essential difference between them and ordinary people? Franca and the others weren't sure if most mirror people dissipated after death, leaving behind fragments of the mirror world, or if only a few special mirror people like Mirror Gardener were like this. Combined with Delilah's biological father, the current Minister of Industry, More Inevitability, instructing her to pay attention to abnormal reactions, Franca concluded that the high-ranking official had been replaced by a mirror person many years ago. According to the information gathered, the municipal modifications in underground Trier, particularly the catacombs, were implemented to address the leakage of the fourth epic Trier's seal. Mirror people had already replaced the originals by then, making it reasonable for them to inhabit Trier, Anthony said after some thought. The problem now is that mirror people can actually have descendants normally. Jenna's eyes flickered as she interjected, one more thing. Did a descendant of the Tamara family bring the mirror world fragment into the tomb in recent decades? Or was it a special mirror person searching for something and ended up perishing in there? Or could it be that before Fourth Epoch Trier sank underground or was sealed, mirror people were already active on this land? Franca hissed and said, "Your latter conjecture is a little terrifying. Our original deduction was that the special mirror world stemmed from the War of the Four Emperors, which caused Fourth Epoch Trier to sink. It was closely related to the primordial demonists' divine descent, Blood Emperor Alista Tudor's counterattack before death, and the demise of the demoness of catastrophe, Chris Mona. However, if mirror people had appeared in Fourth Epoch Trier before all of that, the root cause of the problem would be even more mysterious and terrifying. Fear of the unknown. Franca couldn't help but gaze at the makeup mirror in her hand and address the dark mirror. "Am I a descendant of mirror people?" She didn't expect an answer, knowing that magic mirror divination usually allowed only 3 questions at most. She merely voiced her thoughts and was concluding the divination. The mirror fell silent for a few seconds before resuming, "Your ancestor had nothing to do with Trier." "Oh, does that mean I can't be related to the mirror people?" "Wait a moment." Franca's surprise reverberated in her voice. Then, a sudden realization struck her. "So, you're not an emotionless answering machine. You don't have to strictly adhere to the corresponding rules." The darkness on the mirror's surface swiftly dissipated, and the aged voice ceased. Franca was left speechless. Jenna drew closer to Anthony, her words a hushed murmur. "Did you catch the helplessness in that answer?" Anthony cast a subtle glance at Franca and nodded imperceptibly. "Hey! Don't whisper in front of me. I can hear you." Franca complained, her assassin's keen senses picking up their conversation. She swiftly shifted the topic. "Fortunately, it said no. If it was a yes, it would be terrifying." Your grandfather or great-grandfather shouldn't be Triarians, right?" "I'm not even a Triarian myself," Anthony replied. Jenna tersely acknowledged. "The generation of my father's and mother's grandfathers came to Trier." Franca breathed a sigh of relief, stating, "Now, the direction of the investigation is clear. The current Minister of Industry, Morana Vigny." She pondered whether to conduct a covert investigation to gather crucial information or to promptly inform 007 and let the Eternal Blazing Sun Church handle it. Opting for the latter meant potential constraints due to confidentiality principles, limiting her access to the specific details she could seek from 007. Oh! Amidst a whistle, a ship steered into Port Kala on the southernmost coastline of the Fanapotter Kingdom. It was already mid-November, and Trier was gripped by a cold winter. Although Port Santa demanded thick clothing due to plummeting temperatures, Port Kala retained a warm climate. Passers-by adorned themselves in fancy short-sleeved shirts and loose pants, exposing their ankles. Unlike Port Santa, Port Kala lacked the tradition of carrying sabers or swords, but Lumian, drawing from her knowledge, knew that the people here were still rambunctious, with large-scale armed conflicts being commonplace. Port Kala differed significantly from Port Santa, which thrived on pastures, plains, and mountain range mines. With limited arable land and scarce pastures, the inhabitants originally depended on the sea for their livelihood. Over generations, the Church of Earth Mother's advancements in land development, seed cultivation, and livestock breeding transformed Port Kala. While the region achieved a level of self-sufficiency in food production, the rambunctious folk customs endured. Nevertheless, Port Kala continued to be a major importer of food, serving as one of the primary trade hubs between the Fanapotter Kingdom and the southern continent. The bustling port hosted numerous foreigners and stood as a key base for the harvest fleet. Captain Pedro, standing beside Lumian, observed the lively port scene. "It's the dry season, so the weather isn't as hot, and there's not much rain. It's the most comfortable period in Port Kala. You're welcome to visit." These words, spoken out of courtesy, hung in the air. Lumian, leaning against the shipboard, directed his gaze toward the distant sea, shrouded in what seemed like dark clouds. "Is that the Berserk Sea?" The Berserk Sea divided the northern and southern continents. Only when Emperor Roselle found a safe sea route could the northern continent's countries cross the sea and reach the southern continent. Pedro nodded, a hint of solemnity in his voice. That's right. Without a captain and sailors familiar with those waters, a ship will undoubtedly be swallowed by the ever-changing and violent weather there. Shipwrecks occur around Port Kala every year, claiming lives. When the majority of the passengers disembarked, Lumion guided Ludwig and Lugano to Captain Pedro's residence. He intended to assess the situation of his eldest daughter, Sulla, and her lover before deciding on his next course of action. Carrying a suitcase and holding Ludwig's hand, Lugano trailed closely behind his employer. It wasn't until they left the dock that he realized something startling. His employer and the captain were conversing in Highlander. Since departing from Port Santa, his employer and most of the ship's occupants had been using Highlander for communication. When did he learn Highlander? How had he become proficient in it? As Lugano observed his employer's retreating figure, he fell into a thoughtful silence, absorbing the relatively fluent Highlander being spoken. Port Kala, 7, White Shark Street, Pedro's house. A 5-story building with a green front lawn and a charming garden in the rear, it was home to nearly 30 people under Pedro's mother's care. Passing through the iron gates, Lumion spotted a couple strolling arm in arm on the lawn. They were both very young. The woman, in her early 20s, possessed brown hair, brown eyes, and a naturally fair, now tan complexion. Although her appearance was remarkable, Lumion, accustomed to interacting with demonesses and having a beautiful sister, deemed her merely decent. The man, in his mid-20s, had ordinary features, single eyelids, and curly brown hair. Clad in a white shirt and dark gray pants, he had very average looks and demeanors that would be lost in a crowd. Sulla, let me introduce you. This is the great adventurer, Louis Barry. His legendary experiences will soon reach Kala, Pedro joyfully introduced Lumion without a trace of gloominess. Sulla, sporting a fishnet hat to shield herself from the sun, approached with curiosity. What kind of legendary experiences? Does earning 300,000 gold rizit from a commission count? Pedro replied, representing Lumion with a smile. 300,000 gold rizit? Sulla exclaimed. This was a huge fortune for most people in Phaenopotter. Lumion observed the father-daughter interaction with a smile. In his peripheral vision, he detected a darkening expression on Sulla's lover, a clear sign of displeasure. Jealousy, vigilance, and worry. If there's truly something amiss with him, he should be more confident. Lumion mused, unfazed. Pedro then introduced Sulla's lover. Floris, Sulla's fiancé. They met in Phaenopotter City. Phaenopotter City, nestled in the highlands, stood as the capital of the Phaenopotter Kingdom. Sulla had encountered Floris there during her university studies, though Floris hailed from an ordinary family with modest educational qualifications. Having completed only elementary grammar school, he later established a grocery store near Highlander University. Greetings, Lumion nodded slightly, exuding the self-assured air of a great adventurer. Following the welcoming banquet, Floris departed from Pedro's house. He ventured into his favorite romantic bar, settling at the counter with a discontented expression. While casually surveying the surroundings, he couldn't help but notice a woman seated 2 or 3 spots away. Her flaxen-colored hair was elegantly tied up, and her lake-colored eyes held a crystalline glimmer. With a high-nose bridge and rosy lips, even her side profile was breathtakingly beautiful. Chapter 616, Love. For a moment, Floris found himself captivated by her presence. He couldn't resist leaning in to compliment her straightforwardly, a habit common among male Phaenopotterians. Today is my lucky day to encounter such a beautiful lady. Could I be luckier to buy you a drink? The woman's eyes flickered, and a smile graced her lips. She gently shook her head, indicating that his offer wasn't accepted. Undeterred, Floris wanted to say more, but he noticed the woman's expression cooling off, prompting him to retreat to his seat. In the following moments, he alternated between stealing glances at the woman's figure, clad in a simple shirt and slender black pants, and observing the rim of her glass, watching it touched by her moist red lips. Floris's body heated up, and his mouth grew dry. The more beer he drank, the harder it became to quench his thirst. Eventually, the woman finished her light gold Manzan, placed the tall glass on the bar counter, and gracefully left amid the soothing and elegant music. Floris hurriedly approached, pulling out a soft tissue that had gained popularity in recent years. He wiped the edge of the wine glass, where the woman's lips had just touched. Then, he folded the tissue, meticulously scanning the surroundings of the bar stool. He collected a few flaxen-colored long hairs, securing them in the tissue. Completing this task, Floris became aware of the bartender and the nearly 20 male customers around him, all staring with a shared judgmental gaze. Pervert. Floris wasn't the sole victim of the woman's enchantment, it extended to all the men and a few women in the bar. All of them had witnessed his perverted actions. Despite the accusatory stares, Floris kept his composure and left as if nothing had transpired. He vowed never to return to this bar again. Yet, he harbored no regret for his actions. On the way back to the apartment, Floris's heart pulsed with anticipation, fueled by the promise of gains. His pace quickened, though practicality dictated a more measured speed. Upon reaching his residence, he drew the curtains and retrieved an old notebook with a yellowed cover from his suitcase compartment. Inside, a mottled note held a complex vocabulary that didn't belong to any language from the northern continent, accompanied by numerous instructions in Highlander. Floris eagerly placed the tissue containing the woman's hair and saliva on the notebook. He then took up the mottled note, reciting the intricate and peculiar words with marked pronunciation. Neighboritously. This was the love incantation Floris had chanced upon. With the true name, date of birth, closely related items, or bodily fluids like flesh and blood, he could insert the medium in his notebook and recite the incantation 7 times, compelling the target to fall irrevocably in love. Floris had patiently waited for the opportune moment to orchestrate Pedro's daughter, Sulla, to fall and be injured. His timely aid had not only garnered gratitude but also facilitated the collection of her blood, fulfilling the conditions for the love incantation. Reality had validated the enchanting power of the love incantation. Floris refrained from using it again, uncertain of how to dispel its effects. If pursued by multiple women before his marriage to Sulla, provoking a conflict among them could jeopardize his standing within the large family and hinder access to resources and support. However, today was different. She was the most captivating woman he had ever encountered. He was ready to pay any price to make her his own. Uncertainty lingered in Floris's mind about whether the saliva-stained tissue and the naturally fallen hair could truly serve as a medium for the love incantation, but the desire to find out overwhelmed any reservations. Excitement and anticipation surged within him as he envisioned the possibility of witnessing such a beautiful scene, an uncontrollable smile gracing his face. Neighboritously. Floris continued reciting the love incantation with abnormal devotion and enthusiasm, his heart pulsating with desire and joy. Neighboritously. After repeating it 7 times, Floris watched in amazement as the tissue and hair burst into flames, reflecting a rainbow before swiftly turning to ashes. Success. Success. Floris couldn't initially believe it, but immense joy struck his heart. Surprise lingered, but Floris cared little. What mattered was that it worked. That captivating woman is now in love with me. Thoughts of what would unfold next raced through Floris's mind. He hastily closed the notebook, clipped the note, and dashed to the door without bothering to put them away. He yearned to walk the streets, confident that the lovely person must be seeking him. As Floris swung the door open, there she was, the woman from the bar, standing outside. Floris's entire being went slack under the light-colored crystalline gaze, his balance teetering on the edge of surrender. Every fiber of his being yearned to yield. As the woman willingly stepped into Floris's embrace, he eagerly enveloped her in his arms, leaning in for a kiss. Yet, the sensation he encountered was far from the warmth and softness he had imagined. Instead, it was cold and unyielding. Floris's surprise turned to shock as he realized he was embracing a waist-high mirror. The mirror brushed against his chest, swaying back and forth, resisting his attempts to disengage. Floris recoiled in unnatural fear. The lingering sensations from his earlier fantasies refused to dissipate. His heart froze while his body burned. With mounting dread, he struck the mirror with increasing force. Finally, retreating to his suitcase, Floris delivered a decisive blow, shattering the mirror with a resounding crack. It shattered into countless fragments, piercing Floris's clothes, chest, stomach, and arms. Agony surged through Floris's body, searing his senses, snapping the fraying nerve that was already on the brink. In that moment, he tasted a euphoria unlike any other. Collapsing to the ground, Floris lay motionless, caught between fear, longing, anguish, and ecstasy. It can truly assist in digesting the pleasure potion. Franca clicked her tongue, observing the scene unfold in the mirror of the apartment diagonally opposite Floris's room. With her expertise, the spectacle before her could be deemed a novelty. "I assured you I wouldn't deceive you," Lumion, sporting a golden straw hat, responded with a grin. Upon accepting the commission and identifying Floris's primary problem of inexplicably garnering the fervent affection of a stunning girl, Lumion's initial instinct was to deploy a demonist to test this individual. Franca's saliva and hair served as part of the investigation. After all, mysticism likely played a role. Naturally, for safety precautions, Franca had treated the saliva and hair beforehand. Thus, she devised a mirror substitution, a dark magic of witches, which accurately connected to them. Now, the results were in, splendid. Franca had subjected Floris to pleasure's torment, exposing him to the agony of chasing fleeting satisfaction. Curious, Floris managed to ensnare my mirror's affection with just a single-word incantation. No ritual or supplication to any entity, Franca mused with emotion. Even I can't achieve that. Lumion chuckled in response, remarking, "You can. No incantation or medium needed. Just unleash your charm." Franca was taken aback. "You're starting to resemble an Intision. Or is this a result of your Phaenopotter education?" Pursing her lips, her gaze flickered. Lumion continued, "There's another issue. Pedro previously tasked 2 adventurers with probing Floris, but they vanished. And it appears this fellow lacks beyond her powers." Franca suddenly smiled. "This is intriguing. If the mirror substitution failed, and I fell under the sway of that incantation, falling in love with Floris, what would you do?" Lumion emitted a soft chuckle. "Making someone vanish without a trace is simple. I don't even need to lift a finger." Lumion was confident Ludwig could consume the fellow entirely, with counter-divination to top it off. Without awaiting Franca's response, Lumion headed for the door. "I'll pay that fellow a visit. Keep vigilant for any developments and beware of mishaps." "Understood," Franca replied solemnly. As Floris hadn't managed to close the door in time, Lumion found the entrance accessible without the need to pry it open. Sensing the intrusion, Floris snapped out of his daze, hastily rising to his feet. By this point, Lumion had already picked up the notebook, unfolding it to the 2 pages displaying the modeled note. "What are you doing?" Floris asked, horror etched across his face. He immediately recognized Lumion. "Louis Barry? The great adventurer Louis Barry? Did Pedro hire you to investigate me?" Ignoring the inquiry, Lumion walked toward the window, ushering in a gust of fresh air. "A love incantation can make a woman fall in love with you. All you need is to obtain her true name." Lumion began reciting the Highlander annotation on the modeled note in front of Floris. "The incantation's pronunciation is..." He abruptly halted without completing the recitation. Floris's face had already turned a sickly grayish-white, as if he could foresee the impending demise of his reputation and his capture by the church. "Where did this come from?" Lumion pointed at the modeled note and the old notebook. Cold sweat broke out on Floris's forehead, and his eyes gradually turned fierce. Suddenly, he shouted, pronouncing the word in a rugged and awkward tone, "Neighboritously." This time, there was no target or corresponding medium. Almost simultaneously, Lumion sensed his surroundings fall silent as an ominous aura rapidly enveloped the room. Chapter 617, Transaction. Floris's demeanor suddenly shifted, his expression turning icy, and a malevolent smile curling upon his lips. His aura underwent a dramatic transformation. He raised his gaze, Lumion's dark hair and green eyes reflecting in his now ominous stare. Lumion's suppressed emotions, desires, and the haze surrounding him erupted like a volcano. This was a force even an ascetic's endurance couldn't withstand. Crack! Lumion's body cracked, shrinking into a palm-sized mirror. The mirror shattered completely, fragments scattering across the ground. In the room diagonally opposite, Lumion materialized beside Franca, wearing a solemn expression. Had he not prepared mirror substitution beforehand, he might have endured a double explosion of emotions and desires. It resembled the same outcome when evil God bestowed her the symphony of hatred's different melodies. Of course, if Franca hadn't been lurking nearby, if he hadn't readied mirror substitution, he wouldn't have used himself as bait to converse with Floris. Lumion seized Franca's shoulder, his voice deep as he uttered, "Let's leave this place first." He promptly activated the black mark on his right shoulder, in an attempt to teleport away. Confronted with an adversary capable of exploiting his weaknesses and latent dangers, Lumion's initial response was to switch to support, utilizing his corresponding abilities from a distance. Franca would assume the role of the main attacker. However, considering Franca, a demoness of pleasure, hadn't indulged herself for a long time, he feared she might not resist the explosion of desire. It seemed prudent to retreat, regroup with others, and return later. At that moment, a voice alternating between masculinity and femininity echoed in Lumion and Franca's ears. "There's no rush to escape. I've changed my mind. I want to make a deal with you." A deal? Something jolted in Lumion's and Franca's minds. After some thought, they chose to stay put. Simultaneously, Lumion sank his consciousness into his right hand, ready to activate the remnant aura of Blood Emperor Lista Tudor. This wasn't meant to intimidate Floris, but if his emotions and desires were triggered again, Lumion could alert the police in time. Being one of the Phaenopotter Kingdom's primary ports for trade with the southern continent and a key base for the Harvest Fleet, Port Kala undoubtedly housed at least one Grade 1 sealed artifact even without a demigod. Franca gazed at the wall and the air in front of her, questioning, "What deal?" Floris, dressed in a floral shirt, casually pushed open the unlatched door of the apartment and spoke in a deep, cold, and dignified manner, "Let me introduce myself. Neighboritously, a demon." A demon? A genuine demon. The cost of using the authority holders under the table transaction actually materialized here, to make a deal with a demon. However, Lumion's acceptance of the captain's mission and our pursuit of Delilah are distinct matters. If we had opted to patiently wait a month or two before engaging with Delilah instead of utilizing the authority holders under the table transaction, what would have transpired today? Could there have been a so-called deal? Franca smiled in surprise, suspicion, and confusion. How can you reveal yourself as a demon? Shouldn't a true demon conceal their identity to lower our guard? The demon, identifying himself as Neighboritously, clenched his right fist and pressed it against his lips. He smiled and replied, "A true demon is both demon in body and mind. I'll inform you that you're dealing with a demon, but refusal isn't an option. I won't obscure my identity to achieve my goals like the foolish ones. For instance, this man named Floris is well aware of the consequences of repeatedly reciting my true name through the notebook. Heh, back then, that foolish warlock labeled it the love incantation, but he still couldn't resist the temptation and couldn't control himself. For demons, this gradually decaying soul that slowly descends into the abyss is the most delectable feast. The sensation of resistance and constant decay is as unforgettable as the finest wine." Lumion and Franca didn't disdain or ridicule Neighboritously's unabashed and alluring depravity. Since a demon had spoken, there had to be a deeper motive. Moreover, Lumion couldn't be certain if Neighboritously was a genuine demon or a self-proclaimed one. He couldn't verify if Neighboritously was his actual name or if he had a different origin. Although the activation of desire aligned with the traits of a Sequence 5 desire apostle of the demon pathway, it wasn't exclusive to demons. Lumien's symphony of hatred could achieve a similar effect. Franca grinned at the demon's incessant narrative and remarked, "That foolish warlock probably assumed your true name as a love incantation because of your cues." "Is that really your true name?" "That's why he's foolish," Neighboritously replied with a faint smile. Lumien wasn't eager to rush into the transaction. Instead, he inquired, "How did you manage to convince Floris that the love incantation actually works?" Neighboritously casually glanced back at Floris's rented apartment and assumed a relaxed posture. He tried some other incantations from the notebook, and some of them worked. He's just an ordinary person, yet he can cast an incantation like a warlock? Franca expressed disbelief. Neighboritously grinned. "I've heard a very reasonable saying, all things possess godhood. No matter how ordinary a person is, as long as they're willing to pay the corresponding price, they can create beyonder effects. All things possess godhood. Mr. K often says this when preaching." Lumien observed Neighboritously, the self-proclaimed demon. Franca seized the opportunity to ask, "What price did Floris pay?" Neighboritously smiled meaningfully. "I already told you. The part where the soul gradually decays and falls into the abyss." Franca nodded thoughtfully. Lumien suddenly grinned. "If he hadn't paid the price, how could you communicate with us so easily using his body?" Neighboritously smiled back but remained silent. Lumien shifted the topic. "Did you have a hand in the deaths of those two adventurers who were investigating Floris?" "Consider it a bit of interest," Neighboritously replied, glancing around. He smiled and pulled a chair over, casually remarking, "You lack the necessary courtesy." "Because we never considered making a deal with you," Franca deliberately stated. "I won't make a deal with a demon." Neighboritously chuckled and said, "Although it's amusing for a demoness to claim she won't trade with a demon, I can assure you that I won't force you into a deal. I won't even hinder you from informing the Church of Earth Mother about Floris later. I differ from my inept peers. I prefer transparent trade, avoiding the convoluted legalese of contracts where terms and conditions are twisted. I'll make you choose to trade with me, even knowing the content and price." "I decline," Franca replied with a smile. "I refuse to entertain your deal." Neighboritously narrowed his eyes dangerously but maintained his usual amiable demeanor. "You can listen first before deciding if you want to accept this deal. I won't boast that I can fulfill any of your wishes, but I can help you fulfill most of them. This is a promise from an ancient demon." "Ancient?" Lumien looked curious. "Have you heard of the ancient sun god?" Neighboritously's expression darkened subtly. "I'm aware. Can you tell me about him?" "The deity I believe in now seems to be the resurrected him." Lumien's lips curled up, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. "This can be used as compensation for the transaction, but it has to be paid first before we fulfill the contract. Don't think of fabricating it. That would be blasphemy to my lord." Neighboritously fell silent. After a few seconds, he smiled and said, "As I mentioned earlier, I can accomplish certain things and fulfill certain wishes. This is one of them. When one's humble enough, it's really difficult to win a war of words." Lumien sighed inwardly and turned to Franca, silently inquiring if she wanted to seize this opportunity to the table transaction. Franca hesitated for a moment before addressing Neighboritously. "Tell me about the deal first before I decide." Neighboritously chuckled. "A wise decision. I hope you can help me kill another demon's descendant. He resides somewhere in the Berserk Sea. Don't worry, demon descendants are cold, cruel, and bloodthirsty. He definitely meets the death penalty standard in your hearts. Then why don't you do it yourself?" Franca clicked her tongue. "You seem quite powerful. Is it because you're sealed? Or could it be that he can't leave the abyss and can only project himself onto a human like now, unable to maintain it for long?" Neighboritously replied calmly, "Any abnormal movements from me will attract the attention of the other demon. The reward for this transaction is that I fulfill one of your wishes. It's a predetermined wish that I can fulfill. Can you help us digest the potion in our bodies? Lumion probed. Neighboridously shook his head. I won't lie to you. I can't do it. The digestion of the potion is a personal matter. Of course, I can create conditions and opportunities to indirectly help you digest the potion as soon as possible, but whether you can seize those opportunities depends on yourselves. Quite honest. Franca muttered silently. Suddenly, she revealed a bright smile. This deal tempts me, but I need a reliable and powerful witness. Author's note: the inspiration for the love incantation in the previous chapter originated from the real world. I believe I've shared it on my public WeChat account before. Aphrodite's hidden name is Neferayari, meaning beautiful eyes. Repeating this incantation can win a woman's love. When I read about this, I found it a little sinister. I mainly changed the pronunciation. Chapter 6:18, Divination Ritual. Franca's request met with a gentle shake of Neighboridously's head. You can request the deity you believe in to bear witness when signing the contract, but I don't want anyone else present. A chuckle escaped Neighboridously's lips. I'm a demon. I need to be careful to avoid becoming prey. We can recite a god's name as a witness when signing the contract? The temptation loomed over them both. For ordinary beyonders who held faith in the eternal blazing sun or the god of steam and machinery, invoking a deity's name as a witness might offer no more than psychological comfort. True gods rarely intervened in such trivial affairs of ordinary beyonders without a proper ritual. Yet, as minor arcana card holders of the Tarot Club, Lumion and Franca followed the great existence, Mr. Fool. Simply invoking his name could draw attention, a fact not lost on them. Franca's heart raced with uncertainty. Should she strike a deal with the demon under the watchful gaze of Mr. Fool, in exchange for elusive benefits? Neighboridously reiterated his stance. This is a fair transaction. There's no coercion. It's the same for you and me. If you insist that there must be a powerful witness present, I choose to give up. Just as Lumion contemplated the idea, Termoboros's resounding voice echoed within his mind, it's best if you don't agree. Don't even make a false promise. Lumion found himself taken aback as Termoboros, an angel of inevitability, unexpectedly warned him about the unfolding situation. Alarmed, Lumion pushed aside thoughts of Termoboros's possible intentions, choosing instead to focus on scrutinizing Neighboridously's every move and assessing his own mental state. The more Lumion delved into the matter, the more alarmed he became. Initially planning to teleport away immediately and seek help, he and Franca had gradually shifted their stance, considering Neighboridously's propositions and exploring potential exploitations. Their plan had evolved from seeking the presence of a powerful arbiter like Madame Judgment as a witness to contemplating a deal without one. Now, all they hoped was to ensure their safety by invoking a god's name. Compromising one step at a time, changing bit by bit. This is very similar to Neighboridously's description of degenerating bit by bit, slowly rotting one's soul before ultimately plunging into the abyss. It also said that demons aren't just about the body but also about the mind. Lumion swiftly snapped out of his reverie, sensing a possible influence from Neighboridously on both himself and Franca. It resembled the signs of a spectator's presence. Similarly, he could glean insights through Anthony's self-examination technique. Even in this state, Franca displayed remarkable control over her emotions. She turned to Lumion, seeking agreement. With thoughts racing, the corners of Lumion's mouth curled up slightly as he addressed Neighboridously. We don't require a witness, but I need to confirm something first. What is it? Neighboridously's demeanor remained cold, yet his attitude was composed. Lumion nodded at Franca, conveying that he would handle the situation. Franca, in turn, silently acknowledged her understanding. Turning back to Neighboridously, Lumion stated, I need to verify that the name you're using now, the name you'll use in the contract later, is indeed your real name. Deliberately avoiding the term Neighboridously, Lumion exercised caution to mitigate potential risks. Neighboritously pondered for a moment before responding, "Sure. As a demon, I don't just dislike but also admire your caution." Lumion maintained his smirk. "The way to confirm is magic mirror divination, a complete one. We'll set up a ritual and seek answers from a hidden entity. As you know, my friend is a demoness. She's quite skilled at this." Lumion pointed at Franca as he spoke. "Indeed. We should confirm if Neighboritously is the demon's real name. Otherwise, the deal would be a joke." Franca suddenly became alert, realizing she had been too eager to conclude the deal and had overlooked many potentially problematic details. Neighboritously pondered for a moment before agreeing, "All right, but I have to observe from within the wall of spirituality where the ritual takes place. This is a demon's caution. We're worried that you'll use magic mirror divination to inform certain demons' natural enemies." "No problem," Lumion said with a bright smile. "To complete magic mirror divination, I want you to write your real name on this note and bring over the ancient notebook from the opposite room. Together, they can act as a medium for divination." Neighboritously, well versed in the intricacies of complete magic mirror divination, responded with a smile, "No problem." He stood up, taking the note from Lumion's hand. Using Floris's fountain pen, he inscribed a complex word with the pronunciation Neighboritously, its language unknown. The self-proclaimed demon then left for Floris's rented apartment, retrieving the ancient notebook and the note. Lumion had already arranged a simple ritual, placing 3 candles and a mirror on an empty table. Before Neighboritously returned, Franca approached him and whispered, "The usual magic mirror divination target?" Lumion shook his head, indicating they weren't. Softly uttering a single word, he said, "Him." A pure male pronoun. Franca's pupils dilated as she tacitly understood whom Lumion was referring to. The implications were self-evident. After Neighboritously handed her the ancient notebook, Franca smiled happily and said, "Demons are likely higher-level godhood creatures. I can't afford to be negligent. I plan to seek answers from a more special entity. Inevitably, my companion will need to assist me during the ritual. I hope you can understand what you'll see next. If you're unwilling, we'll abandon this transaction." She didn't make it sound too firm, making the abandon the transaction option seem more like a negotiating strategy. Neighboritously smiled and replied, "No problem. I've seen too many special rituals." His implication was clear: if there was a problem with your ritual, I would be able to tell immediately. Franca sanctified the ritual silver dagger and created a wall of spirituality. Lumion placed the ancient notebook and the note with the real name in front of the lit candle and mirror, using a small amount of Gardner Martin's spiritual blood to draw a few complicated and strange symbols. Observing from a distance, Neighboritously muttered, "Seeking guidance from fate. Questioning an entity in this domain?" Lumion seized the opportunity to turn around and ask, "What can I do to dispel Sulla's infatuation with Floris?" Neighboritously smiled meaningfully and said, "Either they both perish, or they seek my approval." With the preparations complete, Franca stepped back, gazing at the 3 burning candles and the palm-sized makeup mirror. She recited an honorific name in ancient Hermes. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." Upon hearing this, Neighboritously's expression changed. His face turned icy, and his eyes revealed a chilling cruelty. Just as he was about to project Lumion and Franca's figures in his eyes and ignite their desires and emotions, he realized that a thin gray fog emanated, making the 2 targets indistinct and challenging to lock onto. Lumion gripped Franca's forearm. In mysticism, this signified that the 2 people in the ritual were one. Of course, the prerequisite was that the original ritual host didn't resist. Lumion took over the ritual host's position and recited the last 2 paragraphs. "The mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." The thick gray fog surged even more visibly, and Neighboritously, manipulating Floris's body, grew increasingly malevolent. He tried to break free from the altar, attempting to shatter the wall of spirituality, but the gray fog stood as an impenetrable obstacle. Lumion advanced 2 steps, presenting the note with the real name to the candle symbolizing the ritual's host. He ignited it and flicked it 3 times, dispersing ashes onto the ancient notebook. After these preparations, Lumion spoke in a deep voice, "I beseech your assistance. I implore you to banish the creature named Neighboritously." Neighboritously, in control of Floris's body, opened his mouth, emitting a sharp cry. Simultaneously, filth, depravity, and evil ravings echoed in Lumion and Franca's ears. Each word seemed to assault their minds, causing their bodies to contort and their souls to decay. Yet, under the ritual shield and the layers of gray fog, the words appeared distant, as if emanating from the horizon. Even if Lumion and Franca strained to listen, the specifics eluded them. Amidst a faint shriek, pitch-black gas emanated from Floris's body, swiftly dissipating. Faces emerged from the pitch-black gas, mouths opening and closing, cursing Lumion and Franca vehemently, only to dissolve into the gray fog. In a matter of seconds, the pitch-black gas completely vanished, and Floris's demeanor and aura returned to normal. Exorcism spell. In just a few days, Lumion had employed the exorcism spell once more. From his perspective, Neighboritously, hiding his true form somewhere, had stealthily infiltrated Floris's breath for control. He was akin to a wraith evil spirit possessing another. Most surprising was the effectiveness of the name Neighboritously. Of course, if this wasn't the true name, if the exorcism spell proved futile, Lumion could resort to Mr. Fool's complete honorific name to intimidate the demon and drive it away with the gray fog and the gaze of a great existence. This time, it wasn't Mr. Fool's seal on his chest that answered, but the great existence himself. Lumion forced a smile and said to Franca, "This fellow is less formidable than the invisible child of God of the Great Mother." Despite Neighboritously's frenzied curse affecting his desires and emotions, requiring him to endure with his ascetic powers, it still paled in comparison to the invisible child of God's ability to partially breach the gray fog's protection of the ritual host, repeatedly creating a psychic piercing effect. Franca remained silent, her gaze fixed on the makeup mirror serving as decoration. In the mirror, a faint fog permeated the air, and a vague figure approached from a distance. Chapter 619, Chronicles. Franca strained her eyes, attempting to discern the figure amidst the dimly lit surroundings. The tall buildings loomed mysteriously, their outlines blending with the fog, reminiscent of stars reflecting on a foggy night. In the distance, lights flickered, accompanied by indistinct honking sounds. Franca's pupils dilated, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Her heart, previously gripped by the effects of Neighboritously's frenzied curse, now surged with shock. Instinctively, she focused all her might on the figure, trying to pierce through the layers of gray fog and unravel its face and clothing. However, the thin fog grew hazier, dissipating along with the fleeting images it carried. In just 3 to 4 seconds, the mirror on the altar reverted to its normal state. "What's wrong?" Lumion turned to Floris, who lingered in the residual gray fog, seeking an update on Franca's condition. Franca, still captivated by the mirror, fell silent for a moment before speaking. "Did you see the scene reflected in the mirror?" "I did." Lumion reflected briefly and suggested, "Perhaps it signifies Mr. Fool's divine kingdom." Their prayers for the exorcism spell had been directed towards Mr. Fool. Therefore, the mirror used to deceive Neighboritously while being ineffective in actuality was likely related to Mr. Fool. Franca stammered, but the backdrop resembles the city before your sister and I transmigrated. It's like those foggy times, every building morphing into colossal creatures nestled in the fog, adorned with countless glowing eyes." Lumion, understanding Franca's emotions, showed no surprise at the familiar street scenes. Reminding his companion, he said, "Don't forget about the celestial worthy. He has a close connection to your homeland, and he and Mr. Fool have been engaged in a dream battle. It's quite conceivable that such dreamscapes can manifest in reality through rituals." Franca fell into a momentary silence before releasing a sigh. "You're right." She followed with a self-deprecating laugh. "I got worked up for nothing." Lumion mitigated the negative effects from Neighboritously and methodically extinguished the candle flames, concluding the ritual. As Franca dispelled the wall of spirituality and the wind howled, clearing away the lingering gray fog, Flores seemed to snap back to reality, no longer lost in the confusion of searching for an exit. However, upon seeing Lumion and Franca, his face turned an even more pallid shade. Just as he was about to plead for mercy, a sharp pain shot through Flores's body. Instinctively, he lowered his head and observed a black, almost ethereal, filthy liquid oozing from his body. Highly corrosive, it swiftly dissolved his blood, flesh, and bones. "No! Save me! Save me!" Flores unleashed a blood-curdling scream, repeatedly calling for help. Lumion, however, observed with interest, as though studying the toll exacted on those who made a deal with demons. In less than 10 seconds, Flores's body succumbed to corrosion, collapsing with a resounding crash, immersed in the almost illusory black liquid. Flores's head continued to wail, his voice gradually fading. After a while, he breathed his last with wide-open eyes. His relatively intact head swiftly disintegrated into the filthy liquid. The once illusory liquid lost its evil, mystical aura, revealing the remains of the corpse, now filled with a foul, noxious mud-like substance. Dealing with demons doesn't end well. Franca sighed, reflecting on her earlier temptation. Her laughter echoed hollowly as she continued, "Thankfully, we didn't strike a deal with that self-proclaimed ancient demon. Still, I missed an opportunity to eliminate the latent threat of using the authority holders under the table transaction." Lumion chuckled and remarked, "Consider this carefully. I remember Madam Magician's usage instructions, emphasizing the possibility of encountering transactions with evil entities like demons. Recall, it was about encountering a transaction, not completing one. You faced it, you simply chose not to accept it. That fellow didn't force you either." Franca contemplated the situation and admitted, "You make a point. It does seem that way." She clicked her tongue and glanced at Lumion. "If you had chosen the lawyer path, you might be equally promising. In reality, I believe that's the norm. The authority holders under the table transaction is, at most, equivalent to a sequence 5. Every use means one less opportunity. How could the negative effects be a transaction with a demon? From what I know, demon is a high sequence term within the criminal path. What does it signify? It represents a demigod. Yes, it's merely encountering a transaction, not completing it. There's room for negotiation. Yet, it's also highly dangerous. Demons and other evil entities aren't known for their philanthropy. If we refuse to trade with them, why would they spare us indefinitely? Furthermore, predicting when we'll encounter them is impossible, making it challenging to prepare in advance." Lumion smiled. "If you can't predict it, try approaching it differently. After using the authority holders under the table transaction, immediately prepare and take the initiative to create an opportunity to negotiate with demons and other evil creatures. Set the pace and manage the risks. For instance, invite demons to St. Vive Cathedral for a deal. The Eternal Blazing Sun Church's main cathedral in Trier, St. Vive Cathedral." Franca chuckled. "Demons aren't brainless zombies. Why would they willingly walk into St. Vive Cathedral to meet their doom?" Franca suddenly halted. St. Vive Cathedral might not be suitable, but they did have a few hidden locations with a similar atmosphere. It wasn't entirely impossible. For example, the sacrificial square on the 3rd level of the catacombs, Chrismonanite Pillar. "That's an interesting idea," Franca commended Lumion. "In the past, when facing the negative effects of mystical items, we always endured and waited passively. Taking the initiative is a different approach. Hunters indeed have their own unique styles. Taking the initiative involved making preparations in advance and minimizing potential dangers. Of course, taking the initiative didn't necessarily mean triggering the effects, but it required considering such possibilities." Lumion glanced out the window. Flores's scream has likely attracted the attention of the nearby residents. Someone may have called the police. Let's vacate this place before examining the contents of this notebook. He gathered the ancient notebook, candles, and other items from the dining table as he spoke. "Agreed." Franca surveyed the room, and dark flames silently ignited in various spots. As the flames flickered, Lumion teleported Franca away, returning to the guest room of Captain Pedro's 5-story house. Go through the notebook and check if there's a way to dispel the love incantation. I'll verify Sulla's condition and inform Pedro about Flores's situation and outcome. He can handle the Church of Earth Mother and liaise with the local police. Lumion handed the ancient notebook to Franca before opening the door and stepping into the corridor. Franca settled into the recliner and opened the notebook. Suddenly, she murmured to herself, "Something feels off." Knowing Lumion's approach, shouldn't he have immediately perused the notebook after the ritual, searching for a solution to dispel the love incantation? Why did he hastily leave the moment the police were mentioned after discussing matters with me extensively? He should be aware of the critical issue. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Franca suddenly came to a moment of realization. Neighboritisly's chilling rants and wild curses had a disturbing impact on Lumion, stirring up his desires and emotions. Despite his attempts to endure the onslaught using his ascetic powers, subtle signs of struggle manifested. Franca's eyes darted around, a sly chuckle escaping her lips. Lumion found Pedro in the small living room on the first floor. Before he could delve into Flores's situation, the captain exclaimed in surprise, "Mr. Barry, Sulla came to me a few minutes ago." She was crying in fear and pain, saying she dreamed of falling in love with Flores and couldn't wake up. However, she suddenly woke up tonight, feeling like it was a nightmare, and she wishes to annul the engagement. "May I know how you did it?" Pedro spoke with a touch of unconscious politeness. "She's back to normal? Could it be because Flores is dead?" "No, more likely Neighboritisly's expulsion through the exorcism spell has restored those affected by the devil to normal." Lumion guessed, smiling. "Flores is already dead. Did you kill him?" Pedro, showing no aversion to the idea of killing, was even more intrigued by the fact that Flores's death seemed to have awakened his daughter. "A demon killed him." Lumion briefly recounted the events, avoiding mentioning Neighboritisly by name. Instead, he handed Pedro the love incantation note tucked into an ancient notebook for a closer look. Finally, he said, "You handle the rest. It's advisable to keep Sulla in a cathedral or cloister for the next month or two. I'm uncertain if the demon will revisit the former victim once he recovers." "Understood." Pedro clenched his teeth, his expression somber. After receiving the 20,000 gold Rizet bounty, Lumion returned to his guest room. Franca, holding the ancient notebook, frowned as she said, "This doesn't seem like the notebook of an evil warlock. It's more like a collection of a novelty hunter's chronicles. It contains various legends of devils and demons from the northern and southern continents spanning the past 1,000 years. The last record appears to be over 100 years ago. There are peculiar incantations scattered within, as if fabricated. One of them mentions a legend of a demon on Hanth Island in the Berserk Sea." Lumion grasped Franca's concern. Neighboritisly had mentioned that the demon descendant he sought to eliminate resided somewhere in the Berserk Sea. Chapter 620, Abnormality in the Abyss. Could it be that some of the demon legends in this notebook are true? Lumion held the yellowed notebook and flipped through a few pages. Franca tersely acknowledged and said, "In a world where superpowers exist, where true devils and demons roam, many related legends must be true or have originated from the true prototype. Do you think Nebo, the demon who claimed to be ancient, might be the protagonist of one of these legends? And the demon on Hanth Island is its archenemy, living in the real world disguised as a human. It lied, claiming the other party is a descendant of a demon and tempted us into taking risks to achieve a certain goal?" "Perhaps," Lumion smiled. "Let's not speculate about such matters involving high-level creatures. I'll just write to Madam Magician and report it to her." Franca glanced at Lumion and chuckled. "You're really proficient in dealing with management. However, it does make sense. We know very little about real demons. Making wild guesses is a waste of time." She then pointed at the notebook and said, "The handwriting differs from the note that wrote the love incantation." It's not the same author. Lumion had already sat at his desk, unfolded a piece of paper, and wrote to Madame Magician. As he deliberated over his words, he responded to Franca's words. Does the notebook have the phrase that represents the love incantation? I scanned through it. Nothing, Franca replied affirmatively. Lumion contemplated for a moment and said, there are two possibilities. The first is that the demon used someone under its control to insert the love incantation into this notebook that records devil and demon legends, hoping that it could secretly spread and affect more people. The second possibility is that those who once read this notebook were unknowingly influenced by the demon and obtained a so-called revelation. They wrote this love incantation and provided commentary. Mysticism sure is dangerous. Franca sighed with emotion. Lumion swiftly composed the letter and dispatched the ancient notebook and the note with the love incantation to Madame Magician. While awaiting a response, Franca and Lumion briefly delved into the demon legend of Hanth Island and the Berserk Sea. 30 years after Emperor Roselle discovered a safe sea route to the southern continent, numerous mysterious deaths of colonists and natives plagued the newly colonized Hanth Island. Witnesses claim to have seen a valley ablaze with sulfur flames in the island's forest. At night, pitch-black demons with goat horns were suspected of circling the area. After the authorities intervened, the mysterious deaths ceased. The owner of the notebook that chronicled the legend even attempted to explore the forest, but he failed to locate the alleged valley burning with sulfur flames. As they conversed, time passed. The doll messenger arrived with Madame Magician's reply, the ancient notebook, and the love incantation note. Lumion illuminated the gas wall lamp and began reading. Franca didn't hesitate and leaned in. It's impossible to determine its true name with just the fact that the name Neighboritously could expel that fellow. This is because it admitted, in a short period of time, that it was its real name. Even if it's lying, sometimes, under certain circumstances, admitting something makes it the truth. It possesses the corresponding mysticism connection. This is one of Mr. Fool's authorities. Amon, too, could do it in the past. As you prayed directly to Mr. Fool and used his power to exorcise Neighboritously, it doesn't matter if it's its real name. It won't affect the final outcome. Do you understand? Termoboros's warning was correct. You have to be cautious even if it's a false promise. If it's truly a demon and its true name is indeed Neighboritously, the problem ends up more complicated. Since the fifth epoch, demons active in the human world have either taken the form of sealed artifacts or come from Anariel, Beria, or Noise. Demons without surnames in their true names are often ancient or come from the abyss where devils and demons reside. As for the abyss's current state, Emperor Roselle's diary has mentions of it. Upon reading this, Lumion turned to Franca. In the curly-haired baboons research society, he often observed others trading Emperor Roselle's diary. When the April Fool's members were still active, they would even recite the relatively comedic parts publicly. However, having joined the Transmigrator organization only recently, he had no interaction with translations from the past. He had no way of knowing what abyss-related matters the Emperor had recorded. Franca said with a solemn expression, Emperor Roselle once found the entrance to the abyss and conducted a thorough exploration. As expected of Emperor Roselle, Lumion praised instinctively and sincerely. There weren't many people he admired, in fact, very few, but Emperor Roselle was one of them. Knowing that this emperor was a transmigrator like his sister made him feel an affinity with him. Franca continued, in the abyss that Emperor Roselle explored, devils and demons had long perished. Not a single one remained. All he saw before him were either corpses or silence. This state made him feel fear. He left in a hurry without completing his exploration. All dead? Lumion frowned slightly. Is the love incantation fellow either not a demon or an ancient demon from the abyss's core? Pausing momentarily, he added, if it's really an ancient demon, it might know why the abyss underwent such an abnormality. Franca nodded solemnly. The duo cast their gazes at the back of Madame Magician's reply. I reckon you've already grasped the gist of the abyss from the Two of Cups, so I won't dive deeper. Simply put, Neighboritously could be a potent demon who slipped out of the abyss's anomaly, or it might have roamed the northern continent before the three major devil clans, Noise, Beria, and Anariel, held sway. It didn't pledge allegiance to any ancient gods, whichever way you slice it. But dealing with an ancient devil king who's fled back to the abyss isn't something the two of you are capable of, let alone striking a bargain with it. You can explore the demon legends on Hanth Island if it's on your route, but stay cautious. Remember, the abyss's corruption is potent. It can corrupt people without their awareness. During this time, be vigilant for changes in your thoughts, concepts, emotions, and desires. If you notice anything unusual, consult a psychiatrist for confirmation. If you're genuinely affected by the abyss aura from Neighboritously, contact me or Judgment. Experts skilled in purifying such influences will assist you. Avoid burdening Mr. Fool unnecessarily. Thinking about the name Neighboritously is okay, but refrain from writing or reading it. After reading the letter, Lumion mumbled to himself, Madam Magician seems more inclined to believe it's a demon and not some other hidden entity. That's right, Franca echoed, puzzled. Let's assume that fellow is a demon, yet it doesn't even have danger premonition, allowing us to complete the preparations for the exorcism spell. If we say it isn't, it can create fluctuations and trigger our desires and emotions. I was just guessing that it's a secret entity that possesses a Grade 1 sealed artifact of the demon pathway. Lumion pondered for a few seconds and said, perhaps Madam Magician has seen more. That fellow probably doesn't have danger premonition because its true form isn't here. It only descended with a sliver of its aura and power. Or perhaps, the danger originated from Mr. Fool, so it couldn't sense it. That makes sense, Franca agreed before saying with a strange expression, ever since we became minor arcana cards, we've increasingly come into contact with the depths of the mystic world. The Demonist sect, the Mirror World, the War of the Four Emperors, the Great Mother, and a demon of the abyss this time. In the past, when I read Emperor Roselle's diary, I often had the feeling that that's just how the world is. But now, the contents of his diary have truly come to us. Without waiting for Lumion to speak, Franca added in a self-deprecating manner, for example, a Demonist does taste pretty good. Lumion chuckled and remarked, think about it carefully. Did you encounter these things after becoming a minor arcana card holder, or after getting to know me? Franca's lips twitched. You know yourself well. Directly support the authors on web novel. 2 days later, Lumion, Ludwig, and Lugano boarded a long-distance ship set to pass by Hanth Island, en route to the southern continent's West Balam. Lumion aimed to investigate the demon's legend and seize an opportunity to fully digest the Conspirer potion. After outsmarting Neighboritously and banishing it with the exorcism spell, Lumion realized that his potion digestion had made significant progress. With another decent performance, he could advance the digestion further. This would eliminate the need for the final advancement ritual's aid, allowing him to plan the subsequent matters more calmly. Captain Pedro, accompanied by his eldest daughter Sulla, and a few favored and blessed, expressed sincere gratitude to Lumion. They watched as he ascended the gangway with his godson and servant, boarding the ship named Berries. Once the ship set sail, one of the blessed appeared to sigh in relief and commented, he's finally left Port Kala. Without waiting for Sulla to inquire about the reason for the sigh, the blessed, wearing a brown priest's robe, turned to her and Pedro and advised, the circumstances at the scene of Floris's death indicate that this matter involved a true, high-ranking demon. Miss Sulla, it's best if you stay in the cloister for a year to avoid any possible aftereffects. Sulla, aware of her awakening thanks to the adventurer Louis Berry's assistance, was horrified. However, lacking personal experience, she inquired, a year? A real demon. What kind of demon is that? The blessed, in a brown clergyman's attire, responded solemnly, it's the demons from the legends you've heard of, or something even more powerful. W.H. Sulla turned to her father with a face filled with fear, confusion, and disbelief. Did you guys save me from such a demon? Pedro was equally surprised. He had never imagined that his daughter's situation would involve such a terrifying existence. and Lewis Berry had only received 20,000 gold rizit. No, he actually succeeded. Pedro, having witnessed the adventurer Lewis Berry's strength through the colossal wave he created, could now grasp his power more vividly in this direct comparison. In the first-class cabin suite aboard the Berries, Lumion handed the ancient notebook and the note with love incantation to Ludwig and asked with a smile, "Is it edible?" Chapter 621, Hanth Island. Ludwig, savoring succulent roasted lamb chops, cast a quick glance at the ancient notebook and the note containing the love incantation. "I can only provide details about the paper's age, the raw materials, and the manufacturing process. The knowledge and concealed content inscribed on it couldn't be extracted." "All right." Lumion withdrew his hand, his disappointment minimal. He had approached Ludwig with the intention that it didn't harm asking. Finding nothing else of interest, he settled into the recliner, immersing himself in the warm sunlight. Flipping through the ancient notebook filled with demon legends, Lumion found it composed entirely in Highlander. Florus, having only attended elementary grammar school, wouldn't have comprehended it otherwise. Reading with enthusiasm, as if engrossed in a gripping novel, Lumion discovered that certain legends surpassed even the thrill of contemporary horror stories, sending shivers down his spine. Occasionally, incantations emerged, some fabricated by the ignorant and subjected to numerous alterations. Others carried a subtle malevolence, bearing a resemblance to Neighboritisly. Lumion refrained from uttering them aloud, silently reciting them instead. The first day of the Berries' voyage unfolded in tranquil serenity. Late at night, Lumion dreamt of enchanting scenes, weaving into blush-inducing stories that heightened his emotions. Suddenly, Lumion awoke. Sunlight filtered through the window curtains, casting a faint glow. It was 6 a.m. Lying in bed, Lumion experienced a sense of loss. He lacked the endurance of an ascetic in dreams, causing certain scenes to be unusually poignant. Phew. Lumion exhaled, emitting a self-deprecating laugh. "Almost forgot, this isn't a boon, it's a curse." Reverting to a physical state when Termoboros was newly sealed at 6 a.m. every morning brought benefits like fearlessness of serious injuries, no heat of energy consumption, and automatic healing. Though thoughts of Cordu's catastrophe and his sister Aurora haunted him with each reset, the initial pain gradually dulled, becoming a bearable numbness after his psychiatric treatment. Occasionally, he felt a dull ache and emptiness. Lumion rose from bed and drew open the curtains, revealing two contrasting scenes of the azure sea. To the right, a crimson sun had just surfaced on the horizon. To the left, fog lingered, and waves surged, shrouding the situation 100 meters away. Exiting the master bedroom, Lumion noticed that Lugano was already awake, captivated by the seascape. "You're in a good mood," Lumion teased. Lugano grinned sheepishly and replied, "It's my first time in the Berserk Sea. I'm a little excited and woke up early." He added, "Besides, if I want to be your interpreter, I have to master Dutanese as soon as possible." On the coffee table in the room lay numerous Dutanese books recently purchased by Lumion from Port Kala. Being a primary trading port for the southern continent, Port Kala's citizens had a practical need to learn Dutanese, resulting in a trend. Lumion easily acquired 2 sets of teaching materials covering elementary, intermediate, and advanced levels, along with practice materials, thanks to various teaching aids and Dutanese instructors. This was a stark contrast to Port Santa, where obtaining a few barely usable books required considerable effort. Lumion applauded gently. "Not bad." Lugano pointed towards the foggy sea and explained, "Last night, I heard from a sailor on the ship that many vessels attempted to explore the sea in that direction, but they never returned. Occasionally, people would spot one of those ships quietly passing by at night with no lights or anyone on the deck. They say it's the Berserk Sea. Stick to the safe sea route. Attempting unknown routes often leads to unknown and irresistible danger. See, the sun is rising over there, right? The sea seems calm, but venture beyond the safe route, and we might face a sudden hurricane, a lightning storm, or even get melted by the sun and evaporated. These are tales from sailors, I'm not sure if they're true." Lumion nodded and suggested, look into more similar rumors. With his employer's approval, Lugano's expression brightened, finding a purpose in his work. The voyage through the Berserk Sea proved relatively uneventful. Lumion, Ludwig, and Lugano managed to avoid causing any disruptions. Occasionally, they witnessed storms capable of citywide destruction or forest-like lightning. Sometimes, they noticed the absence of fish throughout the entire sea, creating an eerie silence akin to the legendary underworld. Guided by the seasoned captain, first mate, and sailors, the Berries navigated through these regions along the safe sea route. After a few days, the ocean-venturing steamship reached Hanth Island, the transit port. The crew replenished coal and water, conducted machine maintenance, restocked light beer, and replenished various food supplies over 2 days. There doesn't seem to be any specialties on this island, Lugano remarked, consulting the travel guide from Port Kala. But due to its strategic geographical location and natural deepwater port, it's one of the main transit ports controlled by the Phaenopoder Kingdom. Specialties? Does that include demons? Lumion critiqued silently, producing 2 gold risets and twirling them in his hand. I'm going to try the local self-brewed wine. He made his way to the port's largest bar and ordered a glass of thick, pomegranate-colored local red wine, Paha. Lumion struck up a conversation with a few patrons near the bar counter, deliberately approaching one with a local accent. I met a nice chick, he said with a sly wink and an ambiguous smile. We're going on a date later, on a quiet night. Can you share a few local horror stories? They don't have to be well known, just terrifying enough, preferably with a specific location. For instance, if there's a horrifying tale about an empty house on a certain street, I plan to take her there for our date. The local, his beard dampened with ale, set down his oak beer mug and chuckled. How devious, but I like you. It's a battle of wits between men and women. For victory, anything goes. After a brief pause, the local suggested, you can take her on a date at the edge of the forest outside the city. You know, a forest at night is always chilling. Besides, there might be more than one demon lurking in the woods on Hanth Island. As far back as I can remember, the priests have been warning everyone against venturing deep into the forest or even thinking about cutting wood in the middle of the island. There are many hidden dangers. What kind of dangers, you ask? The priests never specify, but someone always tells me about some random person encountering a demon with goat horns and an unpleasant sulfuric smell in the forest. As for those who claim to have seen the demon with their own eyes, it's said that they all met their demise, for some unknown reason. How about that? No woman isn't afraid of a demon. Well, except my wife. She's even scarier than a demon. Have the demon stories on Hanth Island evolved to such an extent? It resembles the legend of the Montsurus ghost, but encountering a Montsurus ghost does result in the death of an entire family. Hanth Island doesn't have such an obvious characteristic. Lumion raised his glass of red wine, toasting the local before saying, though I'm quite charming, I doubt any chick would be willing to follow me to the edge of the forest outside the city on our first date, especially at night. Even if she's not afraid of me doing harm, she might worry that I'm a criminal with a penchant for harming young girls. How about this, is there a legend of a serial killer? Ideally, one that haunts the city. Drawing from Aurora's grimoires and the information gathered in recent months, Lumion discerned that Sequence 9 of the Demon Pathway was criminal, Sequence 8 was cold-blooded, and Sequence 7 was serial killer. The name of Sequence 7, serial killer, indicated that Beyonders, regardless of their grasp of the acting method, would actively or passively engage in serial killings. Although the demon on Hanth Island had clearly surpassed Sequence 7 and evolved beyond the serial killer stage, Lumion wondered whether, as a high-ranking individual who had progressed through the ranks, it retained certain preferences acquired during its serial killer phase. Intelligent beings, be they human or of a certain creature, tended to maintain certain desires if not deliberately restrained or controlled. Just as humans might occasionally indulge in a drink, demons might occasionally engage in serial killings. Moreover, if Neighboritisly's commission wasn't concocted merely for a verbal agreement, the demon of Hanth Island or its descendants should be concealed among humans. The bearded local pondered for a moment before responding, "There haven't been any serial killers. In a small place like ours, if serial murders were happening, everyone in the city would know." He paused, then added, "But what if someone goes missing in the forest outside the city every year? Would that count?" In Trier, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony managed to gather sufficient information about Morin Avigny, the current Minister of Industry. This information included a color photograph. In the picture, Morin Avigny displayed a striking resemblance to an Intision. Despite his age, he exuded an air of elegance. In his late 60s, his once black hair had transitioned into a distinguished gray. Refined facial features and dark gray eyes added to his overall presence, with the wrinkles on his face highlighting the passage of time. Dark gray eyes are rare in Intis. Franca sighed. Mid-sentence, she abruptly halted. Another individual with dark gray eyes in Intis crossed her mind, Demoness of Black Clarice. Chapter 622, Smell of Death. Under normal circumstances, dark gray eyes wouldn't usually grab one's attention. Such pupils were rare in Intis but not uncommon in places like the Lowen Kingdom. However, Franca sensed that there was crucial information hidden within. Morin Avigny was suspected to be a mirror person. The Demoness of Black Clarice pursued the mirror people, and being a demigod of the Demoness pathway closely related to the mirror world, they all shared those unusual dark gray eyes. Too much of a coincidence, isn't it? What's wrong? Jenna asked with concern when Franca paused. Franca deliberated for a few seconds before revealing that the Demoness of Black shared the same eye color as Morin Avigny. Finally, she said, "None of the mirror people we encountered previously had such characteristics. Only relatively special mirror people have them? Is the Demoness of Black also a mirror person?" Jenna guessed, her thoughts wandering. "Impossible," Franca subconsciously denied. "She even tasked me with investigating the mirror people." "Right, it's not impossible. Haven't we read enough stories of burglars calling the police to catch thieves?" Anthony thought for a moment and said, "Could it be a symbol of being corrupted by the mirror's primordial demoness? Could special mirror people at a certain level have such eye color? Could it be the same for a demoness who has become a demigod and has been corrupted?" "No, Morin Avigny should have had dark gray eyes to begin with. It's impossible for the mirror people who replaced him to change the color of his eyes without attracting suspicion," Franca pondered and deduced. "In other words, does the Demoness of Black come from the same family as the original Morin Avigny? I previously thought she belonged to the Sauron family and was Brown Sauron's elder. Otherwise, she wouldn't have nurtured such a simple-minded demoness. Now, it doesn't seem so." "Not necessarily," Franca and Jenna said in unison. Everyone had a paternal and maternal side of the family. Just because they were from the Sauron family didn't mean they weren't from a dark gray-eyed family. Franca hesitated for a few seconds before saying, "It's been a while since I updated the Demoness of Black on the Mirror People investigation. I plan to visit her this week and discuss Morin Avigny." "Be careful," Jenna cautioned. A gleaming smile played on Franca's lips as she replied, "Don't worry. She tasked me with the Mirror People inquiry, so she should anticipate some updates. If she has ties with Morin Avigny, we might see something unfolding for the Minister of Industry shortly. If not, we can seek her assistance." On Hanth Island, Lumion strolled through the dimly lit streets, relishing the cool sea breeze that replaced the earlier heat as he casually headed back to the berries. Hands tucked into his pockets, his mind raced with unusual activity. He sifted through the legends and stories he had recently gathered, attempting to uncover any hints about the elusive demon. Had Madam Magician not issued a cautious warning, and had Neighboritously not disclosed the demon Descendants' name and identity, Lumion might have considered using himself as bait. In such circumstances, he could have showcased his malice, devised a plan with a chance of success, triggering the demon's danger premonition, luring it out to eliminate the perceived threat. A concealed trap would await it. It's been a century or two. Numerous adventurers have ventured to unravel the demon legend. despite the Church of Earth Mother's relentless efforts to eradicate lingering issues, there's still no resolution. Relying on conventional methods to track down that elusive demon seems impractical. Looking at it from a different angle, why would the demon choose to remain on Hanth Island? The Church of Earth Mother already purged it once. Why take the risk to stay? If it were me, I would have relocated ages ago. As a demon, where couldn't I survive? If I truly believed I was a highly intelligent criminal, a genuine criminal, why use such a method to taunt the clergy of the Church of Earth Mother? It would become dull after all these years. Could there be a reason for its persistence on Hanth Island? Is it perhaps partially sealed? Or is there something profoundly significant buried on the island that cannot be moved? The valley ablaze with sulfurous flames? Moreover, demons can live for centuries, but ordinary people cannot. If the demon indeed concealed itself in human towns, it would have to change identities every few decades, potentially leaving traces. Hanth Island serves as a transit port for trade routes between the northern and southern continents. With numerous foreign settlers, the demon can effortlessly forge a new identity. However, how can it smoothly exit the stage with its original identity? The residents here all devoutly follow Earth Mother. Upon their demise, they are invariably sent to the cathedral for a wake. Would a demon have the audacity to feign death and undergo Earth Mother's scrutiny and the purifying touch of holy water? Yes, vanishing is the optimal solution. Whether through a sea adventure or disappearing into the forest, it effectively sidesteps corresponding problems. Every year, people vanish in the forest outside the city. Did the demon purposely orchestrate some accidents, concealing its death among them? Lumien's thoughts raced as he gradually formulated deductions and speculations. This was also a tempering of a conspirer's powers and a method to digest the potion. He had a vague understanding of the entire situation. If I want to locate the demon concealed among humans, I must find a mysterious valley ablaze with sulfur flames deep in the forest. To unravel the valley's secret, I must rely on that demon. These two matters are likely intertwined and inseparable. Lumien had a tentative plan for tomorrow's investigation. I'll begin by exploring the forest, utilizing my hunter powers to search for the remains of the missing. If I discover one or two, and they still retain some edible structure, I'll bring them back to Ludwig and determine who the deceased last encountered. Throughout this process, without alerting the clergy of the Church of Earth Mother, I'll delve deeper into the island to identify any anomalies. If they exist, what kind of anomalies they are. As he strolled leisurely, Lumien suddenly looked up and observed the stars in the sky veiled by dark clouds. In an instant, torrential rain poured down. Drops of rain misted in front of Lumien. Without an umbrella, he had no choice but to dash under the eaves of a 3-story building on the street and seek refuge outside a cafe with its lights off. He waited for the storm to end impassively. The few pedestrians on the road unfurled their umbrellas. Lumien couldn't help but chuckle as he recalled the common depiction of the Berserk Seas Islands in the travel guide. The weather is highly erratic, remember to bring an umbrella or a hat when out. Clearly, Lumien didn't take the reminder seriously. He wasn't in a rush. Leaning against the cafe's 2 glass windows, he quietly observed the raindrops streak down and the people returning home late traverse different streets. The sound of the rain masked all movement, and white mist veiled most of his vision, creating the sensation for Lumien as if he were in another world. Observing this scene, Lumien reminisced about his wandering days. Wanderers often struggled to predict the weather, making it challenging to secure refuge in cathedrals and other places and directly support the author's on-web novel. Advance. Consequently, he would occasionally huddle in a corner of a street, sheltered from the rain. He watched the rain with fear, worry, uneasiness, and gloom, praying that no other vagabond would snatch his temporary shelter. But now, his mood was entirely different. The heavy rain in the Berserk Sea ceased as swiftly as it had arrived. In less than half an hour, only stagnant water remained on the street. Lumien chuckled and tucked his hands back into his pockets. He strolled along the wet street toward the harbor and boarded the berries. Just as Lumien pushed open the door and entered, he saw Lugano wiping Ludwig's dripping hair with a dry and fluffy towel. Ludwig looked as if he had taken an unexpected plunge. "You didn't bring an umbrella?" Lumion asked with a smile. Lugano replied awkwardly, "I thought I was a planter and could predict changes in the weather in advance, so I didn't bring an umbrella," and led Ludwig to the streets to buy supper. He said he didn't want to eat cakes and biscuits tonight. Sigh, who knew that even though I predicted a rainstorm, it only took tens of seconds before it arrived. At that time, I wanted to carry Ludwig and rush back to the ship before the rain started. Seeing that the doctor didn't seek an objective reason and only complained about his lack of ability, Lumion kindly added, "This is the weather in the Berserk Sea. Even planters can't predict it." This was also one of the reasons why the islands in the Berserk Sea, clearly under the rule of the Church of Earth Mother, didn't always experience bumper harvests like the Phaenopoder Kingdom. Yes. Lugano heaved a sigh of relief. Lumion turned to Ludwig, whose hair was now dry, and casually inquired, "Do you smell anything? Is there any particularly alluring food hidden nearby?" Ludwig nibbled on a tortilla and responded, "There's the smell of death." "Smell of death?" Lumion frowned slightly. "Did someone die near the night market?" Ludwig shook his head. Directly support the authors on web novel. "When it rains, there's the smell of death everywhere." "What? What does this mean?" Lumion probed, voicing his doubts. Ludwig replied candidly, "I don't know. It disappeared later. It happens when it rains, but not after." Is this an abnormality from the Berserk Sea, or is it the island's abnormality triggered by the Berserk Sea's weather? Lumion pondered for a moment, but he wasn't in a rush to write to Madame Magician and inquire. This was a digestion opportunity for him. He felt that he should avoid relying on the power of a high-ranking person to digest it better unless it was crucial. That night, Lumion fell asleep with a heavy heart. In his hazy dream, he saw many familiar and unfamiliar things. The pale white Samaritan women's spring, the mountain-sized blood emperor's afterimage dripping with yellowish magma, and the unknown object protruding from the spring. The scene suddenly changed, revealing Lumion wandering alone in the deep darkness underground. It was as if he had become the Montsurus ghost. Chapter 623, Grave Digging. In the endless darkness, cramped quarters, and jumbled thoughts, Lumion found himself unusually frustrated, even within the confines of his dreams. He longed to rip apart the cage around him and shatter everything in his path. Slowly, the realization dawned upon him that he was dreaming. He struggled to open his eyes and wake up, but his efforts were in vain. Each time he thought he had finally awakened, in the blink of an eye, he plunged into a deeper darkness and a more profound dream. After an unknown stretch of time, Lumion naturally awoke to some light seeping through the curtain window. It was 6 a.m. Lumion raised his right hand and wiped his forehead, sensing a layer of cold sweat. Is this a spiritual warning, or had memories of the Samaritan women's spring and the afterimage of the Blood Emperor haunted me after I contemplated the smell of death on Hanth Island yesterday? Previously, I had drawn connections between the mysterious deaths of those who witnessed the demon and the Montsurus ghost, possibly leading to a shallow corruption. Lumion couldn't accurately decipher the complete meaning of the dream. All he could do was remind himself to be cautious and stay focused on his original goal for coming to Hanth Island, to investigate the demon legends, not to eliminate the demon. Setting aside whether he possessed the strength to face the demon or if he needed assistance, the fact that the Church of Earth Mother had operated on the island for over a century without completely eradicating the target suggested even the Tarot Club's major arcana card holders might not resolve this matter entirely. Lumion got out of bed and retrieved the golden pocket watch from Salle de Ball Breeze. Opening and glancing at it, 6:01 a.m. Though early, Lumion felt a sense of urgency. The berries would depart from Hanth Island the morning after tomorrow. He had only 2 days to delve into the demon legends, unravel the truth, and identify potential suspects. If he succeeded, his conspirer potion might very well be digested. Gathering, screening, and utilizing information were crucial aspects of a conspiracy. And if Lumion were a Sequence 7 detective of the reader pathway, successfully solving a century-old unsolved case involving high-level powers in just 2 days would be a remarkable leap from initial digestion to complete digestion. At 9 a.m., in the suburbs of Port Hanth, Return Cemetery. Holding a bunch of yellow flowers, Lumion navigated through the tree-lined cemetery. Armed with Ludwig's intel and the insights from the previous night's dream, he adjusted his plan. Instead of hastily venturing into the forest to search for the missing people's remains, he decided to dig up graves here. His objective, to investigate the circumstances surrounding the mysterious death of someone who had glimpsed the demon's figure in the forest depths. He aimed to discover if they would meet the same fate as those killed by the Montsurus ghost, exhibiting self-mutilation. According to the gathered information, the last person to report the demon's presence to the Church of Earth Mother rested in a quiet corner of Return Cemetery. His name was Antonio Elias. Before long, Lumion, clutching the bouquet of yellow flowers, reached the grave. Apart from the deceased's name, birth and death dates, a concise epitaph adorned the stone tombstone. This wretched man's life was taken by a demon. Lumion stooped down, placing the bouquet before the tombstone. Then, he straightened up, silently studying the stone tomb. Details about Antonio Elias flashed through his mind. A local, not a foreigner, with parents, a wife, and children. 9 months ago, during a hunting trip in the forest, he encountered a wandering demon. Fearing his imminent demise, he sought refuge in the cathedral and cloister of the Church of Earth Mother for a full 5 months. Afterwards, intending to serve as a crew member for 3 years, steering clear of Hanth Island and its hidden dangers, he was discovered dead at the bottom of the cabin on his second voyage. Lumion scanned the surroundings, gathering 10 to 20 withered branches from beneath nearby trees. He planted them around Antonio Elias's tomb, forming a short, makeshift, and somewhat futile barrier. Lastly, he laid a withered branch flat on 2 adjacent branches, constructing a shaky door impassable to anyone. With that completed, Lumion stepped over the wall and entered the grave. He then bent down, extending his right hand to touch the makeshift door constructed of withered branches. Simultaneously, a black mark activated on his body. In the blink of an eye, Lumion's figure vanished. Antonio's tomb remained undisturbed, except for the added circle of withered branches. In reality, Lumion had retrieved an iron pick, shovel, and other items from his just-purchased traveler's bag. He began prying open the stone slabs and digging into the soil. Bottle of fiction. Lumion utilized the wall and door he had fashioned to employ the bottle of fiction contractability. In less than 2 minutes, relying on his understanding of the cemetery's layout and 2 precise explosions, Lumion cleared the soil from the coffin and pried open the black-painted wooden plank. A pungent odor of decay wafted out, and Lumion casually ignited it. After a brief wait, he squatted down, donned gloves, and examined the white bones, now devoid of flesh and blood. The first item he picked up was Antonio Elias's skull. With a cursory glance, he noted cracks on the inside of the skull, while the exterior remained intact. A brain explosion as the cause of death? Lumion pondered the force required to induce such damage. Regardless of the ability responsible, Antonio's cerebrum, cerebellum, and brain stem should have exploded into mush at the time of his demise. It seemed illogical for the hard inner cranium to crack while the soft brain remained unharmed. Examining Antonio Elias's other bones yielded no additional injuries. The stains in the coffin offered no further clues. Lumion concluded that Antonio's death resulted from an internal explosion in his head. The explosive force, while not physically strong enough to shatter his skull entirely, was sufficient to destroy his brain. With fire infusion, I can precisely control the quantity and directly support the authors on web novel. Quality of the flames. I should be able to achieve a similar effect. How did the demon do it? Lumion's comprehension of the demon pathway came from his sister's grimoires, information provided by the Tarot Club, and Franca's account. He had only truly interacted with a demon above Sequence 6 once, and that was with Neighboritisly. He immediately recollected the sensations when Neighboritisly stirred his desires and emotions. The echoes of the ranting transmitted through the gray fog during Neighboritisly's expulsion and the tumult of his own desires replayed in his mind. For ordinary people, inducing an upheaval in their desires before detonating them could lead to their brains exploding, given an increase in potency. It shouldn't be a challenging feat for a demigod creature like a demon. Moreover, the demon can use those ravings to achieve this remotely. As Lumion completed his deduction, he was convinced that a demon was indeed concealed on Hanth Island. A demon of the criminal pathway, a demon surpassing sequences like Devil and Desire Apostle. With this confirmation, Lumion believed it would be relatively straightforward to locate the demon if he put his mind to it. However, the prerequisite was finding it and not resolving the situation, all while risking his life. Removing the glove, he reached into his traveler's bag and touched the flawed boxing gloves. Following the incident with the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings and the Great Mother, Lumion had already speculated that the Mother Tree of Desire stood at the peak of the prisoner, criminal, and Scrooge pathways. Therefore, the Rose School of Thought's indulgence faction and some members of the Devil family believed in her and followed her. Directly support the author's on-web novel. In that case, the flawed boxing gloves made from the branches of the Tree of Shadow, closely related to the Mother Tree of Desire, had a high chance of attracting the demon's attention within a certain range. Just as its negative effects meant being observed by some hidden entities, influenced and attacked by dangerous creatures. Phew, there are no useless items. Only beyonders who don't know how to use them. Lumion chuckled self-deprecatingly and withdrew his right hand from the flawed boxing gloves. He abandoned the plan to directly lure out the demon. This decision stemmed from the realization that the demon was still active on the island, claiming lives, yet the Church of Earth Mother hadn't eradicated it completely. Having encountered various challenges, Lumion possessed a reasonable understanding of an Orthodox Church's strength. He knew that if the Church of Earth Mother genuinely committed, it could eliminate all residents suspected to be demons and obliterate the island, similar to what the Church of Storms had done to Banshee Harbor. It wasn't that the Church of Earth Mother lacked the will, but there was a reason holding them back. This brought Lumion's thoughts back to the valley burning with sulphurous flames deep in the forest. He believed that the demon couldn't be slain under regular circumstances. It could only be sealed and constrained. As the Church of Earth Mother couldn't achieve this, and Lumion doubted his ability to do so, enticing the demon directly would be futile and perilous. Lumion's current strategy involved leveraging his fake level and directly support the author's on-web novel. His allure to evil gods to traverse the forest. During critical moments, he planned to use the flawed boxing gloves to see if he could converge on the mysterious valley burning with sulfur flames to investigate the source of the demon legends. In the heart of the forest, surrounded by towering trees, Lumion navigated a path untouched by human presence for years. He moved forward at a measured pace. From time to time, he would extract the flawed boxing gloves, relying on intuition to guide his course. After 10 to 20 seconds, he stowed them away. After almost an hour, the dense forest unexpectedly cleared. A menacing brown bear emerged from behind a tree, advancing toward Lumion with ponderous steps. "Stop, foreigner!" The bear's mouth emitted a buzzing human voice. Chapter 624, More Than One? Lumion remained unfazed as the brown bear uttered words in precise Highlander. Instead of fear, delight filled him, a clear sign that he had stumbled upon the correct location. This was the planter pathway, the main pathway of the Church of Earth Mother, known as a druid at Sequence 5. Capable of transforming into a formidable 3-meter-tall bear. Encountering a human-speaking brown bear in the desolate forest of Hanth Island hinted at his proximity to the heavily guarded area, possibly the mysterious Valley of Sulphur Flames from Demon Legends. Without the signature golden straw hat, Lumion studied the brown bear's furry visage openly, making no effort to conceal his extraordinary nature. "All right," he sighed with regret, turning on his heels and retracing his steps. 20 to 30 meters away, Lumion vanished from the brown bear's view, concealed by towering trees that had stood for over a century. He halted, leaning against a tree trunk, and casually retrieved an item from his traveler's bag. It was a pair of brown gold-rimmed glasses, the mystery prying glasses. Lumion had no intention of recklessly breaching the Church of Earth Mother's protective circle and venturing into the sealed-off region. Perhaps it was no safer than confronting the hidden demon on Hanth Island. Without sufficient and effective information, Lumion wasn't inclined to take such risks. What if it resembled Fourth Epoch Trier? Lumion's strategy involved skirting the edges of the problem zone, wielding the mystery prying glasses to shift his perspective and uncover hidden truths. From Lumion's familiarity with the mystery prying glasses from previous, the item's lower level hindered his ability to directly perceive various seals. In Trier, he had utilized them multiple times but couldn't catch a direct glimpse of Fourth Epoch Trier. Instead, he witnessed concealed elements beneath the ground, lurking in darkness, or disguised through distorted, overlooking, or prying angles. This inherent flaw safeguarded Lumion from directly encountering the Church of Earth Mother's sealed artifact, thus averting potential catastrophe. Nonetheless, it allowed him to discern abnormal traces. And that was sufficient. More traces equaled more information, bringing Lumion closer to the elusive truth. Ready to teleport at a moment's notice, Lumion positioned the brown gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. An unsettling dizziness gripped him, akin to being buried underground. Despite looking up at the soil, trees, and sky, he sensed an elevated vantage point, overseeing everything. Withering tree bark, decaying leaves, crawling insects, and animals circling a water source, all these details and buried bones spun in Lumion's vision, inducing nausea from the depths of his soul. Amidst the nausea creeping from the depths of his soul, Lumion's gaze fixated on a startling sight. Silent blue flames devoured the entire landscape. Whether above, below, or around the flames, the trees swiftly transformed into an inky black, dissolving into sewage. From the decaying remnants, new trees sprouted, rapidly expanding and flourishing. In the midst of the blue inferno, Lumion vaguely discerned a crimson, colossal figure sprawled at the core. Submerged in pitch black, viscous sewage, it sank gradually, only to be yanked upward by an invisible force. This unseen power emanated from beyond the withering and burgeoning forest, from. Abruptly, a pair of eyes materialized within Lumion's line of sight. They were bloodshot, icy blue eyes tinged with pain. Without hesitation, Lumion removed the mystery prying glasses and activated the black mark representing spirit world traversal. Swiftly fading, he disappeared into the forest and reappeared outside the Church of Earth Mother Cathedral in Port Hanth, behind the familiar stone pillar observed earlier that morning. After stashing the mystery prying glasses back into his traveler's bag, Lumion departed the secluded spot. Blending in with believers, he entered the cathedral exuding scents of wheat and milk, occupying a pew closest to the sacred emblem of life. With crossed arms, he mimicked the old man in a black formal suit, feigning prayer. Only then did he exhale a sigh of relief, assured that those icy blue eyes wouldn't target or lock onto him. These mystery prying glasses could pass through countless hands if not in my possession. Its negative effects are indeed unique and beneficial, but they're also very dangerous. Lumion couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Then, he analyzed the scenes witnessed through the mystery prying glasses. There's a region engulfed in sulfur flames, but the Church of Earth Mother's trees seal it off, cycling between death and rebirth. It's nearly impossible to spot from the outside. Even with the mystery prying glasses, I can only vaguely discern its outline. It's akin to lurking outside a cage and surveying the interior through the gaps in the railing. Despite the mystery prying glasses' capabilities, they shouldn't breach the seal. That colossal, blood-colored figure resembles a small mountain, yet I can't discern any details. Could it be the true form of the demon of Hanth Island? How can others see it when it's sealed inside, causing those who witness it to mysteriously vanish? Could there be more than one demon on Hanth Island? The ice blue eyes staring at me may belong to another demon. Is it utilizing the invisible connection between itself and the blood-colored demon to prevent its descent into the pitch-black, viscous sewage? If so, the Church of Earth Mother should eliminate the demon active both outside and on the island. By doing so, the blood-colored demon would lose its assistance. Or does the Church of Earth Mother not want the blood-colored demon to completely sink into the pitch-black sewage, letting the ice-blue-eyed demon exist only to restrict its range and frequency? If it's not entirely sealed, would the invisible connection between the two parties disappear? Is it because the ice-blue-eyed demon will also be affected by the pitch-black sewage? Lumion deepened his understanding and speculations regarding the demon legends on Hanth Island. He sensed that his conspirer potion had become active, showing signs of digestion, but it was still one step away. He wasn't in a rush to succeed. Instead, he pondered the mission that Neighboritusly hadn't entrusted to him and Franca. Killing a demon descendant from an island in the Berserk Sea. That's correct, a descendant. The ice-blue-eyed demon is a descendant of that blood-colored demon. Is that why an invisible connection binds them? Does Neighboritusly desire the blood-colored demon to fully submerge into the pitch-black sewage? Is this beneficial or detrimental for the blood-colored demon? If it's beneficial, it makes sense why the Earth Mother Church impedes it. Why does the blood-colored demon's descendant persist in pulling and preventing its descent? Suppose the ice-blue-eyed demon is under the control of the Church of Earth Mother, yet it can kill and cause disappearances. Conversely, why doesn't it flee Hanth Island? This implies that it's not in the ice-blue-eyed demon's favor if the blood-colored demon were to completely sink into the pitch-black sewage. It's even willing to forfeit its freedom to obstruct it. If it's not favorable, perhaps Neighboritusly isn't deceiving. It's an adversary of the blood-colored demon, hoping for its complete submersion and assimilation by the pitch-black sewage. This might have a certain impact on Hanth Island, the Berserk Sea, or even the entire world. That's why the Church of Earth Mother seals and monitors it. Can't they just kill it? Without the blood-colored demon, the issue of it sinking completely into the pitch-black sewage would cease. Can't be killed? What Neighboritusly feared wasn't that the blood-colored demon might sense danger, but that the Church of Earth Mother might be alerted. Lumion gradually understood the mentality and stance of the Church of Earth Mother, the local demon, and Neighboritusly, but he lacked sufficient evidence. What he was most certain of now was, the pitch-black, viscous sewage wasn't simple. Perhaps it was something akin to the Samaritan women's spring. Furthermore, it bore a striking resemblance to the pitch-black form of the Montsurus ghost. Trier's Catacombs is a labyrinth of complexity, filled with corruption and unique monsters that defy easy elimination. It's the aftermath of Blood Emperor Alista Tudor's significant accomplishment, an act that nearly brought the gods down with him. Ultimately, he perished. What could be the reason for Hanth Island? Could it be a divine battle and the demise of a deity? That's not beyond the realm of possibility. While my knowledge of the Fourth Epic's history is limited, I do know that the Berserk Sea was not as tumultuous back then. There were still interactions between the northern and southern continents. Could it be that another emperor from the War of the Four Emperors or two emperors met their end here, permanently reshaping the terrain and weather to give rise to the Berserk Sea? Is this the manifestation of a deity's power? The Blood Emperor sank a colossal city underground, forcing over 1 million people to live above it to contain the subsequent effects. And the deity who perished here has been influencing the Berserk Sea for more than 1,000 years. This surpasses the waters near Port Santa. As Lumion sighed, he prepared to stand up and return to the berries to strategize his next move for gathering more information. Sensing the quietude around him, his movements softened, cautious not to disturb the prayers of the Earth Mother believers. Subconsciously scanning his surroundings, Lumion noticed that the believer beside him had also finished praying and retracted his arms. A gray-haired old man in a black formal suit with a bow tie caught Lumion's eye. His face bore well-defined features, and his beard was meticulously shaved. In the next moment, Lumion observed the elder turning his head, revealing bloodshot ice-blue eyes. Chapter 625, Repentance. Ice-blue eyes. That demon. It's lurking right there in the cathedral. Lumion tensed. Without a second thought, he tried to teleport away. This time, he chose Trier, the entrance to St. Viavii Cathedral. In that moment, his reflection stared back at him in those chilling, ice-blue eyes. his face twisted, expression sinister, eyes cold. Soon, Lumians manifested, encircling him. There was one Lumian, eyes intoxicated, breathing heavy, face flushed red. Another, trembling in fear. Another, expressionless and resolute. One, lost and sorrowful. Another, with no will to live. And one more, eyes filled with anger and hatred, red with intensity. In an instant, Lumians seemed to multiply into countless versions, each appearing tangible. This severely impacted his thoughts and actions, hindering him from activating the contract mark representing spirit world traversal. Instinctively, he focused his remaining will on his right hand and the mark left by Blood Emperor Alista Tudor. To escape this state and gain the strength to teleport away, he needed to terrify the ice blue-eyed demon. Suddenly, Lumian heard ravings filled with intense madness and depravity. His mind turned to mush, swelling dangerously. The Blood Emperor's aura didn't activate in time. Fragmented, emotional, and painful thoughts burst in Lumian's mind like fireworks before gradually descending. An intense burning sensation in his chest anchored him, preventing complete loss of self. After an unknown span of time, Lumian finally regained command of his thoughts. His first thought was, "I'm still alive?" It must have been a considerable duration since the onslaught of ravings and his subsequent awakening. The demon's power could have easily ended him multiple times. As Lumian concentrated on his right hand, he scrutinized the demon with ice-blue eyes. The white-haired demon, adorned in a black formal suit and bow tie, sat upright once more, facing the sacred emblem of life. It inclined slightly, crossing its arms over its chest. Shutting its eyes, it whispered with a pained expression, "Oh, merciful Mother, I implore your mercy for my transgressions. Merciful Mother, I implore your mercy for my transgressions." Lumian's resolve wavered as he abandoned activating the Blood Emperor's aura. He settled beside the demon. Observing the sacred emblem of life on the altar, he waited silently, refraining from disrupting the demon's repentance. Contemplating his encounter, he mused quietly. The various selves I witnessed must be genuine illusions, not existing in the physical world but within my heart and mind. Could this be a sophisticated manifestation of emotional and desire fluctuations, triggering individual emotions and desires to vie for control of the body without reaching the point of dissociation? The subsequent ravings resembled Naboritusly's frenzied curse upon expulsion. Yet, this time, there was no shield from Mr. Fool's gray fog. Well, not entirely absent. Otherwise, the mad river of ravings would have capsized my identity. Even if I hadn't lost control, I would have succumbed completely before the demon found its conscience and started repenting. I believe the safest haven on Hanth Island was the Cathedral of the Church of Earth Mother. I specifically chose it to evade the demon. Surprisingly, it's praying here. Judging by this, blind trust in the Orthodox Church's cathedrals might not be foolproof in the future. Without adequate information, nothing is absolute. Yet, it was only within the cathedral that I survived. Anywhere else, it would be Termoboros grappling with the ice-blue-eyed demon. Then, the angels of the Orthodox churches and the Tarot Club would descend. Lumian had formed some hypotheses and waited with assurance. He condensed his experiences and absorbed his lesson. After a brief span, the white-haired, ice-blue-eyed demon, donned in a black formal suit, concluded its repentance. Its expression regained composure, but the blood vessels in its eyes deepened. Only then did Lumian observe the black leather gloves on both of its hands. Even during confession and prayer, they remained unremoved, a departure from devout believer behavior. In the human world, wearing gloves while praying was deemed disrespectful to a deity, except in emergencies or special circumstances. The same applied to wearing a hat. The demon cast a glance at Lumian and spoke in a deep but composed voice, "You haven't fled yet. Aren't you afraid of angering me again?" Lumian gazed at the sacred emblem of life and smiled. "I'm not. This is Earth Mother's cathedral. Weren't we in the cathedral just now?" The demon moderated its volume, not disturbing the other supplicants. "Occasional accidents are understandable," Lumian replied unhurriedly. "Moreover, I believe you can certainly control yourself in a short period. It'll be more challenging beyond half a year. The demon also directed its gaze at the altar, its ice-blue eyes reflecting the sacred emblem of life. Why do you think so? I'm an experienced adventurer, Lumion said with a smile. I know that Orthodox churches adhere to a common rule. Survivors entangled in a mysticism incident are often drawn into the church if there's any hidden danger. They become civilian staff and receive long-term protection to prevent sudden deaths. However, those who witnessed the demon's figure on Hanth Island didn't undergo this process. They only received a few months of protection before departing. Could it be that the church fears prolonged stays might lead to deaths even within the cathedral or cloister? In such instances, it would undoubtedly tarnish the church's reputation. One can't keep a constant watch on higher-level powers indefinitely. The white-haired demon fell silent for a few moments before confessing, I didn't want to kill them, but I. At this point, its face twisted once more, icy blue eyes filled with pain. Once again, it crossed its arms over its chest, resuming a low-voiced prayer. This time, it swiftly regained its composure. Lumion resumed the conversation with a smile. Don't tell me you penned all those epitaphs for those people? That's correct. The demon in the black suit maintained its slightly forward-leaning posture. It seems this demon has a rather amicable relationship with the Church of Earth Mother. Not strictly devout, but a believer nonetheless. Lumion understood that the ice-blue-eyed demon wouldn't respond even if he inquired. Such questions might even provoke serious consequences. He had to capitalize on its stable emotions to seek some details. Before Lumion could speak, the demon posed a question. Foreigner, why did you come to Hanth Island? Lumion deliberately smiled. I previously encountered a demon incident. Lumion briefly recounted Sulla's encounter with the love incantation in Port Kala. While leading the investigation, the suspect's body had been suddenly commandeered by a demon seeking a deal, which he rejected. Lumion, utilizing undisclosed official powers, had then expelled the other party. Lumion omitted details about the love incantation's content and refrained from mentioning Neighboritusly's name, fearing deep-seated animosity that might trigger intense agitation. Concluding, he stated, I read in the notebook about demon legends on Hanth Island, connected to the deal the demon sought. Intrigued, I decided to investigate. My intention wasn't to finish off anyone. You can't finish off anyone either, the demon with ice-blue eyes remarked candidly. It continued gazing at the sacred emblem of life and added in a calm, deep voice, curiosity kills the cat. Lumion chuckled. It's indeed risky, but finding you within a day and discovering the sealed valley indicates my capabilities. Next time, I'll choose a safer sanctuary. The demon with ice-blue eyes, with few wrinkles, smiled, an uncommon sight. Your methods are unconventional, but they align with the mysticism world's underlying laws. But had I not controlled myself and repented for past deeds, you would be dead. Such an investigation would have been futile. Lumion didn't dispute. With the information he gathered, he knew there was no immediate danger in the Cathedral of the Church of Earth Mother. The recent episode proved to be a false alarm. He shifted the topic. Why did that inexplicable demon target you? Moreover, with the strength of me and my companions, it's likely impossible to eradicate a so-called demon descendant like you. Was it deliberately leading us to our demise? The demon, clad in a black suit, kept its gaze fixed on the sacred emblem of life and responded, I'm not certain which one you encountered. It refused to disclose more. Lumion didn't dare press further, let alone provoke. His mind raced, searching for an alternate approach. You seem unrestricted. Why not leave Hanth Island? There appears to be some force influencing you here. The demon's expression twisted as it stated, this is my duty and my atonement. Since converting to Earth Mother, there are times when I can't resist the urge to kill, accumulating profound sins. Recalling his earlier deduction, Lumion inquired casually, then why not fully confine yourself? Confinement won't suffice. I can't do it, and it can't be achieved that way. The demon with ice-blue eyes displayed pain once again. Indeed, closely tied to the blood-colored demon in the valley. Yet, as a cold-blooded, why does the act of killing, and the subsequent healing by the Church of Earth Mother's reverence for life, still cause you pain? Lumion decided to steer the conversation to a less sensitive realm and soothe the other party. In a relaxed tone, he said, I apologize. I wasn't courteous earlier and failed to inquire about your preferred address. The demon with ice blue eyes stared blankly for a moment before responding, neighboritously.